Welcome to the heart of northern Italy, a land of vineyards, valleys and passion. And right here, poised in the Lombardy region, lies a battleground of pure motorsport spirit, the Franciacorta karting track. 15 corners, 1.3 kilometers of unrelenting twists and turns. A modern arena where precision meets aggression and where every mistake is punished in an instant. And here, this weekend, it plays host to the second and final round of the Champions of the Future Shifters. The Franciacorta karting track, year of opening 2021. Event record set by the Italian Danilo Albanese in time qualifying in the KZ class, a 44.898. No one has been able to beat that time as of yet, but today that may change. The circuit itself, though, a fabulous playground. 1.3 kilometer race distance. It's 160 down the start-finish straight, 180 down the back straight into the hairpin of the braking zone. It's a wide circuit as well, about 7.5 meters. It elevates to around 5 meters around the circuit as well. It is a fast and flowing arena to go to battle in. But these drivers here, though, in the KZ, they'll be reaching a fabulous speeds as well later on into the lap. But the turns as well, there are many of them around there. 14, 15 as you count them, but 9 to the right, 5 to the left. Many overtaking opportunities around the lap as well. We've seen it in towards turn 1. 2 and 3, 5 has been the big one. 7, we have seen them into 9, and of course that fabled turn 13, the hairpin out there on the circuit. Top speeds, though, they will be reaching that into that top section in towards turn number 1. A dizzyingly high speed as they cross over the start-finish line. Around 140 kilometers an hour. They average over 100 kilometers an hour around the lap. This is quite literally a temple of speed here in northern Italy as the field go into finals day here for the Champions of the Future. Superheats are coming up. Finals later on. We've had to say goodbye to 1 or 2 drivers, unfortunately, who have not made it through into the cut for the KZ2s, but all the KZs are there. All the KZ Masters are there for now. But then, obviously, later on today, it gets watered down to just those 36. Myself, Anthony Jordan, a.k.a. Commentator man, according to Raphael here at the circuit, and Andrew Mather. Andrew, this is going to be a brilliant day of racing.
It is indeed. Conditions are good for racing here at Franciacorta. We saw some stunning racing yesterday across the course of the qualifying heat. It really ramped up, particularly in the second half of the day. Here's your schedule for finals day here at Franciacorta. We kick off with KZ and their Super Heat in a few moments' time. 2 Super Heats for KZ2. The field of 119 has been whittled down to 72. We need to halve that again to get us the 36 finalists, so there'll be 2 Super Heats of 16 laps apiece for that category, and same for KZ2 Master. As you say, Anthony, all 48 drivers are through, but now they have the trepidation of a cut-off. Top 36 again will go through to the KZ2 Master Final. And then, of course, those finals themselves, 24 laps apiece going off from 1:15 local time here in Italy.
Indeed, and that first race is coming up very soon. We start with the best in the business, KZ Super Heat, 16 laps, 21 kilometer race distance, and well, over the course of yesterday was a frantic day of racing which saw ups and downs all the way throughout. We have got drivers still missing, unfortunately. AJ Myers from the USA not present on the grid. I did hear reports that in a free practice session he got a little bit of an injury, wasn't feeling too up to it, didn't do the qualifying heats. There was reports that he may have been fit enough to race today in this Super Heat, but unfortunately, I don't believe that is the case for the American.
Yeah, real shame for AJ Myers. I know a lot of people here this week were looking forward to seeing him race. Fingers crossed he can make a very quick and speedy recovery for next week, of course. But yes, for KZ, you've still got 35 other drivers ready to go in this one. They do not, of course, have the trepidation of a cut-off, but still, it's been so competitive here this week in KZ. You don't really want to be starting too far back when we get to the final later on. Remember as well, the 3 rounds of heats that we had yesterday, the intermediate points from those are carried through into today. There is a greater distribution of points, though, for this Super Heat. So where we were talking about 50 yesterday, that goes up to 90 intermediate points today. There you see Giuseppe Palomba on the front row. Very solid day yesterday, whilst others had problems. Palomba, not a perfect day, but constantly in the top 3. First, third, and third through his 3 heats. That's why he's got pole position for this one.
Yeah, indeed. A great performance from himself. And like we say, we'll talk a little bit about tyres as we go through on this one. It's kind of easy to report a little bit on this. Everyone has got new tyres, barring Tom Luyer and Paolo Ippolito. They deployed those tyres yesterday in those qualifying heats. Everyone else now has got a brand new set of LeConte tyres affixed to either the right or left-hand side of their kart. They're the hard-working marshalling team here at the Franciacorta circuit. So we could not go racing without the fabled Orange Army, and we do thank them for their dedication and passion in the world of motorsport this weekend. Engines fire up then. First race of the day is about to get underway, and it is KZ Super Heat with Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Wallstein on row number 1. Victor Gustafsson and Pedro Hiltbrand on row 2. Emilian Denner and Jean Nombler make it an all-French row number 3. Row 4 sees the pole sitter from qualifying, Daniel Albanese, starting this one on the 4th row of the grid. He'll be alongside Alessio Lorandi on row 4. Adrian Wanadin and Alessio Pacini go from row number 5. Row 6 sees Lorenzo Travasanuto and David Trefilov. They will have the likes of Tom Luyer on his used tyres alongside Christian Batuca on row number 7. Mateus Rogel and Lorenzo Camplese go from row number 8. They'll have Mateo Lemena and David Levinsky rounding out row number 9.
Daniel Vasile had a tough time in the 3rd heat yesterday, so starts from row 10 in this one alongside Karol Pasovic. Pietro Fioravanti and Moritz Ebner, they're up next on row 11. It's then Marin Krimas and Enzo Lacruz on row 12. Olin Galli and Francesco Cilenta, they go from row 13. Matteo Vigano and Giorgio Bassoli start on 14. Completing the top 30, Darius Babiuana and Henry Johnston, with work to do from row 16. Matthias Torrigiani and Daniel Stell. Alessandro Bertaola and Paolo Ippolito start on row 17. Shocking day yesterday for Ippolito. Stanpex as well will complete the 35 runners in this one. AJ Myers does not take the start. Very up and down day for a lot of the drivers yesterday. Starts had incidents on multiple occasions here, Anthony. This Super Heat, 16 laps ahead of us, just over 20 kilometres to find out who is going to be on pole position for the final later on today. And I think it's a pretty open book based on what we saw yesterday.
Certainly so. And like you were mentioning, that 3rd heat, big incident at the start of that race, something you're not wanting to see. I have already seen when I was scouring through my social medias last night. It's been posted far and wide on multiple different channels, and of course a lot of people have seen that incident at the start. Thankfully, can report a lot of drivers are okay. All the drivers are okay from that one. I did know that Darius Babiuana had to be declared fit this morning before he could go out. That has happened. He is on this grid, which is good to see. But everyone now with the prime position. That was yesterday. Today is today, of course, and in the KZ category now, Palomba has gone from the 2nd row on the outside line from time qualifying from 4th place now to P1, the pole position spot, the inside line for the Maranello driver, the world champion from last year in this very class. He won that out in Portimao in Portugal as the sun is shining. The green flag is waving from Pasquale Lupoli at the back of the field as we get ready to go racing. It's lights out, fights on in KZ, down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Palomba. Van Wallstein has to slot into 2nd place. The rest of the field going through. There you can see Pedro Hiltbrand has slotted into 3rd place. That is a good start for the Spaniard, who is immediately on the tack around the outside at turn number 5. He cannot get the nose down the inside. Drama has happened on the start of the race, so that is Alessio Lorandi on the CPB Sport Kart. He is out of this race and goes no further.
There's been problems for David Levinsky off the start of this one as well. I did see that one driver seemed to stall off the lights. I will try and confirm in a moment whether that was Levinsky or not. Meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Palomba defends into the hairpin from Van Walstein, let's count them through at the end of this first lap. Palomba leads from Van Walstein. Hildebrand there in third. Denner's had a good start. Denner was involved in that first lap incident yesterday in heat number 3. Seems to be back on form as Van Walstein has to defend down into turn 5 ahead of Hildebrand. Gustafsson's had a decent start there in P5. David Trevelov's had a really good start, up 6 places into that top 6. Albanese, Travis Anuto, Noblo and Renaudin, they complete the top 10.
I want to talk a little bit about Stan Pex in this early stage. That first opening lap already 14 places gained for the man who currently sits in 21st place. An incredible charge in this early stage. But look at this here, Andrew. We're not seeing a breakaway here at the front. Palomba is under pressure still from Van Walstein, but we saw Van Walstein go defensive on that last lap from Hildebrand. Hildebrand, I think, I did say he wouldn't really go for a move if he didn't feel it needed to be, and he's not done it there as Van Walstein looking to the wall. There, someone looking to the wall is the pilot of the number 28 machine. That is Mateusz Tonajani. The Kart Republic out of this race. I think that's the 28 that I can see there. Yeah. And that is a big shame for Tonajani. He goes no further. Yeah,
Tonajani will start towards the back of the final, then started this one from P31, will not move forward as he were through the hairpin then. Palomba continues to lead this race. Van Walstein second, Hildebrand third, but I keep an eye on the likes of Trefilov, Albanese, Travis Anuto. They're closing in. That's where the speed, peak speed is right now within this group. So Palomba has got to keep things measured, got to keep things tight, because there's a lot of drivers behind him who'll be looking to get through. Jean Nomblo has set the fastest lap of this Super Heat so far, 45.567. Couple of changes further down the order. Mattia Lameno is through to 15th place, past Lorenzo Camplesi. Marin Kreimer's also on the move now into the top 20. Stan Pex, as you mentioned earlier, Anthony, is your biggest mover, up 14 places in this one. Daniel Stell having a decent run also, up 9 places to 23rd as there's a fight on for second place.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up a little bit now. Hildebrand's getting impatient behind Senna Van Walstein. He can see Palomba is slowly starting to break away, and if he thinks, right, you're not going to catch him, let me give this one a go. Will he go for the move? No, but it's going to be a delayed reaction for Van Walstein. He keeps his nose down the inside. He makes contact with Palomba, and now Hildebrand goes through. Here's Emilian Denner. He's going to have a go in this one, and so is Victor Gustafsson. And straight off the track and into the barrier, hard into the wall, is Emilian Denner. He is out of this race. There is Victor Gustafsson as well, and they are not happy with each other at all. He has gone straight hard into the wall there, and that's a significant impact. There'll be local yellows. The race continues. Palomba now with a bit more breathing space with Hildebrand up into P2.
Well, that all stems from turn 5, and Walstein going for a move, knowing that he needed that track position. It's really, really broken up the first 10 drivers, and so I'm glad to see that Emilian Denner is okay, because as you say, Anthony, that was a hard hit into the padded barriers there at turn number 8. There is that scene with the 2 carts stranded off to the left-hand side. Emilian Denner, really, really tough week so far. That is his second retirement in a row. It's given Palomba and Hildebrand, though, a bit of breathing space at the front of the field. They lead this one. Van Walstein in third. Trefilov has gained another 2 places due to that incident between Gustafsson and Denner. But at the moment, Trevilov's having to deal with Danilo Albanese. Albanese looking back on form, the kind of pace that we saw from the Italian, the former European champion in time qualifying at the start of the race weekend. Meanwhile, back at the front, Hildebrand started to put pressure again on Palomba. We saw a step forward from Hildebrand in terms of race pace in round 3 of the heats yesterday, Anthony. This is a good sign for the Spaniard, who of course came so close to taking the European title here this year earlier on in the summer. He seems to have continued that form into this latter part of the autumn.
He's not let it phase him right now as he superglues himself onto that rear bumper of Palomba, but Senna Van Walstein as well seems to have found that pace once again. Dropped back quite considerably, but now has reacquired that toe and is closed in now. The gap only 0.4 of a second. There was the charge from Stan Pex there on the SP car. 20 places gained. There's the change down the inside. Hildebrand with that fabled dive down the inside at turn number 5. He is through into the race lead, and now Van Wallstein will have a chance, but what will Palomba do? Will he back down, or will he fight on?
We'll see over the next half of this race. Got to say, the Birrells have been very good into turn 5 so far this week on the brakes. Whether it's been this KZ category, the KZ2 category, they seem to have real strength in that part of the circuit. Brilliantly used by Pedro Hildebrand to take the lead of this race. This will be a big lap now. Can Hildebrand start to pull away from Palomba? If you've Senna Van Wallstein, you've got to make the move this lap, I think. You've got to get through past Palomba.
And
here he goes down the inside at turn 5. That's sweetly done by the Dutchman. Properly good overtake there, Anthony, up to P2.
Exactly what he tried to do only a few laps ago. This time, though, it's worked out beautifully for him, and now he's got that 0.4 of a second gap to try and close in to Hildebrand out the front. But now that Hildebrand's been released, he's setting personal bests. He's not the fastest driver out there, though, still. But he is lapping at an extraordinarily fast pace, and that is what's keeping that significant gap that's now extended to half a second. It is back down, though, to 0.4. Van Wallstein is on the move.
He is indeed. 0.4 that gap
at
the moment.
There's a crash on the start-finish straight. There is indeed. The pilot, the number 14, is off the circuit. It's Mayan Kramers. He's made significant contact with the barriers on the start-finish straight. He's got heavy rear-end and side pod damage there, but he's got it going again. Unsure of how that one happened, though.
It's a very, very strange place to have an incident. Good to see that Kramers is okay. He'd had a cone stuck in his side pod as well. Not affecting things at the front of the order, though. And good work once again from the... Now, this is going to be a replay now. This will be Van Wallstein down the inside of Palomba.
This is the first attempt, and this is what's happened, for Emilian Denner later on in the lap. So that's what's caused that to happen. Denner now, you can see him there, P4, he's looking to the inside, he's nearly going 3 wide. Makes a bit of wheel-to-wheel contact there with Van Wallstein, but it's then Gustafsson on the inside, just clips that rear wall. And that's a real hit into the wall there. And here's a look at it from another angle. And it just absolutely finds from this point on. It's this moment here, just that slight front to rear contact, the wheel jumps, and there's no stopping it. Wet grass in the morning, slick tyres. There was no stopping that car, and clearly Emilian Denner not happy with Victor Gustafsson.
Two drivers with very opposing views on an incident, I think is how we will summarise that one. Well, we're into the last third of the laps for this Super Heat. Here is your battle for the race lead. Pedro Hildebrand, Senna Van Wallstein. How many times have we seen these two go wheel to wheel over the years and over this season as well? Senna Van Wallstein trying to get a bit of momentum going here at Franciacorta through Sector 2 at the moment, through Turn 11. This is where the Dutchman will try and set something up for Turn 13, but that's great exit speed out of the traction zone for Pedro Hildebrand. Good kart setup once again for the Birrell Arts Racing team. They retain the lead for now. End of lap number 12, 4 more to go, Anthony.
Indeed, long old way to go in this one. Remember, we've always said when it's got to this point, they've always said, God, I wish I had 1 or 2 more laps. Well, boys, you're on lap number 13 now. Your wishes are command. You've got those extra laps. Now do with them what you will. Senna Van Wallstein on the toe once again is looking ever closer here with the gap less than 0.2 of a second. We've not seen many overtakes through the tight and twisty sector number 2. It's usually when we get down in towards the final sector. Here now in sector 3, in towards turn 14. He's not going to be close enough this time around, but he's so confident on the brakes there. Is Van Wallstein to close in. Usually it is down into that fabled turn number 5. However, what happens when you put 2 drivers who have been nailing the overtakes at turn 5 together? Well, you get an overtake there at turn 2. That's how you do it. And I think that's caught Hildebrand unawares there. Van Wallstein goes through. Hildebrand down to second. Back is Palomba.
This is good news for Giuseppe Palomba. His late race pace seems very, very good at the moment. That's good news ahead of this final. Think of mental maths. I think Palomba is still on course for pole position in the final. We'll confirm that in a moment, because we've got a 4-way scrap for the race lead here on lap 14. Van Wallstein will lead into turn 13. Hildebrand has a bit of a look into the hairpin. Nothing doing that time around. 2 more laps to go then. Van Waalstein, big one here. He's got the speed, I feel, Anthony, through this first sector. He always seems to be on the attack into turn number 5. He's got a gap again to Hilbrand. Hilbrand has to defend to ward off any kind of thoughts of Palomba going down the inside. That is very telling, I think, for the latter stages of this race, Anthony, that Van Waalstein in that overtaking zone, turn 5, seems to be the strongest driver.
No, certainly so. As off the track now, drama striking the Tony kart of Giorgio Bassoli. He is out of this race. The Jesolo race team on that Tony kart goes no further, and that is Tom Luye as well has dropped down the order. Now, was that Tom Luye?
Yeah, it was Tom Luye originally, yeah. 15
originally that we're looking
45.
at. Yeah, so they've all both tumbled down at the order now and out of this race. But still, we watch on to this final lap of this race. Van Waalstein in the lead only by 1/10 of a second. Surely, will we see something from Pedro Hilbrand on this lap? There has been no overtake there in towards turn 5. That is all clean and dry. But will there be that fabled lunge into the hairpin, or will they save that for the final? But this is as close as it gets.
Yeah, this is where Hilbrand's been strong through sector number 2 and out through turn number 12. Got a bit wide there. I think Van Waalstein's going to hold on to this one, but it's going to be a run to the line potentially out of the final corner. Senna Van Waalstein wins the Super Heat. A great win for the Dutchman. He had to fight for that one. Pedro Hilbrand takes second place. Giuseppe Palomba P3. David Trevelov P4. Daniel Vasile, what a drive there from the Romanian for the Charles Leclerc Racing team, up 14 places into P5. We'll wait and see as to whether that is pole position for Palomba or Van Waalstein until we have it fully confirmed to us here in the box. But either way, Senna Van Waalstein will be very, very pleased with that result. That's his second race win in a row, if you count the Heat 3 win yesterday afternoon. He seems to be the man to beat over these longer races. Very positive news ahead of this afternoon's final. Senna Van Waalstein is your winner then on the provisional classification for the Super Heat. Pedro Hilbrand there again, P2. Another repeat of the results he had yesterday in the third heat also. And same for Giuseppe Palomba in third place. David Trevelov fourth, Daniel Vasile fifth, Danilo Albanese, Jean Nomblo, Lorenzo Travisanuto, Matteo Spergel and Christian Batuca all in the top 10. Renadan, Pex, Camplesi, Vigano and Limena take us down to 15th ahead of Fioravanti, Pasovic, Stel, Gali, La Cruz in the top 20. Ebner, Chalenta, Babiuana, Basoli, Johnston, Bertaiola and Kremers, the 27 finishers, retiring from that one. Tom Luye, Paolo Ippolito, who just cannot get things going this weekend. Another retirement for the Italian. Here are some of the highlights then from that race. Problems early on for David Lewinsky, left behind on the grid. Alessio Lorandi would also not complete the first lap of the race, but it was a positive start for Palomba in the early stages. Van Waalstein holding second place ahead of Hilbrand. It was a good start as well for David Trevelov in the Formula K machine. See him gain a number of positions in the early stages in that number 34 machine. A bit of a moment off of turn number 2 for one of the CPBs there. I think that was Jean Nomblo getting forced out wide a bit. Palomba in the early stages again had to do similar to what we saw in the heats yesterday. Had very good TQ pace, but the longer pace is maybe what the Maranello team will be looking at between now and the final. There was the end of the race for Matthias Torrigiani in the number 28. He would go no further than the first few laps. This was the first attempt from Van Waalstein to take the lead away from Palomba. Very close there on the curb over turn 6. That opened the door for Hilbrand to step through. Denner would have a chance as well with Van Waalstein, and then this moment between Denner and Gustafsson. Whilst we continue to enjoy these highlights, let's also get some of the thoughts of the drivers. They're down with Anthony Jordan in Parc Ferme.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Yes, indeed, that was a very busy race. Senna Van Waalstein, though, taking a win. Congratulations on that one, but that was a feisty race. I'm exhausted from it. I don't know about you.
No, it was an okay race. I think it was a good prep. Obviously, we had a good start. We came in second. Tried to do a bit more calm this race in the beginning. Made a little bit of a mistake with overtaking Palomba. Should have been a better overtake, but in the end we managed to fight back on top. I think the pace is quite strong. So yeah, let's see for the final.
Got a bit feisty down there in towards turn 5. You had a couple of attempts there to get that initial move on Palomba. Tell us that thought process on the first one, because that moment there ended the race for Emilian Denner and Victor Gustafsson. Did you see any moment from that?
Oh yeah. I tried to go down the inside. Obviously, I didn't went in hard enough. I thought it would be enough. He kept coming around the outside with me, so I lost there. And then Pedro coming down the inside on the corner next with Denner and Gustafsson. And I think Gustafsson tried to go on the inside of Denner when there wasn't really much space, and then they just clipped each other. It was good luck for me, but yeah, not so good for them.
Final coming up later on, slightly longer, of course, 24 laps. Ready for that? Ready for that fight?
Yeah, definitely. Let's see.
Excellent. Well, congratulations, Senna. We'll see you out there in that final, but very well done in this morning. So we'll see you out later on. Thank you very much, Senna van Walsteen there. Right, let's head back up, though, because we've got plenty more racing. KZ2 for the Superheats. That is coming up next.
It is indeed. 2 Superheats then for KZ2 this morning. We've got 72 drivers across these 2 races, but we need to whittle that number down to 36 for the final later on today. Superheat A kicks us off another 16-lap race. We're just short of 21 kilometers here at Franciacorta. There is the scene, the pre-grid area, and you see at the very front of the field, Marcus Kayak. Consistency was the key for all of these drivers yesterday. Kayak, no results lower than 4th yesterday, but it was that final heat victory that was most impressive with the pressure building. Only a win would have given him first position in the intermediate classification. It didn't look certain, but he delivered in that final heat to nudge out Timo Jungling, who we'll see on pole position in Superheat B later today. However, in this Superheat, it's not going to be all Kayak's own way. For a start, Max Orlov will start on the outside of row number 1. We'll talk about him in a moment. There is Marcus Kayak, looking nice and calm, ready for this race for the Formula K SRP factory team. And most impressive, I think, as well, was the fact that he had to go through the field on all of those performances, all of those top 4s, top 3s, and a couple of victories along the way. And he had to do it, having been, I want to say, around 14th in the classification from qualifying. So not an easy prospect, but he delivered. Shows that, once again, when we get into lap after lap after lap, the Estonian has a lot of pace. However, he is not alone on that front row, of course. Max Orlov will sit second on the grid. Very simple statistic. If Orlov got through lap 1 yesterday, he went on to win every race. 5 wins out of 6, only a retirement in the 4th round of heat, or the 4th heat for Maxim Orlov was the only blot on the copybook, and he wasn't at fault for that retirement as well. He was kind of the meat in a sandwich down into turn number 1. He rated his own performance 10 out of 10 yesterday, Anthony, after we spoke to him after the last round of heats. He will be looking once again to take victory in this one, get himself back to the very front of the order in the intermediate classification once we get to the final.
Indeed. Well, they're priming themselves ready to go. Talk on tyres.
Yes.
Like we had in one of the races yesterday in the Superheat, only one driver has put on a brand new set of tyres. That is the same case in this race, and it comes in the form of the United Kingdom's Noah Wolf, starting this on the 2nd row of the grid, right behind Maxim Orlov. He is primed and ready to go with those tyres on board, like we saw from, well, Max Orlov when he put on a brand new set of tyres at the front of the field. He drove off from the rest of the field. We have seen that from Noah Wolf over the course of this weekend as well. However, them in the same race this time around, this could be a very different story.
Could be a very different story. We'll keep an eye on what's happening there with the 216 on those new tyres. Marek Scrivan, I don't think we've talked about so far ahead of this race. We should do, because he's starting 3rd on the grid for this race. Another driver with very consistent results. 2nd, 6th, third, second, third, and third again through the 6 heats for the driver from Czechia. So again, keep an eye out for the 226 in this super heat. There is a meeting of the minds on the bridge over the top of the circuit between some of our officials. Last few moments there, just see a couple of the KZs being recovered back to the paddock. They'll get ready for the final later on today. Good to see a good crowd here at Franciacorta as well, watching the racing today.
Yes, indeed. Plenty of people around here in the northern part of Italy, just outside the city of Milan as well. We're not too far away from that one. It is a bit of a drive, but not a great distance. So if you are local, I'd say come on down, give it a watch, see what you can see, because this racing today should be absolutely superb. KZ2 then, Super Heat 1, heading out onto the circuit. Let's take you through that full starting lineup. After a very tantalizingly close day, the last race of the day, Marcus Kayak was able to put it on pole position for Super Heat 1 alongside Maxim Orlov, Maddox Skrivan and Noah Wolf going from row 2. Wolf, of course, with a brand new set of tyres. Schleimer and Schurmans will lock out row number 3. Row 4 sees Michael Paparo and Menihut Krusner will be starting this one now on row number 4. A slight penalty that's been applied has put him into this race. He'll be starting with Lewis Beck and Arthur Lane on row 5, with Daniel Messi and Arthur Luyuk on row number 6. Thomas Toshimanis and Colin Tom Rousseau on row number 7. They'll have Nico Lemberg and Emmanuel Quinteri on row number 8, with Zoe Floresco and William Lanzeni rounding out the first half of the field on row 9.
All of these drivers at the moment are outside the top 36 overnight, so they need to go forward in this race if they're going to continue into the final. Roberto Zoani and Alexei Yalova, they go from row number 10. Robert Kindervatter and Len Neisch, they go from 11. Tigran Bonatian's had a tough week so far, but is not out of it in terms of making it through to the final. Starts on row 12 alongside Valentino Fritsch. Tom Dussel, Alphonse Miettinen, they go from 13. Matteo Mazzucchelli and Andrea Pirovano, former Pinol Italian, row 14. They're ahead of Tim Licati and Robin Glaren on row 15. Patrick Janssen, Jensen Graham, they're on row 16. Fotis Soteropoulos and Antoine Broggio go from 17. Ricardo Rigodanza and Gavin Bailiff go from row 18. Just a quick recap as well. Drivers who have not made it through from last night. Gavin Bailiff, Hugo Besson, Enzo Boll, Maurice Klein, Kai Perner, Fabrizio Rossati, Jesper Scherberg, Mark Gerstenkorn, Alex Maugliano, Tobias Verlo, Ricardo Borges, Juho Valtonen, that's a bit of a shock from the start of the weekend, has not made it through to these super heats. Antonello, Brovko, Blan, Hapalainen, Bob Patin, Adriasani, Castellini, Bo Louette, a terrible day yesterday, Levi Arn, Kneva, Vilk, Enake, Budaris, Tanek, Gushikan, Batoni, Troitsky, Tosso, Carlson, Mermanov, Borges, Juris, Alibi, De Lorenzo, Comini, Maldebrucker, Sagadak, Saiter, Frilo, Caligaris, Knudsen, Costa and Lettner. Those are all your drivers who we will not talk about today, Anthony, because they did not make it through into the top 72.
I was just counting my stars there, but we're going to have a false start. We're going around again. Yep. There's a car that's not started, and it is in the form of Noah Wolf, and his car has not come to a go again, or it's coughing into life. It is now going underneath our commentary box position. Very lucky for him, but the field goes round one more time. And the back of the grid wasn't even formed up there, so crucially for them, they're just, again, seemingly having another extra lap of going. For Wolf, this gives him a bit more chance to get the sheen off those tyres. But, however, for everyone else now, it's a little bit of a longer wait. So do you want to go through that list again?
No.
No? You sure?
No, we're all done.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, for these drivers then, one more lap to get everything squared away and sorted out for this one. But, yeah, a little bit of drama there for Wolf. If that happens again on the start-finish line, he may find himself in a spot of bother. They may just take him off the grid.
Yes, I'm sure it won't happen again for Wolf. You can just see him looking to get back into his P4 slot. He's well before the red line, so that's fine for him to do that little bit of formation lap overtaking here through sector number 2. For Marcus Kayak, though, a bit more time to keep focused, think about this start. How does he tackle a driver who we've described as unstoppable so far this week? Just to mention again, if Orlov has made it through lap 1, every single time this week he has got through to win the race. There's a cart stopped just past Marshall Post 6. You can see
you
out
know,
of our window.
I hate to say it, I think it's Noah Wolf.
Oh.
I think he's ground to a halt.
It is.
I did see his name not come through sector number 2, and unfortunately, the young Briton who had just deployed his brand new tyres, he'd waited till this very race to deploy them to give him the best possible chance of starting strong in that final. I don't know if he's out of this race or if he's just been told to wait for the back.
Yeah.
He has just been told to wait for the back. That is why. So he's not allowed to go back into his original starting position. So he is still in this race, but that is a huge, huge disappointment for him.
Well, he's really going to need those fresh tyres now to try and drive through this field. He will still make the final. He's got a good number of points already in the intermediate classification from yesterday, but he would have hoped with those fresh tyres to be trying to move himself up the order from around 7th, 8th place overnight. That is going to be a very tall order now for the winner of 3 of the heats yesterday. Apart from that, though, we look pretty set to go here, Anthony Jordan, for the first Super Heat in KZ2.
We certainly are, as the field is now lined up, ready to go. The spot on P4 is now missing and has gone to the back of the grid alongside Rigodanza, as we are lights out and racing in KZ2 Super Heat 1. It's a brilliant start for Kayak. He sweeps across the nose. Screwhound slots into second place. 2 of the IPKs pushing forward as the Sodi card of Maxim Orlov has gone down to 3rd place. Not the start he will have wanted, but he's still in control of this top fight. There you can see just behind as well, the barrel card of Casper Schormans has pushed his way up into P4 as well. Everyone with a pretty steady start. And the one thing I'm sure we're going to do over the course of this one, Andrew, is keep an eye on where those fresh tyres are at the back of the field.
Absolutely. Marek Skrivan got an absolute flyer from lights out there, got down the inside to give Orlov no option really, but to take second place. And there is a problem for one of the barrels towards the back of the field. Is that Antoine Brogio, actually for the MGT distribution team, is here down the inside. Orlov goes in second place, sweeps through. Mega move from Orlov. There's a driver off. Is it one of the LA Motorsports?
Alphonse Mittinen. Yeah, he's the latest retirement on this one. Tom Dussel also hasn't come through on the track. So drama there, and I can see a green flag waving on the start-finish straight, which means something, yes, in and around that final sector as Tom Dussel has not crossed the line. Eyes on this one, though. Kayak may be in the lead of this race, but Max Orlov is closing in at a vast rate of knots right now and is right there in second place, only 0.2 of a second. Scratch that making anything as drama has struck Wolf. He had been pushing hard through that race, and imagine he's just pushed that little bit too hard here to try and get back up, but it's going from bad to worse for the young Briton.
Right, he'd got up to around 27th, 26th place in the opening stages of that opening part of the race. Noah Wolf is having a real roller coaster weekend. He started the weekend with his mechanic suffering a dislocated shoulder after a fall in the paddock. That really put a bit of a spin on things. He then had the bad heat 1, those 3 wins. But it seems to have swung the other way again in this Super Heat. Meanwhile, front of the order, Orlov right on the back bumper, pulling to one side, down the inside of Kayak into 13. Another sweet move from Max Orlov. He takes the race lead.
Yeah, that's a nice move there, and he knows it as he tries to push away now from the rest of his field. I think he was thinking his biggest rival in this race was going to be Wolf, but it's just not happened on this front right now as we are on lap number 4 of 16 as they head back up the hill. There, confirmation, Maxim Orlov, fastest driver out on the circuit, 46.536. Is pushing forward as high as he can. Wolf is still in this race. He has gone back down to 32nd place, but he just set the fastest lap of the race as well, 46.409. An incredibly quick time as he once again tries to push forward through this field. Eyes on the rest of the trains here that are coming through. There you can see the timing can't make the difference between first all the way down to 31st at the moment. But look at this fight here from the energy course. Tomas Stoshamanis pushing forward right now. He's on the rear bumper of Lewis Speck. Is he going to go alongside him? He certainly is. Down the inside, the two nearly collide. Spec tries to hold it around the outside, but has to concede the spot. Stolchamanis now goes through. Artapulain on the Udger energy course is now trying to get involved, but he's got the close company of the likes of Corentin Rousseau, Max Schleimer, and the rest of the field all behind him. He's got the likes of Paparo there, Leuk, Lezani, Florescu there as well, Quinteri. Also trying to get involved, Big Sen from Artapulain, the other energy course, now through past Spec, and is up now into 8th place as that train really starting to get a little bit busy and feisty in and around that top 10 area now. Rousseau would be the next to try and get that move done. He can't quite do it yet. He stays behind in P10. He's still on a 4th-place gain here right now, but still cannot get that nose down the inside to that top section of the circuit. Maxim Orlov at the front of the field is doing exactly what he has done over the course of this weekend. Gets to the front and starts to break away. He has already opened a staggering 1.4 second lead from Marcus Kayak, who is all alone there in 2nd place. Maddox Klivan there in 3rd, is all alone in 3rd. It's Krosno who's there in P4, who has got now the attention of Kasper Schurmans, and now Daniel Messier, who has just closed in just behind. So he is the one who is pushing forward. But there you see it once again, that fabled graphic we've seen time in and time out this weekend. Maxim Orlov, fastest driver out there, 45.350. This fight here, though, is getting exciting as drama striking for the Drago Motorsport team out of the race. And this is drama for Roberto Zoani. He is out of this race. The Italian for the Drago Course Racing team in the 281 retires out in 34th place. And you can see there the marshals trying to get to him to get him into a safe spot. This one here, though, seemingly calming down now between Kostas Schurmans and Daniel Messier. But Thomas Stolchamanis, who had that brilliant overtake earlier on Lewis Speck, has now closed into this fight, and we could see some fireworks between these four.
Absolutely, as we're not far off the halfway point of this race. Who's having a good effort to try and wrestle their way through from outside the top 36. There's no one. Sometimes we see in a super heat someone going up 10, 12 positions. We've not really got that today, but Andrea Pirovano is giving it a good go, up 8 spots to 20th. Needs to keep going. You need to be breaking into at least the top 15, if not the top 10, if you've had a difficult time through the qualifying heats. Down towards turn 5 again.
He's let
nice
him through.
Move there.
Well, he let him through.
Yeah, Messier let through for Stolchamanis. It's a change for 6th place.
Quite a strange one on that one. Now he's given him that breathing space to go for the attack. Obviously, he's probably seen that he's closed in quite quickly, knows his pace is quick. Maybe it's tactical in a way. I think if you've been able to close up on me that quickly, maybe I can utilise you and try and get that spot back. That's 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th right now on your screen. 1st place, Max Orlov, 3 seconds up the road. Astonishing performance in this superheat. Here, though, comes Stolchamanis on Schurmans. Schurmans not going to give this one up too easily, though. Little bit of understeer into the corner there, carrying so much speed. But Stolchamanis gets through as Quinteri, I think, has had a drama there. Just dropped down to 19th place, but still in this race. Eyes on this one, though. Stolchamanis back on the charge. His next target will be Mini-Hut Krosno, who's there in P4.
Stolchamanis likes this circuit as here goes Messier down the inside. This is for 6th place. Oh, nearly runs a little bit too deep there through the penultimate corner, but he's got the move done. Up past Schurmans, up to 6th place. Big update from our team in timekeeping at the moment. We're actually seeing a tie in the points between Orlov and Kayak, 3:47 apiece. Now again, if there's a tie on intermediate points, we go back to the time qualifying earlier on in the race week, so Orlov would take that advantage. There is the information as well. 3:47 apiece, both of them on used tyres, of course. Good performance here from Max Orlov. I don't think this will completely finish things, though, Yeah, because Timo Youngling on 261 could go to 351. As through again goes Stolchamanis, taking another position there. So this won't fully decide yet who will be on pole position for the final.
No, it certainly doesn't. And Youngling had this watchful fight on this one, and says Schurmans has had drama. Kasper Schurmans tumbling down the order as down the inside. Stolchamanis goes for the move. Where did Kasper Schurmans go on that Birolart Racing machine?
Down to 30th.
He's tumbled down, he's out of the race, but where has he fallen off the circuit?
He was slow through sector number 3, apologies. It was Arta Pulan who's going through in the second of the energy courses on Schurmans. That's what's confused me for a moment. So Schurmans must have a problem. I wonder if he's just pulled into the pits, because we can't see him ticking round on timing anymore. Again, he will make it through to the final. He's got plenty of points from yesterday carrying over. That's a real disappointment. It's a very racy moment there. I think that was Zoe Florescu getting involved with things. Few laps of this one to go, 4 to be exact. Orlov looking in full control though. Anthony 4 seconds clear.
Yes, indeed. Look at this train to boot on this one. Schleimer now pushing through past Speck. It was Speck who was trying to defend that position. He has got the likes of Paparo now just behind him, also trying to push through, but that is an extensive train of karts now that has closed in behind the likes of Lewis Speck. There is Orlov in the race lead, wait for second place. There they are, some 4.1 seconds further down the road. This is an incredible performance from Orlov.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen Max Orlov do this in a KZ2 race in 2025. He simply has been the driver to beat this season. He's not got this race won yet, of course. Not got the day one, he's still got the final to go. And as we learnt in the 4th round of heats yesterday, things can go very wrong very quickly around this circuit. Further down the order, just looking, William Lanzani up 6 places. Anthony, I think that should be enough for Lanzani to go through into the finals, right on the bubble overnight of the top 36, so that's a good performance. Tigran Bonatin as well might be resting his way through. It's up into the top 16. Meanwhile, 5-second penalty has just been given to Max Schleimer. So right now, that would drop Schleimer from 8th place, quite a way down. That would drop him outside the top 20.
Yeah, it certainly would, and that's a big shame for him. Eyes on this one, though, it just looks so smooth over this weekend. Max Orlov is looking like a driver to beat, but like you say, he's going to have to deal with his teammate. But I've just got this sinking feeling when you put them in a final together with the performance that we've seen from this young man. I think it's going to be absolutely fine for him. Last lap board comes out this time around, and there's nothing to stop Max Orlov, who's in the lead now by 4.6 seconds. Kayak is still there. Onto this last lap, Scriven, Stolchamanis, Krusner and Daniel Messier are still there as well inside that top 6, as we see Stolchamanis now really start to close in on Scrivan in this last stage of this race. They are absolutely glued to each other there for 3rd place, but this fight here for Max Orlov will go to that next race. It's all down to what his teammate Timo Youngling can do in that super heat. But for now, Max Orlov has done enough. It's 3:47. It's at the moment provisional pole position for the final for Max Orlov. He has done all he can. He had that drama in the 3rd heat that saw him spat out at turn number 2 at the start of the race. He put that behind him though, and then he continued his winning streak into the 2nd and 3rd final day of racing. And now Max Orlov at the moment is looking at a pole position start alongside Marcus Kayak, but remember, it is down to what Timo Youngling can do in that 2nd race. He could take both Orlov and Kayak off that front spot. We'll just have to wait and see what happens here. They make their way back then to Parc Ferme, and it's a solid race there for 31 drivers. Retirements in that race. Kasper Schurmans, Robin Klerum, Roberto Zawani, Len Neisch and Tom Dussel for a handful of those drivers. That is them out of the weekend. If they started below the top 9 rows and out of this race, they will not make it to the end. There's your full results there. Maxim Orlov out of Marcus Kayak, Marek Skriban from Tomas Stolchimanis, Menihat Krosner from Daniel Masia. Then it is Artur Pullein from Maximilian Schleimer, Lewis Speck from Michael Paparo, Arthur Layuk and William Lanzeni, Zoe Florescu and Conan Tom Rousseau round out the top 14. Robert Kindervarta rounds out the top 15 ahead of Tigran Benatian, Nico Lemberg from Andrea Pirovano on a 10-place gain to finish in P18. Emano Quinteri and Patrick Janssen, who rounds out the top 20, the biggest mover in the race with 11 places gained. Valentino Fritsch from Matteo Mazzucchelli. Noah Wolf did get back up to 23rd after the dramas at the start of that race. Here are your highlights, and initially great start for Marcus Kayak, Scriven as well. Orlov, not the quickest off the line there, drops to 3rd right at the start of that race. It was a good start though for the Birolard of Kasper Schurmans, who would later retire from the race. He'll still make the final, but albeit a lot further down than I think he would like at that point. The moves around the outside, you saw the likes of Menihat Krosner on the CRG push his way forward. The slight drama at the start of the day, which saw new grids come out this morning with drivers switching over into this super heat. But that's pushed him up in this order quite nicely. Within the early stages of that race, the breakaways happening. Big moves down the inside as well in the early stages. We saw the likes of Arthur Layuk gain good places. William Lanzani gain good places as well. But it was Tomas Stolchimanis, the eyes that we kept on throughout that early stage. The Energy Course driver from Latvia pushing his way forward. These were the overtakes from Maxim Orlov, though, to get up initially into 2nd place. That was the first one from Marek Skrivan. Later drama for Alfons Mittinen, who I think did get going again on that first opening lap, but not too sure. But yeah, drama in those early stages. Stolchimanis on that early charge. This was this move on Lewis Speck down the inside through turn number 5. It was nicely done. Speck did try to hold it around the outside. Wasn't going to be enough. Zawani out of the race. The Drago Motorsport driver going no further. Dust kicked up in those early stages. The drivers were pushing this again. Stolchimanis this time pushing a little higher up in the field. That was that overtake once again, but this time on Kasper Schurmans. Later pushing his way through, got past Daniel Masia as well. Masia had that great little fight with Schurmans as well. We did see Schurmans retire though, not sure what was the reason, as then the attack on Menihat Krosner and Stolchimanis, that would be his last overtake. But there at the front, Maxim Orlov clear by 4.7 seconds from the rest of the field, has set the benchmark for Superheat 2, which can still change the order for that final. It can still change the pole sitter in the form of Timo Jungling, who currently sits 6th in the points with 261. Jungling is out, though, on pole position in this race. Let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here once again with Max Orlov. Max, job done through those super heats. Talk me through the start. That looked pretty tense.
Yeah, a bit was slipping at the start, but then I managed to overtake the Skrivan and Kajak. Yeah, I did a good moves actually in the last hairpin and the middle corner of the check. So yeah, the pace was amazing. Yeah, the gap again like 5 seconds. So I think everything is good.
Any problems that you need to work on for the final? Is it nice and calm before we get to this afternoon?
Yeah, only I think the start. Next time I will try best.
Good stuff, Max. Thanks for your time. We'll see you later on. Anthony, back to you in the box for the next race.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. I could hear them firing up behind you, and they have done indeed. This is KZ2 Super Heat 2, the B Super Heat that is heading out onto the circuit. And let's quickly fire you through that starting lineup. Timo Jungling starting this on pole position. We'll be starting alongside Kimi Tani, who has deployed fresh tyres on the left-hand side of his card. Yanis Savico and Simon Reckenmacher go from row number 2. They'll have Michael Adair and Jaden Teen on row number 3. Jaden Teen also the second and final driver with brand new tyres on the left-hand side. Albin Strösen has had a brilliant weekend. He starts alongside Simon Billman. The two Swedes lock out row number 4. Matic Prush and Dion van Verving go from row number 5. They'll see Eli Goldstein and Ethan Frigamuska on row number 6. Jay Owen of New Zealand and Alvar Simatvara from Finland go from row number 7. They'll have Dominic Simek of Czechia and Samuele Leopardi of Italy on row number 8. Pavel Ciontieri and Anatoly Kavalkin go from row 9. They'll see Andrea Dale and Matthias Morgato on row number 10. Morgato had a really tough day yesterday, and he is right on the cutoff to see if he can make it into that final, is the Brazilian champion. Martin Rittinen and Samuel Luye go from row number 11. They'll see Marco Delia and Alessandro Zalocco on row 12. Nicola Rossini and Yadasim Skulinov go from row 13. They'll see Georgi Vakovsky and Kevin Cancelli on row number 14. Kian Fardin and Rasmus Andersson on row 15. They'll lock out the top 30 ahead of Enrico Martinez and Andrea Di Brigida on row number 16. Gavin Luye and Eric Vest go from row 17 ahead of Alexander Özneem and Cedric Malk, who round out the 36-car field. I can see, though, that there is drama for one driver. Well, it's drama on my screen. Simon Reckenmacher not clocking up, but he is there on the track. So the German is there in P4. But I did see that there was drama out there. There, Martin Bean. He's now joined by some of our fantastic crew members from the RGMMC camp. Noelia Franco there as well, joined by Joanna Falcao on the grid. They're ready to watch this race from the start. There, Pasquale Lupoli at the back of the field waiting to start this lights procedure here as KZ2 Super Heat 2 is moments away from starting. Right now, everyone is in a prime position. It looks all good, but the question remains, can Timo Jungling get this spot? Can he get pole position in this race? That's the biggest story. Can he beat his dominant teammates? Can he beat the likes of Marcus Kayak? As the green flag waves, we are ready to go racing. As the lights procedure starts, it's 4 red lights, lights out, we're racing in KZ2 Super Heat 2. It's a lightning reaction from the front row, and Timo Jungling holds on to the lead, but keep an eye on Kimi Tani. The fresh tyres go through, and Jungling's out. He tumbles down the order for Timo Jungling. His chance of starting on pole position for the final is wiped out at turn 2.
That is a very, very big development in the story of this KZ2 category. What has happened there for Timo Jungling? That looks similar to what we saw for Morgato yesterday in one of the heats. I'm sure we'll have another look at it in due course. But meanwhile, back at the front of the order, Kimi Tani has the race lead. Reckenmacher all over the rear bumper. Reckenmacher under investigation. That's just popped up on our screen.
And I think it's transponder related. Yeah. I don't think he's got one on that kart because he's not clocking up on the screen. I said at the start, I thought there was drama. I looked out the window, saw he was there, but he's not clocking up at all.
No, Jenny Civico in third place with Michael Adair. Can Michael Adair add to the overtaking highlights that we saw from the Italian yesterday? That was well covered off by Jenny Civico. He actually had a really good start, did the Spaniard. Almost too good of a start. He got to those drivers on the front row very quickly and then had nowhere to go. There's a move in the background. Simasvara is through. Pastirison for what will be 6th place once we put Reckenmacher back into the equation. Michael Adair had a good run there out of turn 12. Civico is wise to it. Covers off the line into the hairpin. End of another lap here, Anthony. Kimi Tani still your race leader.
He certainly is indeed, but look at this right now as Michael Adair tries to push the edge of adhesion there in this early stage. He's there currently in P4. We'll have to keep a close eye on that, of course. Time keeping up with Simon Reckenmacher to keep putting him back there in P2. But he will just drop down as he crosses the line. Kimi Tani still leads from Reckenmacher, who is pushing forward as much as he can. But Yanis Savico here, Michael Adair, Matis Prush as well. And Prush has just set the fastest lap of the race. Watch him trying to close in on these two fighting.
He's having a good run here, is the driver from Czechia. Pressure building on Kimi Tani, but he's been in this position a lot so far this weekend, of often having not quite the ultimate race pace, but good defensive skills. There was a move. Was that Jaden
no,
moving up the order?
I think it was Dean van Verven trying to push his way through, actually, there in 14th place on Simon Billman, but we'll keep a close eye on who that was. Simon now the fastest driver out there. He's there in 8th place, pushing with a 46.481, so a nice charge there. They've gone into a bit of a 2x2x2 formation here, Andrew, but a record marker here looking to close in on the driver, pushing away in the form of Kimitani.
It is indeed. Once again, into turn 13. Everything looking solid, very calm at the front of the order. Right now, this result would put Kimitani onto the second row of the grid for the final. Front row would be locked out by Orlov and Kayak. We'll confirm in due course where Youngling will end up. I do think he will still be in the top 8. It's just he's not logging through on the system as scoring any points because he's not done a first lap at the moment. He'll still score points for effectively last place in this race. Ellie Goldstein looking quick here, Anthony. Keep an eye out for that bright green and white TB car. The Belgian currently in 10th place, a 46.205 last time around. Kimitani looking strong in sector number 2 again, Anthony, which is an important thing. It means that you're not necessarily under attack when you get to this point of the circuit. Another lap ticks on by. 11 to go. Tanny's still your race leader, but Reckenmacher starts to attack down the inside. That is fantastic from Reckenmacher, who takes the race lead. Can Tanny fight back down into turn 5? Reckenmacher defends. Tanny might have good speed through this part of the circuit, Anthony, but he's got to find a way through.
He certainly has. He is on that rear bumper again, but he's not found the gap through in this early stage. Sector 2, you don't really find it. Maybe through sector 3 could fight back in this one, but Kimitani has to settle for P2 right now as Simon Reckenmacher tries to break away. Here comes Tanny. No, not close enough. Slots back into second place as unfortunately Anderson's going to pick up a 5-second time penalty. The pilot of the 302 gets a 5-second. Here we go. Though, Kimitani all over the rear bumper of Simon Reckenmacher, but now Zaviko's there. Michael Adair, Mattis Bruce, they're all trying to close in, but still no changes. Reckenmacher might have got that overtake as they've tripped over each other. Adair goes through into 3rd place, and Zaviko down to P4, and this is all kicking off now. Alvaro Sivatsvara trying to close in with Mattis Bruce, but it's really starting to get a little bit tense at the front here at this midway point of the race.
Well, I don't think Michael Adair would have expected that moment, but he'll take it. He'll take that track position, and we saw yesterday in the latter rounds of heats that Michael Adair on used tyres has a good amount of speed here this weekend. That could be a key moment in this race. 7 down, 9 laps to go. 302 we've mentioned has got a penalty. That's Rasmus Anderson, as you mentioned, Anthony, down in P27 right now. But what does Michael Adair do over the next couple of laps? Can he close this gap to Kimitani first of all? It's about 0.3 of a second right now, as Jaden Teen is now your new holder of the fastest lap in this race of 45.793 for the Dutchman, currently running in 7th place. Reckenmacher, Tanny keeping good pace at the moment. Doesn't look like Michael Adair at this very moment is closing in on the top 2. Down through turn 13 they go once again. Nice and steady through this top 10. It's still Reckenmacher from Tanny, Adair, Civico, Bruce, Simasvara, Teen, Leopardi, Goldstein, Sturson. That is your top 10.
It is at this moment. Eyes on this one though. Reckenmacher still in the front. Remember though, is under investigation as Kimitani again tries to get a nose down the inside there. Not close enough as he sets the fastest lap of the race on that previous lap. Seems to have opened up now between these top 3. There you can still see though Samuel Uye trying to close in on this fight. Right now still in a good position there as well, that's Kimitani actually trying to push his way through. Sorry, I apologise. Kimitani there in 3rd place, and still we'll keep a close eye on that as Michael Adair tries to get involved in the fight. Reckenmacher tumbling down again. Of course he'll get put back, but this is all kicking off just nicely here as right now you still see this fight here. Jaden Teen starting to close in on the back of Alvaro Simasvara, who is trying to attack Mattis Bruce right now and does successfully do so. Teen through as well. And I've got to say, for Bruce, he really slowed down there.
Yeah, just got off the racing line. This is the other problem that drivers will start to have, particularly through sector number 2 at this circuit as the day goes on. All of the rubber, all of the detritus out there, all the marbles starting to be thrown out to drivers left. If you get on those, that's a very, very slippery surface to be on top of. Just track further down the order, we've got a couple of drivers who I reckon are racing their way through to the final. One of them is Morgato, and I was about to say one of them was Kavalkin as well, but Kavalkin's just received an in-race 5-second time penalty. Meanwhile, Reckenmacher and Tani fighting for the race lead. Tani has gone right onto the rear bumper again of the German through sector number 2. This is the part of the course now where you've got to stay on that racing line. Here, it's okay at the moment for Tani to just hold there, but look at how much Adair's closing as well. Michael Adair in 3rd place. This might be his chance. We've seen him put in those stunning overtakes, that one yesterday into turn number 1 that gave him a heat victory. We've still got 5 more laps of this one, Anthony. Could be anyone's guess of these top 4 who takes the win.
It certainly could. But right now, this is just a case of trying to gain those little tenths here and there. Try and close those gaps down as Tani again tries to reacquire Simon Reckenmacher in the lead of this race. Down the inside though, Jaden Teen gets up into P5. That's through past him at Svara. A nice move at turn number 5. And again, Jaden Teen here looking very strong this morning in the super heats. He's looking for a confident final later on today.
Out of the race, Civico.
Is that Civico? It is indeed. For a brief moment, I thought it was Morgato having troubles again, but Yenis Civico is out of this race. I think he's still okay to make that final, but he's going to be a lot further down as Tani all over the rear bumper again of Reckenmacher.
Really, really close there. Kimi Tani to finding a way down the inside, kind of pulling the same move that Reckenmacher did to him earlier on in this race. Let's have a look earlier on in this one. So Timo just feels that something's given up the ghost. He put his hand straight up in the air to warn everybody that he's got a problem. What a disappointing end to this super heat for Timo Youngling before it had even started. As I say, he will make the final, but sadly, he won't be on pole position for it.
Yeah, and he knows that, and that is super frustration there if it's the gearbox that's just given the ghost up, and yeah, as you see, he's trying to put it down the gears. Here we go then, fight for the lead, Tani down the inside at turn 1. My goodness, I hate that overtaking spot. It really, really gets to me, but Tani makes it done. And now Reckenmacher down into 2nd place. Michael Adair here to play, and he's through into 2nd place. Now Jaden Teen's going to fight through as well, but not this time. He stays behind, and it is Kimi Tani who now leads the way again.
Oh, you may hate that move, Anthony. I love it. It's great racing once again here in KZ2. A great reading by Michael Adair for the 2nd time in this race. Didn't need to work too hard to make that move. Oh, he's gone deep through turn 13. That's going to give Reckenmacher a shot, possibly once again here into turn number 1. Adair's wise with just a subtle little defence to the inside. Holds P2 right now. That could be the key point that gives Kimi Tani this race victory, because he's got a gap now of about half a second. Sima Svara trying to go around the outside of Teen twice to that. He's not going to get through there for 4th place. Mateus Morgato has just set the fastest lap of this race, is racing his way through. He's up into the top 10 now. Morgato is going to turn that points deficit over as long as he can get to the end of this race, and will make it through to the final later on today. Down the hill once again, and immediately back up it through that little valley into turn number 13. Kimi Tani, this will feel good now. Out of the final corner, onto the last lap, your race leader.
Look at the lead he's got already now. 7/10 of a second. He's timed that overtake perfectly to get that one through. Adair, though, is still not out of the woods yet. He's going for it here. Reckenmacher not close enough. Now, Jaden Teen, here's your chance of trying to get a move down the inside if you can, because now with that attempted overtake, it's put him backwards. Reckenmacher now seems to be vulnerable in this final lap of the race, but is he going to go for it as they head down in towards turn number 13 and 14? It's nearing the end here for Kimi Tani.
Really good performance here from Kimi Tani. This hasn't been a race where he's been on the defensive. He's come through to win the second Superheat here in KZ2. A brilliant, brilliant response from the Finnish driver. Had to fight for that one with Simon Reckenmacher. Michael Adair over the line in second place, Jaden Teen third. Simon Reckenmacher at the moment being scored in fourth place on our screens in the box. Simasvara provided some entertainment in that as well in the top five. Timing now resets to itself to show Reckenmacher in third place. What that result means, though, is Orlov will have pole position for the final. In the end, it's his timed qualifying performance that is the key. It acts as the tiebreaker with Marcus Kayak. A really good performance, though, from this young Finnish driver. Kimi Tani will start on the inside of row number 2 for the final later on today, alongside Marek Skrivan. Adair, Reckenmacher, Teen and Krozer, they'll all start in the first 4 rows later on in the final.
They certainly will do. There it is then for KZ2, done and dusted until that final later on today that does see Kimi Tani take the win ahead of Michael Adair. Simon Reckenmacher finishes in third ahead of Jaden Teen and Alvar Timotvara. Eli Goldstein from Simon Billman, Albin Sturluson from Matthias Morgato. What a drive there for Morgato. Definitely secures his spot for that final later on.
Yeah, we'll go through with that. He only probably needed 5 or 6 positions to solidify his position. He got 11. Tremendous stuff. Leopardi up next, then Bruce Kowalkin. Kowalkin, by the way, has a 5-second penalty, so that'll drop him down to around 24th place. That might be game over for Kowalkin with that result. Frigga Mosca, Erwin, Simek, they're all in the top 15. Van Veren, Adale, Tanteri, Luye and Vakovsky in the top 20. We're now into the list of drivers I don't think will make it through to the final here today. Rittinen, Saloko, Rossini and Skulanov all in the top 25, completed by Gavin Luye. Debrashida, Farnham, Martinezzi, Osnim and Delia took us down to 30th place. Vest, Malk, Anderson and Cancelli complete the 34 finishers in that race. 2 retirements, Civico and Youngling,
who will still make it into that final, but obviously a lot further down than I think they would like there. Kimi Tani, smiles all around. That is job done. Super Heat win there to start the day. And will jump himself up to now third and will join Marek Skrivan on the second row of the grid. So watch the start of this one. Drama striking. He knows it all the way in towards turn 2. It just didn't want to change gear, and as he tried to go down, he's pushing it, and there's no shift. And unfortunately, he's out of the race. Timo Youngling's chance to start on pole position wiped out in an instant. But the rest of the racing continued on at that point, which saw an incredible drive from Kimi Tani and Simon Reckenmacher. Reckenmacher immediately then up into second place. Savico up to third later on, retiring from that race as well. The side-by-side moments up in that top section. Simon Billman getting his car sideways there. Michael Adair with that little direction change at 140 kilometers an hour. A brilliant piece of driving. This one too, Reckenmacher down the inside, but is under investigation for a potential transponder problem for him out there. It did all kick off though again, late on the brakes there, or early on the brakes, I should say, for Reckenmacher. That bunched the field up. Adair managed to get through into that place, and then you saw the likes of Jaden Teen pushing his way through as well, getting past Alvar Timotvara. They continued. That was Savico, another mechanical gremlin, saw him out of the race. This moment here, I know I said I hate it. I do deep down inside of it. It's a fantastic move and it's brilliant racing. I just hate it because I know how fast they're going, and if it goes wrong, it goes wrong badly.
But it didn't go wrong on this occasion. Great driving from both Tani and Reckenmacher. Reading the situation, Michael Adair's eyes were wide at that point as well. Took his opportunity nicely to get up to second place in the latter stages of this race. This was a good attempt from Simasvara to try and get round the outside of Jaden Teen. In the end, it would go Teen's way. But Kimi Tani takes Super Heat victory, jumps ahead of Skrivan in those intermediate points that carry over from yesterday and towards the final. You'll be able to see that KZ2 final later today. Of course, don't miss a single moment here on your platform of choice. And don't go anywhere this moment as well. KZ2 Master is up next.
Well, KZ2 Masters for their first Superheat will be the first one to take to the circuit, as it will start with Angelo Lombardo on that front row of the grid. The Maranello kart driver has delivered some brilliant results over the weekend. It was fighting with Anthony Abbas for those wins. That final race between the two of them did put Abbas down in the order he would be starting the second of the Superheats on pole position. But it is Lombardo on the front row for this one. Tyres, again, is the talking point in the Masters here, Andrew. It's easy to tell you who hasn't put tyres on. That is Lombardo. And all the way at the back of the grid, Andrej Mudoveka also. No tyres affixed onto the kart. They had used those yesterday, and this is the case now in this one. The rest of the field now are just going to try and push their way forward.
Yeah, they are indeed. There is your situation in terms of some of the points going into this race. For Lombardo, it's a pretty straightforward situation. I'd say if you can win this race, there's nothing that anybody in Superheat B can do to go through. I will be keeping an eye as well on those last 4 rows. Those are the drivers who currently are not inside the top 36. But Anthony, take us through who we got on this grid.
Well, we've got a feisty grid of drivers who are heading out now for KZ2 Master Superheat 1. It's Angelo Lombardo on pole position. He'll be joined by Ricardo Nallon, fresh tyres affixed, Manuel Cosaglio and Daniel Bray go from row 2. They'll see Julian Guénon and Peter Shekochkin on that row number 3. Julian Boss and Antonio Paccioni go from row number 4. They'll see Abraham Wagner and Luciano Medeghini on row 5. Andre Souza and Sebastian Ladar round out row number 6. Andre Nicastro and Kristaps Gasparovic go from row number 7. They'll have Alessandro Cavina and Luca Oliver on row number 8. Row number 9 sees Ricardo Avila and Giancarlo Cressoni. Will be going from row number 9. Ilshad Bergamov and Ove Vasper go from row number 10. Christian Crieti and Andrej Mudoveka go from row 11. Cedric Chabrias going from row number 12, locking out the top 23 spots. Well, for KZ2 Masters, it is relatively close in those points, of course, in the Masters. This one, obviously, if you're looking at a live timing screen, don't look at that at the moment. It's slightly wrong. We'll update that. But, of course, Angelo Lombardo is that points leader going into this one. 150 points to his name. The 3 wins that he had put him on that top spot. A win here secures him pole position. Yeah, very straightforward for Lombardo. He's got a 9-point advantage over Anthony Abbas. If he was to finish in second, though, that would open the door for the Frenchman to overturn that 9-point deficit. Remember, it's 10 points the difference between first and second, which is quite through these Superheats. That's why we like it, because it can really, really change the story going through this stage of a race weekend. Formation lap continuing then. Lombardo will take us round to the front of the grid. I'm intrigued to see how Ricardo Nallon plays this race as well, Anthony. We know his skills. We know what he can do, particularly around an Italian circuit. There on the bridge is Martin Bean, just on the right-hand side of your screen. Dan Ashton on the left. And my colleagues' rudimentary means of blocking out the sun for us here in the commentary box is on display as well. Over the course of yesterday, I was tracking the sunlight where I was sitting in the commentary box, and I have put paper along the commentary box window, which you can just see that in the background there. It's worked beautifully today because there's no sun behind a cloud. Right there is Pasquale Lupoli, Clark of the course, once again ready to get this race started. 23 drivers out there on circuit. 21 of them have got brand new tyres. 2 of them do not. The pole sitter and the man who starts 22nd on the field. What will that do for this race? We're about to find out. Lights are on. We wait. Lights are out. We're racing in the Masters. It's a bad start for Nallon. He's got swamped in the pack, and there's drama in the background. 2 karts off on the start-finish straight, and we'll try and think it's Andre Nicastro, one of them who's gone through. Marshall's quickly on the scene, but the race is underway. There you can see, the CRG has gone off as well, and we'll try and figure out who that one is. I think that is Abraham Wagner, who's out of the race also. Those two have tangled, but crucially, eyes on the front. Lombardo is in the lead. It is the Birrell of Manuel Consaglio who's there in second place, who's had the best start.
Has indeed. I think Wagner Ibrahim also stalled off the start. That caused a bit of a chain reaction. And in the end, took Nicastro out of the race 3 wide down into turn 13. That's some brave stuff from the Masters there. Lombardo leads the end of the first lap. Casaglio there in second. Daniel Bray up to third. Antonio Piccioni, who of course had that retirement, didn't he, in one of the heats yesterday, is there in fourth, the winner of the European Championship event at Sarno earlier on in the summer. Seka Chihin as well has had a decent start up to P5. Medeghini up 4 to P6.
Yeah, indeed. But this one here, Angelo Lombardo, with his old tyres on right now, has got a train of karts, all with those fresh tyres now waiting to close in on this fight up ahead. But there's already that 2-cut breakaway. Lombardo is defensive, though, into the hairpin. He will bring Daniel Bray into play. There is Andre Nicastro, the Brazilian, out of the race with his fellow countryman as well. Wagner Ibrahim, they both go no further in this race.
And I think for Nicastro, that might be weekend done.
Yeah,
he was inside the top 36 overnight, but only by a couple of positions. He'll lose quite a bit of ground to other drivers that started behind him, especially drivers moving forward. The likes of Ibragimov is up 5 positions in this race. Gaspar Ruiz is up 4 places. Cavina 6 places. These will all be jumping past Nicastro now and moving him towards that danger zone of 37th and onwards, which are the drivers who will not make it through to the final here today. Meanwhile, back at the front, Lombardo doing a great job here. Anthony showing his skill, showing his prowess, of course, to hold this race lead. 2009 KZ2 European champion, of course, Angelo Lombardo, when he was a younger driver. But here in this master category, for those aged 35 or older, doing a fantastic bit of work holding off. Oh dear, not so fantastic is the scene down at turn number 3. That's Cressoni and Vasper, who will go no further. They've come to a stop. Vasper's going to try and get started again, but that's not going to be within the sporting regulations, if I understand them correctly.
And it's not got started either. If he has another attempt at it, which he's going for it, definitely not going to look very good in the eyes of the officials this weekend. Eyes on the front, though. This is your battle for first place. Daniel Bray has closed in. It is 3 karts for the lead. Lombardo, Casaglio, Bray, 1, 2, 3, as Bray tries to go for it, is denied from Casaglio, who dives to the inside. Bray now tries to switch it up, but cannot get that nose down the inside. And each and every move he tries, there you can see Antonio Piccioni on that TK kart, the yellow liveried machine, pushing ever closer, making it now a 4-cut battle for the lead.
I say, Casaglio is looking like he's struggling a little bit at this stage of the race. Daniel Bray gets him to move to the middle of the road. Daniel Bray trying to get around the outside. What an overtake that is from Daniel Bray up to P2. Stuck it round the outside, used just enough grip through turn 13 to get it done on the run to 14. Magnificent stuff.
That was superb, but he has lost down a bit of time there as down the inside. Piccioni goes for the dive, but he's outbraked himself. And Casaglio back through into third place. Now these two have lost down a bit of time, but now Daniel Bray on his charge. Can he close in to Angelo Lombardo, who is fighting up there at the front? The gap is 0.4 of a second. Will it come down? Well, it's gone up to 0.5. It may have just been because we had that overtake, but let's see what happens this time around. Drama has happened. That I think is that Wagner Abraham. I think he managed to get restarted earlier on, but I don't think it is him. But I can see he's the only one that's not coming through. Or was that Vasper who has gone off, the driver that we saw retiring earlier on out of the race, or possibly Cressoni as well, who tried to get restarted, but I think has now given up the ghost on this one.
Yeah, Cressoni will not go through to the final. Was outside the top 36 overnight. Same story for Vasper as well. So they've lost positions from where they started. their positions in the league table will only get worse. Sadly, Ricardo Nallon going pretty quickly at this stage of the race, Anthony, 46.203 last time around, so having had a difficult start, don't count out last year's KZ2 Master European Champion from this race. This year's European Champion, to see, has lost a bit of speed, well, right onto the back of the top three, and is now dealing with Luciano Madaghini. Madaghini racing for the Magic team, of course, here this weekend. Has had a good race, up 5 positions.
Yeah, it certainly has, and looking very strong. There he is now on your screen as they head up into the top section of the circuit. But there you can see Manuel Zaglio there has reacquired some speed here. Fastest lap of the race. Trying to close in once more on Daniel Bray as well. So 2 fights now happening inside of the top 5 as they head down in towards the hairpin here, nearing the end of the lap. But crucially, Lombardo is still comfortable there in the lead. He's got a nice 0.6 of a second buffer, but we'll have to wait and see what happens between these two.
It's a tremendous bit of work from Angelo Lombardo, given the tyre deficit that he does have. Zalio checks over the shoulder. It isn't close enough to have a go at Bray through turn number 5. Well into the second half of this race now. To lap number 9, another new fastest lap of the Super Heat so far from Ricardo Nallon. Now down to a 46.0. Subtly tighter line again there from Casalio. Can he get the run through this corner? It's a very tricky curb on driver's left there. It's one of those classic CIK curbs that if you get too much on it, if you just drift out wide, it can almost pull you further. It corrupts the steering just that little bit that loses you half a tenth here or there. There is Ricardo Nallon, 4:36 machine. Really good pace again, and last time around 46.1, so took 2.5, 3 tenths out of Madaghini ahead.
Yep, certainly did, and we'll keep a close eye on that fight. It was a shame for Nallon at the start of that race. It just didn't get that power down off the line, and he's somewhat been struggling with those starts this weekend.
Yeah.
It's happened once or twice so far, but hopefully for that final later on, he can push it through, because he's still in a good spot at the moment in those intermediate classifications as they head through. But of course, we've still got another race to go, of course.
We mustn't forget that Abbas there, yes, has dropped down to 7th place. That's because, of course, he's not in this race. So Abbas could move up to 2:31 at the moment. Yeah, he's not going to be able to catch Lombardo. Lombardo's doing the business right at the front of the field and taking it away from everyone. But yeah, Ricardo Nallon at the moment 4th, could drop to 5th depending on how Abbas does in the next race. So all the more reason to keep pushing on. He's broken under the 46-second barrier now. Meanwhile, battle for 2nd place, still as you were. Bray ahead of Casalio as they come out of turn 11.
Yeah, no, Zaglio here is just, he's pushing that card as hard as he can, and now he's looking to push even more. Bray's constantly been on that defensive posture right now as the two make a little bit of contact there between each other through the apex there at the hairpin, but they've stayed in position. Zaglio looks like the faster of the two drivers now, despite Bray being able to close in and get that overtake. We saw how slippery and slidey that the Italian looked earlier on, but he seems to have got that dialed in now. Looks a lot more confident on that Birolart machine, and I think now is looking more like the aggressor in this fight.
He is indeed. It's not a simple trick to overtake round here. Once again, Bray gets a really good run off of turn 11. Look at the gap that he's established by the time they get down to 13. Casalio, no real option there, but to just follow in. Change for 4th place. I think Nallon's got through past Piccioni for that spot. Just saw the white, red and black of apparel in ahead. Yes, I did. So through goes Nallon into 4th ahead of the TK karts. Madaghini's still there in 6th place. Again, that just helped Nallon a little bit. Moves him up to 195 points in the intermediate scores, just 3 behind Bray. So if Casalio could get through here, that would help Nallon. Of course, if they really thought Nallon could get involved in the battle himself. We're on lap number 13, 3 more to go. Anthony, Lombardo looking comfortable now, clear by a second.
Yeah, certainly so. I don't think he needs to really worry about anything now. It's just got to get that car to the end of this race, and he knows he's got pole position for that final later on. The only question is that he's got to deal with the likes of Anthony Abbas again in that final, and of course the rest of the field. Those two have been the main protagonists this weekend. But eyes on this one here. Bray still confident there in second place on this two-place gain. But like I say, a couple more laps to go, but this time around, I think he's pushing now in this final stage. I think he's been told, hey, you've had your fun, you've had the calm laps there, but I think now it's best to try and at least open up this gap between yourself and Casaglio there in third place.
I say a big part of these longer races, of course, the race management for all of our categories here today. It'll be even more an important matter when we get to the final later on. 24 laps. Remember that Master Final will be at 2:35 local time here this afternoon. Here's a nice move. Medeghini takes 5th place away from Piccioni. Simple work made by the Italian down through turn 1.
Indeed, beautiful stuff here. And Piccioni on that fight now, that yellow machine. I do love that livery of the TK car, isn't it? Reminds me of the era of the Jordan F1 team, and the reason why I like that team is the same name as me. So that's why, no bias there whatsoever. On this one though, heading back down that back straight, and now Bray, I think what I said earlier on about he's been told to push, I think has been the case here. That gap has opened up now to 0.3 of a second. You can see them in the ranking there, both joint on the points here, 198. But of course, when that second Super Heat goes out after this one, that changes. Last lap board is out then for the field here. Andrew Lombardo is confident in the lead.
Yeah, and he's still setting personal bests as well. Lombardo getting quicker and quicker all the time. Not quite as quick as Ricardo Nallon. There in 4th place. I think we'll still be pretty pleased with this. You made a good point there, Anthony. Bray picking up the pace through sector number 2 last time around, although Casaglio's coming back here. It's not going to be done completely by the time we get down to this corner here, turn 13. Angelo Lombardo will head round the final couple of corners. He had a very simple mission in this race, win it, to be on pole for the final, and he's done just that. Angelo Lombardo wins Super Heat A in KZ2 Master. Daniel Bray, 2nd place, moves up the order in the intermediate points at the moment, is sitting in 3rd, just behind on a tiebreaker, behind Manuel Casaglio, who finishes 3rd in this race. Nallon drops to P4 in the intermediate scores as a result of that 4th place. Could still lose out to Anthony Abbas, depending on how the French driver does in the next race. Biggest mover in that race was Alessandro Cavina, and those 8 places gained for the driver of the 451 should see the cruiser cruise into the final. Was inside the top 36 overnight, and has only further solidified his position. There is your provisional result from KZ2 Master Super Heat A. Lombardo ahead of Bray, Casaglio, Nallon and Medeghini. That's your top 5. Piccioni P6. Keep an eye out for the TK Factory team in the final. Cavina, as mentioned, up 8 spots to 7th. We'll see the Italian again later on this afternoon. Jörn Boss in 8th place. Peter Shakachihin in 9th place. Kasparovic should be through as well with that 4th-place gain up to P10. Sebastian Leder, Luca Oliver, Ilshad Ibragimov should make it through as well with a 6th-place gain in that race. Andre Souza, P14. Christian Kayati might make it through. It'll be tight if he does, up 6 places into 15th in that race. Ricardo Avila, Cedric Chabrier, Andre Moraveka. Unfortunately, those drivers I don't think will make it through in this one. Wagner Ebrahim as well is going to have a bit of a nervous wait ahead of him for the rest of this one in Super Heat B. Julian Gale, Hervé Vasper, Giancarlo Cressoni and Andre Nicastro did not see the checkered flag. I think a number of those drivers similarly will unfortunately not make it through to the final, depending on results later on. Let's have a look at some of the highlights then from that first Super Heat in KZ2 Master. This was the drama at the start. Nicastro pitched off into the barrier there. Thankfully, Andre Nicastro was okay, but he was out of the race. and was only just inside the cutoff overnight, so more than likely that we won't see that Tony Kart again in the final. There you saw Ricardo Nallon out wide, having that poor start, maybe having some technical gremlins just right at the beginning of the race. Was, well, tripped out wide there by one of the Formula Ks. I think that'll have been Peter Shakachihin in that moment through turn number 2. This was the scene down at turn 5. Always pretty close on a first lap of a kart race here at Franciacorta. And all the experience of the KZ2 Masters got them through that part of the circuit. Whilst the highlights continue, let's head down on one side of our screens over to Parc Fermé and over to Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. And yes, indeed, another very intense fight there in the KZ2 Masters. But Angelo Lombardo, that result there, that P1, puts you on pole position for the final. The job is done. Anthony Abbas cannot catch you no matter what he does. That must be a great feeling ahead of your final.
Abbiamo un buon feeling col telaio, con tutto. Speriamo di continuare ancora così. Buona gara anche a tutti.
Well, it's been a brilliant day. Congratulations, great start. We'll see you in that final. Grazie mille.
Grazie.
Well, perfect stuff there for Angelo Lombardo. But like we say, one more race to go. Can Anthony Abbas join him on the front row of that grid for the final? We're about to find out as KZ2 Masters Super Heat 2 is about to get underway.
It is indeed. Thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Angelo, for those words. I was very happy. I wanted to thank his whole team after that great result. Super Heat 2, the B group of Super Heat drivers up next. Anthony Abbas, as I say, can't get pole position, but he can still get the outside of row number 1. Very similar situation. Win this race, and he'll take that position. He's got company in this one. Keep an eye out on Alessio Lamattina. You can just see, or you could just see there, Lamattina starting directly behind Abbas. Lamattina's starts from these standing grids has been very good so far this weekend, so that's something to keep an eye on as we get ready for this one. Let's take you through the full grid, in fact, for Super Heat 2, the B group of Super Heat drivers here in KZ2 Master. Anthony Abbas starts on pole position. Davide Fore is alongside him on that front row. Alessio Lamattina has new tyres. Pretty much everybody has new tyres in this one. Row 2 is completed by Andrea Spagni. Christian Haberlin and Rasmus Hallgaard complete row 3. Nicola Cagato and Martinis Tankevicius, they go from row 4. It's then Gregory Leder who's gone for the cross pattern in terms of those tyres. Starts on row 5 alongside Daryl Henderson. Andrea Tonoli and Valdir Belisario, they go from row number 6. It's Paulo Villamil and Patrick Lloydell on row 7. Jeremy Leblay and Victor Jimenez go from row number 8. Needing big races in this one, otherwise it could be the end of the weekend. Alexandre Vincent-Day and Paolo Marino. Jean-Baptiste Meunier is on row 10 alongside David Malcolm. Luca Fiorin and Andreas Dressen. They definitely need good races in this one to move forward from outside the top 36 in the points at the moment. They start on row 11. The field is completed by the 23rd driver on the grid for this one, Ermanno Vandini. There is the scene down in the mechanics gallery ahead of this race. It once again will be 16 laps, just short of 21 kilometres, 20.816 to be very exact. The points as they stand, good number of these drivers, of course, we've seen just race there in the A group for the Super Heat. So Lombardo 240, locked in, done. We'll have pole position. 198 is the tally for Casalio at the moment. Same for Bray. Nallon 195 and then Abbas 141. Remember, it's 90 points for a race victory at this stage. But to be honest, I think Abbas could probably even afford to roll down to, I think, 7th place, perhaps. Will still get him over the line. Let's say 5th, just to be absolutely sure. 5th place would be a 60-point score for Abbas, would take him to 201. But yes, top 5 then will get Abbas a front row start for the final from this Super Heat. Thank you for joining us, Anthony Jordan and Andrew Mather on commentary duties for you this day here at Franciacorta, all morning and all afternoon. Anthony rejoins me in the box. A little bit cooler out there, 15 degrees Celsius out there at the moment. Good racing conditions.
Yeah, no, very nice. Engines will be loving this temperature. And so I think the tyres, they won't be overheating too much, and tyres are going to be a big talking point in this one as all the drivers have got them deployed as the racing is about to get underway. Lights around, it's a quick getaway, and it's a good start for the front row. It's a best start, though, for Anthony Abbas on Davide Fore, slots into second place, with the rest of the field going through. Alessia Lamartina there in third. There you can see the TB card of Christian Hablin, who's got away. Spanier and Haugaard haven't had a good start here. They've dropped back in the order, but it's a great breakaway for the top two. Abbas and Fore have already opened up a gap.
Yeah, and if they can work together, they should have first and second positions pretty much sewn up through the first parts of this race. Spanier really didn't have a good start, did he? He's fallen a number of positions back into the field. All drivers still running as they head out of sector number 2 into the heavy braking zone of turn 13 once again. Davide Fore happy at the moment just to sit there in second place. Let's count them through at the end of the first lap. Abbas leads, Fore second, Lamartina third ahead of Habilin and Haugaard. Tankevicius has had a good start. Martinas Tankevicius, very experienced driver from Lithuania, up 2 spots in the early stages of this one to P6. Fore has a look down into turn 5, but Abbas is wise to it.
Yeah, he certainly is, and Abbas here is fighting to keep himself on that front row of the grid, of course. There is a big points difference between himself and Fore, though. Fore, even if he gets into the lead of this one, won't take that front row away, but certainly would put a significant dent in that fray. But he is still there holding on to it. But the two look comfortable at the front here as they continue to break away from the rest of the field. Still Lamartina there in third place from Halblin, Haugaard from Kagato, Tankevicius from Ladar, Blazario from Spagni, Henderson there in 11th place as they continue their charge inside the top 11. But we keep our eyes focused on this lead fight as Davide Fore this time around goes down the inside at turn number 5, gets that move done, steps up into the lead as Anthony Abbas set the fastest lap of the race on the last lap. It didn't help him out too much, though.
Great tactical call there for Davide Fore, because I think he could just feel that Alessio Lamartina through that first sector was starting to close in. He didn't wait, he didn't panic, of course, and he's just set the purple sector number 2 as well. So Davide Fore feels like he's got a bit of speed here this morning at Franciacorta. Has allowed Alessio Lamartina to close a little bit more. It'll be interesting to see what the gaps are this time around. In fact, yeah, Alessio Lamartina took half a second out of Abbas on that last lap, and he's only 0.8 of a second behind Habilin and Haugaard. Here they are. This is the discussion for 4th place on the road at the moment. Another new fastest lap confirmed for the 4:29. Further down the order, good start for Belisario, the Brazilian, up 4 places, is inside the top 36 in the points overnight, so that's good news that further consolidates the driver on the Club Calicart machine there. Paulo Villamil also up 1 spot to 12th place, but the others further down, the likes of Jimenez, Marino, Muner, they all need bigger moves here if they're going to break through and into that final.
Indeed. Well, this is what it's all about, though, in the Masters 2. Of the finest drivers going to battle here at the front end of it, but Fore breaking away. Anthony Abbas really needs to think about this now. Alessia Lamartina closing in just behind. If he drops down any more, then he might lose out on a front row start alongside Lombardo. And as we've already seen from Davide Fore, a front row start, even if it's P2, if he gets a good start, he could lead the way in that final.
Yeah, and Fore really seems to be crescendoing in terms of his speed and his competitiveness here this weekend. He's smashing in these purple sectors. This, I think, is going to be another new fastest lap of the race. Yeah, it's a 46.2. Abbas is trying to respond. That was a new PB from the Frenchman. But there is the situation with the points. Only 5 points the difference now between Abbas and Fore to the advantage of the CPB Sport driver. But you're absolutely right, Anthony. If Abbas were to lose that second place, he'd lose 8 points in the intermediate standing, so he would drop back behind Fore again. At the moment, though, Alessio Lamartina is not setting personal bests. Maybe his his performance is just going off by a tiny, tiny amount, which means Abbas is not completely under pressure at the moment.
No, not at this moment. He's all clear and dry there in second place and is only focusing on one thing, and that's closing the gap up to Davide Fore at this moment. For La Martina, the pace is there, but it is slower than Abbas. And on that last lap, it was another 0.2 slower. The gap has increased just that little bit more now between these two drivers. I think it might be Haublin on La Martina, the next sight we're going to see. Christian Haublin there on that TB kart is closed right in to the rear of Alessio La Martina, and he is bringing along the likes of Rasmus Haugaard of the Dortmund Motorsport team, as unfortunately that is one of the TK karts off the track. That is Vandini. He's got it going again. He didn't stall, he didn't need to get out of his kart, which is all fine. And he is in this race still, but all the way down in 23rd place.
Yeah, and I think that will be the key moment that puts Vandini out of the competition for the final. Vandini started this race on the back of the grid, needed to move forward. Is this how it happened down at turn number 5? It's going to be, I think it's going to be a case of wrong place, wrong time. Did he just lose it on the curb there?
I think he did. I don't think there was any contact there with the karts around him. I just think as he turned into the corner, the front just kind of hooked on it, gripped, and then just dragged him round. You can see the massive the skid marks that he's left on the circuit there from those rear tyres coming around. But yeah, that little moment there could be his end of his weekend.
Yeah, it's 13 seconds off the back of the main pack now, so he's going to need a small miracle to, say, firstly catch up to the field and then get through it. So this is another scene down at turn number 5. There's the 437 going through in a boisterous manner there. That's a recovering Andrea Spagni, who had that poor start, of course, so back up to 8th place now, past Valdir Belisario.
Yeah, that Club Cali kart nearly losing its nose cone there in spectacular fashion out of the exit of turn number 5, but all still attached, and that surely, usually when you see those sort of moments, that won't affect like the nose cone too much of it dropping, because it's kind of pulling it out, not pushing it in, sort of thing. So yeah, it's usually okay at that point. Eyes on this one though. Still, Alessio La Martina holds on to 3rd place. However, Haublin there continues to pester him in that background with setting those sector times around him. Again, they're lapping roughly very similar pace here between the two drivers, but Haublin constantly just seems to be that fraction faster through all of these sectors as he closes in once more.
It does indeed. Davide Fore, meanwhile, set another new fastest lap of this race. I tell you what, the results would suggest that it's very much Angelo Lombardo the favourite for the final. I don't think with the nuances of how these superheats have gone, that is fully the case anymore, because Davide Fore seems to be getting stronger and stronger race by race. He's just gone and done another purple sector number 2. This is looking good. This is looking good indeed for the Praga machine. Just referring back to the data from the previous race. Yeah, Fore at this moment is quicker in this race than Lombardo was. Now, yes, there was probably a bit of just taking care of the machinery for Lombardo in that first superheat. But nonetheless, Fore is looking like a force to be reckoned with here today. We're on lap number 11 of 16. Fore's lead now 1.3 seconds, Anthony. La Martina, Haublin, now Haugaard coming into play in the battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th.
Yes, he certainly is, but again, a lot of real estate to close in there between the two of these drivers, but a nice calm race for the front runners on this one. Damage limitations, but still Anthony Abbas, I think, is not worrying about too much anything here. No. He'll have done the maths on this one. He knows that, okay, if I go down to 2nd, it's fine, be all good, I'll still be ahead. I'll still be on that front row of the grid, but still an incredible drive through all of these drivers in this top section. But I'm loving still this fight here between Haublin and La Martina. It's just a case of like where will they want to get these moves done?
Indeed. Well, they've got several opportunities round this circuit to make those decisions, make those moves. We've got 4 more laps after this one. Davide Fore again has gone purple through sector number 1, a PB through sector number 2. What's the pace like this time? 46.124, tremendous from the race leader. Status quo being kept here between La Martina, Haublin, Haugaard. They're all pretty much on the same pace. 46.2 for Haublin, 46.1, but it's a high 46.1 for Haublin, 46.3, a low 46.3 for Haugaard. No other real changes further down the order. Still Valdir Belisario, probably your star in the midfield, up those 3 positions to P9. The drivers head through sector number 2 once again here, Anthony. I've got to say, Lamattina looks to have the measure of Habilin, particularly again through sector number 2.
He certainly does, and I've been watching those sector times as they go through, and yes, another personal best there, but his personal best is only 1,000 milliseconds off what Haubelin's doing, and that's not his best spot. That third sector there, though, certainly was something. Purple sector 3 for Alessio Lamattina. I think he's got the message here. Time to try and break away. And you know what? I think the gap between themselves and Anthony Abbas has come down quite considerably over these last few moments. It's down to just 0.7 of a second.
Yeah, it was a good amount of time taken out of Abbas on that last tour, about 0.08 of a second. Again, Abbas surely has got something in his back pocket that can just respond with if and when he needs to. Through the final corner once again. 2 more to go for Davide Fore, who is now into the 46.0. So yeah, pretty much the same pace, ultimate pace that we saw from Lombardo in the first race. Still that 3-point gap between Abbas and Fore, but that could change depending on how Lamattina and Habilin do. Habilin looking pretty good down into turn 5. The trouble is he can't get close enough by the time they're into 5, because this is what we mean with Franciacorta being a proper compromise in terms of kart setup. Lamattina's kart is very strong through this part of the course, especially off here, through 11, down through 12. It keeps the momentum going down towards turn 13. Look how far back Habilin is now. Habilin will chip away through this last corner and the next 5 corners and get pretty close by the time they get into that braking zone. But it's how I love how this circuit almost intertwines with itself, with how a team, how a driver set up their machinery to think about the racing to keep track position.
No, 100%, and he's pushed so hard throughout this race, and the team have done a brilliant job of trying to give him that package here, the lone TB kart in the Masters right now, but just seemingly everything he tries to throw at Alessio Lamattina, Lamattina responds in turn. Davide Fore, though, at the front of the field. The IPK factory team driver rounds the final turn, takes the Superheat win, will not have a front row start, but will start alongside Manuel Casaglio on the second row of the grid. Anthony Abbas in P2 will secure a front row start alongside Alessio Lombardo. He will take that win. So delightful stuff for the Masters. And for Angelo Lombardo, he has pole position. Abbas will take second. Davide Fore third from Casaglio. Then it's Bray, Lamattina, Nallon, and Haublin will round out the front 4 rows for that final. Your race results in this one, though, as they head back to Parc Ferme. Davide Fore ahead of Anthony Abbas. Alessio Lamattina from Christian Haublin. Rasmus Haugaard from Nicola Cagato. Andrea Spagni from Martinez Tenkavicius. Valdo Belisario from Gregor Ladar. Daryl Henderson, 11th place from Andrea Tonoli. Perez finishing ahead of Lloydel. Jimenez from Deblay. Florian from Mezzanaire. Marino from Malcolm. Bonsonde and Dresden. Vandini rounds out the 23 karts. No retirements in that race, which is excellent to see for Davide Fore, though. The job is done until that final, and there you can see those titles on the back of that fabulous helmet livery sported by Davide Fore, and he's going to continue that trend this weekend. He'll be, of course, chatting with our man down there, Andrew Mather, in a few moments' time, I'm sure. Here, though, here's your race starts. Not a great start for Andrea Spagni at all. That recovery drive. The driver who started third on the grid, well, fourth on the grid, I should say, not getting the power off the line. Anthony Abbas, though, in that early stage, was able to get into the front, was able to break away, not for until Davide Fore later closed in. Was able to take that lead away from him. There you can see the rest of the train that have pushed their way down in that early stage. The retirements, none of them came throughout it. Some close moments, of course. Armano Vandini on the TK kart had that spill on the lap. This was the moment, lap number 3. Davide Fore down the inside, gets that move done at turn number 5. Immediately says, right, come on, let's go. This was the Vandini moment. I don't think there was contact here. It was just as the tent comes through the shot there. I think that was just a wheel on that inside curb. And unfortunately, the grip level is so high here. Grabbed him and threw him off the circuit. Was able to rejoin, but I think for Vandini, that will be weekend over. Only, of course, 36 make it into that final, and this man here is one of them. Davide Fore, who will be starting it on the second row of the grid in P3 alongside Riccardo, Nallon, Lombardo, and Abbas, though, will be your front runners going into that final. And that is the finals coming up later on today. But firstly, let's head down to Parc Ferme and over to Andrew Mather.
Thank you very much, Anthony, here with the man who's won many a race over the years and is your latest Super Heat winner, Davide Fore. Davide, the speed has been good all weekend, but I think the biggest positive from that race is that the fact that the lap times over lap after lap after lap, now on the pace with Angelo Lombardo. How was that race from your perspective?
The race, of course, will be difficult because everybody are fast. It's not easy to overtake. Then when also we're a dirty air, when you are in the back, you are losing a bit of downforce in the front, and the lateral grip is not the same like when you drive alone. So it will be a tough race, of course. At the end is a test race for the World Championship, of course. Honestly, the speed, I was always the faster all the week in all the practice, and I just missed the quali. I did a mistake. It's happened. I was pushing, maybe I pushed a little too much. It's my fault. And then when you are back to the group, it's not easy. Angelo yesterday make a great job. Of course, I have the same speed. I know the material is very fast. But you know, the race is another story. So I don't miss anything in my kart, in my engine. Everything is perfect. We need just to race, and that's all.
As you say, you were very unlucky in qualifying to not quite get the time there, but the race pace definitely now altogether. Just from your perspective as a driver, sector number 2, is that area of the circuit starting to get a bit tricky with those tyre marbles?
Yeah, of course, exactly like you say, when you go in high-speed corner like corner number 6, 7, then you start to feel already the downforce start to miss, and it's very difficult because you are critical a bit with the steering to keep in the line the car like you want, to keep the chassis straight like you want. And then you go also in the braking in the corner, the next one, the double right, is still the same, because when you start to brake and you open the gas, the steering starts to close again, but not because it's the car, because it's the aerodynamics, and it's difficult, very difficult. And also the point is when you have the last corner, the fast corner in the back straight, also it's very difficult to stay close, because it's the same story when you are also in the bumper close. It's very difficult to keep the chassis perfectly straight, and then you start to miss maybe half meter, 1 meter, and then it's very difficult to overtake when they close the door. But anyway, this is the race for everyone. Is an excuse. We need just to go fast and stop.
Davide, thank you so much for the deep insight. Best of luck for the final later on today. We'll be able to see that final at 2:35 for the KZ2 Masters. That brings the Super Heats to a close. Anthony, what have we got coming up?
Well, as you called it there, Andrew, thank you very much down there. 3 races to go, and it's all the finals, and it kickstarts with the KZ category that heads out onto the circuit at 1:15 local time here. We'll be back maybe a few moments before that, so make sure you don't miss when that broadcast restarts. We then head into the KZ2 for their final at 1:55, and then the KZ2 Masters at 2:35. That's what you can expect. From myself, Anthony Jordan, though, and Andrew Mather, we will see you in around about an hour's time for the finals here for the champions of the Future Shifters in Franciacorta. The long wait is over for the champions of the future for KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters. Finals time is upon us here in the beautiful scenery of northern Italy. Welcome to the heart of the Lombardy region. Right here lies the battleground of pure motorsport spirit. The Franciacorta karting circuit, 15 corners, 1.3 kilometers per lap, is ahead of the field of KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters as we're about to go racing here at the fabulous Franciacorta karting track. Year of opening 2021. Event record set in time qualifying by Danilo Albanese, a 44.898. No one has got close to that time as of yet over the course of this weekend. But let's take a closer dive to the circuit itself. A fabulous arena. 1.3 kilometers, it's 160 down the start-finish straight, 180 down the back straight. It's around 7.5 meters to around 11 meters wide in some spots. It is a undulating circuit as well, a 5-meter elevation change as drivers will climb to the top of the circuit at around turn 9, and they'll drop down to the lowest part of the circuit at around turn 13. But it is a beautiful circuit to go racing on that does span around those 14 turns. 9 to the right, 5 to the left, the 2 hairpins out there as well. And each and every one of those turns provide its own unique challenges. We've seen the overtakes in towards turns 2, 3, turns 1 as well. 5 has been the hot spot, turn 7, 9, 13 as well as that final hairpin and that final kink around the last corner. They'll also reach dizzyingly high speeds as well in towards turns number 1 and 2, around 140 kilometers an hour. They will average around 105 kilometers an hour around the entirety of the circuit, but we have seen those overtakes through turn 1 where they're peaking at 140 kilometers an hour, and when they overtake there, I wince a little bit personally. Don't really like it, but you're going to tell a driver not to go for a move. Myself, Anthony Jordan, aka Speaker Man, according to Raffaella, Speaker Man 2 here of Andrew Mather. We are ready for finals. 3 races is upon us. It's all down to these last 3 ones.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. The conditions are good for the drivers out there today. Dry, not too hot now that we're into the latter part of the year. We have seen some really intriguing, fascinating races, particularly this morning through the Superheats. We kick off this afternoon's finals with KZ.
We certainly do. 24 laps, 31-kilometer race distance ahead of the field of 35 drivers who will race in this one. Maybe it could be 36, but AJ Myers, unfortunately, we've not seen him race all weekend after an injury earlier on in one of the free practices. But it is the Premier Class that kickstarts our finals, the KZ Finale, heading to the circuit, which will all start with the likes of Giuseppe Palomba and Senna van Wolstein on the start-finish line. But let's take a closer dive at the class itself. KZ, it is open to drivers aged 15 years up. 36 drivers entering this weekend from 11 different nationalities spanning all over the world. Germany, Sweden, Italy, Spain, the Netherlands, the USA, Australia out there as well, Poland, Brazil. A brilliant showing from so many different nations. The power units itself, though, the 125cc, the 6-speed, 2-stroke engine, it outputs a staggering 50 brake horsepower. The power-to-weight ratio of these machines can outrun a Ferrari off the line. The total weight, though, 170 kilos. This is one of those weights where if you're below this one at the end of it, you will be immediately disqualified. Even if it's just a gram, it won't help your case. The tyres, the LeConte LPM tyres being used for this weekend. No need for the wet compound this weekend. They get 1.5 sets over the qualifying. A full set for the final, so they are ready, primed to go. A brand new set of tyres for the entirety of the field. This should be the fastest we see these karts go since the start of the weekend for time qualifying. That, of course, saw Danilo Albanese take that pole time. That could be beaten, though, in this race as the drivers get themselves primed and ready for this last race of the weekend. It is Saturday, of course, no running on the Sunday here for the champions of the future. It means we get to go home a nice day early here, and of course this weekend that'll be certainly a nice thing to have, with some racings happening all over the world here, of course, in the world of karting and in motorsport as well. Crowds loom at the side of the circuit with everyone poised and ready to watch this last race for the Premier class. As the last of the drivers just get into their grid slots. You can see there Stan Pex at the back there, Daniel Albanese getting his suit on as well. He's priming himself, ready to go from the now third row of the grid. The pole sitter from time qualifying, unfortunately not having the run in the qualifying heats, but certainly still a man to look out for from that third row of the grid from P6. But now he'll have to deal with the likes of Giuseppe Palomba, who finds himself on the pole position spot for this one. Senna van Waalstein alongside that front row. Pedro Hiltbrand as well, certainly will be a pilot to watch out for, as well as Jean Ombler on that second row of the grid. All of these drivers have done a brilliant job to get to this final. Of course, all the drivers have made it into this final, of course. The maximum grid capacity is 36. There were 36 entries into the weekend, and hopefully we do get all 36 out, but I think it's unlikely with AJ Myers unfortunately not taking to the circuit. But there you can see the packed field there ready to go racing. The entire field here has done a brilliant job this weekend at Franciacorta. The racing has been fierce. We have seen those ups, we've seen those downs from the KZ category. Cast your mind back to that third race yesterday in the qualifying heats phase. A very busy race that was, especially at the start of it. But all of these drivers here have earned their right to be on this KZ grid for the final, as clouds loom over the circuit, but the air temperature 18 degrees out there. It's still a relatively chilly day compared to previous temperatures here at the Franciacorta circuit, but certainly an exciting one for this field. Right then, drivers heading down onto the grid. We'll head down to the grid as well, as I'm sure Andrew Mather is ready for us.
I am indeed. Thank you, Anthony, here on the grid for the first time today. Good conditions. It's quite cool, middle of the teens. I think the drivers are going to enjoy the next 24 laps. Let's have a chat with our pole sitter, Giuseppe Palomba, starting in the Maranello number 23. Giuseppe, good work so far this weekend. You've got pole position for this race, but it's going to be a tough one out there, isn't it?
Yeah, for now all good. We try a lot for the final and especially for the next week. And yeah, I'm happy with the results. And yeah, we see.
What's the thing that you've learnt most from those super heats? Obviously, it was the first time we went past 12 laps. You know, you've got new tyres on for this race as well. There's quite a few variables to get on top of over the next 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, 24 laps is too long, but yeah, I'm ready for that.
Good stuff, Giuseppe. Best of luck for the race. Let's have a chat with Senna van Waalstein, who is on a good run of form, has won the Super Heat and won the last heat yesterday. Senna, it feels like you've turned the corner, but the final, a very different proposition. It's a wide entry here into the first couple of corners, but you'll still be on the outside. Do you reckon you can get Giuseppe on lap one?
Well, hopefully I get away good. Would be really good if I can get ahead. Otherwise, we just make the race, see how it's going, and then try to overtake him a bit later on.
You guys in the Sodis across the different KZ categories, you've been the guys to beat for pretty much the last 18 months. What have you made of the progress of the likes of the Maranello team, the Formula Ks, the Birrells? They all seem to be snapping at your heels again.
Yeah, well, like the session is working really well over the last couple years, I think. But everyone is still working, so are we. So yeah, I think we have to work a bit harder to keep the advantage going. But anyway, we're still good.
Senna, thank you for your time. Best of luck out there. Let's head over to a man looking for a good result today and has had some really good speed in the races, Pedro Hiltbrand. Pedro, we start P3 here, 5 minutes before we get going for this final. How are you feeling today?
Yeah, we're feeling good all the weekend. We have the pace. We are, as everyone is saying now, we are working for next week. But anyway, it's a race that we try to win, so let's hope the best for us.
We've seen quite a few thrills and spills, particularly on lap 1 down towards turn 2 and turn 3. Is that a concern for you right now?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be like that. We're gonna enjoy.
Pedro, best of luck out there. Stay safe out there as well. Jean Nomblot, another one of the Saudis here in the number 31. Jean has had some really good pace in finals, has made moving through the field a bit of a speciality for him. Jean, if I could just grab you for a minute before you get your helmet on. Starting in a good position, 4th on the grid, bit further up than some of the races that you've had earlier this year. We've called you the overtaking king at times in the finals. Now that you're starting a bit further up, do you reckon you can win this race today?
Yeah, for sure, I'm gonna do everything to win this race. I think we have the pace. Only a little problem in quali. So now we are here. We need to do everything.
And obviously you've got your teammates directly ahead of you in Senna and Walstein. Can you guys work together to dominate this race?
I think we always do everything together. I think in KZ it's something really important to have teammates in the race. So for sure we are going to do everything.
Jean, thank you for your time. We've got, I think we've got about 3.5 minutes before we get going. We're just going to have one quick chat with David Trevelov. David had a bit of a tough time in the 3rd heat yesterday, but a very strong Super Heat. David, starting P5, Formula Ks have looked really, really quick this weekend, and bouncing back in that Super Heat, that must have been a good feeling.
Yes, I feel very comfortable, and I hope we can improve the pace now in the final.
You are starting behind some very quick drivers, though. How do you tackle the start, particularly with these new tyres?
I hope to get a good launch, and I think the start is very important, especially on this straight. Yeah, we'll see. Feel confident.
David, thank you for your time once again. The drivers are all lids on, ready to go. We've just got under 3 minutes before we get going for this one. Anthony, let's head back up to you in the box.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather, down there on the grid. Indeed, good words from the drivers there ahead of this final, 24-lap final ahead of the field here. Their longest race of the weekend. They've gone from the 12-lap qualifying heats, the 16-lap super heats, and now to the 24-lap finals. This all falls down to this one there. Giuseppe Palomba, the helmet goes on. He is poised, ready to go here. Last year's world champion in this class, and certainly wanting to develop and try and take that another title later on this season. But the KZ standings at the moment in this one, the champions of the future, it is down to the two CPB Sport teammates in this one. Senna van Walstein and Jean Nomblot are there with 118 and 112 points apiece. But it is Van Walstein who does have the jump on his teammate. Spagel 3rd at the moment in those points as well. He has got 100 points to his name, so we'll keep a close eye on him, or 106 points to his name. It's Giuseppe Palomba currently 4th with 100 points to his name after scoring the maximum points earlier on in those qualifying heats. There are those points. Victor Gustafsson 5th with the 75 points. 6th is Adrian Malero. He is there currently 6th in the points, but I don't believe he is here this weekend, so you can rule him out of any title fight in this one. Pedro Hiltbrand 7th in the points with 54. The same for 8th place, Jorge Pescador, also not here this weekend. Lorenzo Travasanuto and Daniel Albanese round out the rest of the top 10 in the points. Still very close, though, within those top runners. And, of course, for the final here, 50 points plus that one extra point for the fastest lap in this final can take you a long old way as the field primed and ready to go. Yellow flag is up at the front, indicating we've got around 30 or so seconds. The gantry there outside the cafe full of people. The fire escape to the hotel here, the karting rooms at Franciacorta absolutely packed as well. Any viewing opportunity you can find out there is full as the field are priming themselves ready to go. Andrew Mather, join me back in the box. Seconds before this field heads off in the KZ. Gotta say, it's going to be an exciting one as the engines fire up. Let's quickly fire you through that full starting lineup, which will hopefully see 36, but I think for company alongside Matej Spagel who is third in the standings, has got some work to do here from the 6th row of the grid. He'll have Emilian Denner starting alongside him. The rest of the field sees Christian Batuca and Lorenzo Camplese on row 7, Alessio Lorandi and Alessio Pacini on row number 8. The first half of the field on row 9 will see Matteo Lemena and Pietro Fioravanti on that middle part of the field.
Second half of the field. Don't rule any of these drivers out from a good result today, because you can overtake around this Franciacorta circuit. Row 10, Tom Luye and Matteo Regano. Row 11, Olin Galli from Brazil and Moritz Ebner from Italy. Karol Pasovic has experience in this class. Can he go up from row 12? He's got Enzo Lacruz for company here today. A fellow pole directly behind him, David Levinsky, had problems in the Super Heat earlier. Starts from row 13 alongside Giorgio Bassoli. Marin Kramers has had a really tough week, but don't rule him out for a good drive from row number 14. He's joined by Francesco Celenta. Stan Pex is inside the top 30 on row 15. He's joined by Darius Barioana. Henry Johnston and Daniel Stell, they're on row 16. Row 17, Alessandro Bertaiola and Paolo Ippolito. The 35-strong field is completed by Matthias Torregiani. Unfortunately, AJ Myers on the entry list here this week, but has had a injury that means he cannot race today. We do wish AJ a quick recovery. Hopefully we'll see him back in action here next week, but he will not take the start, Anthony.
Here we go then. It is KZ at the Premier class as the last few drivers make their way to the back of the grid. They're going to leave the drivers at the front waiting for quite some time here for those tyres to get back down to a decent running temperature here. But it is Palomba, it is Van Wallstein on the front row of this grid as Pasquale Lupoli, clerk of the course, gives us the green flag at the back. We wait for his call. We get that call. The flag clears at the front. Race director Martin Bean starts the lights procedure as we're 2, 3, 4 red lights, lights out. Whip fights on in KZ down in towards turn number 1. It's a lightning start for Palomba in towards the lead of this race. Van Wallstein slotted into second place. Hilbrand's through and there's a pile up in the background. Half the field's off. Oh my goodness, they've completely blocked the circuit. And this might cause turmoil in the ranks in KZ. What is the call going to be? They're going to try and get them restarted, but it's a red flag. The track is blocked. A stoppage to the race that's taken out half the field, including David Trefilov. That's taken out Gustafsson in the final. Spagel, I think Emilian Denner was involved there. Lorenzo Camplese, Alessio Pacini was there. Pietro Fioravanti was also there. I think Matteo Regano, Moritz Ebner. Then you had Karol Pasovic, Enzo Lacruz was there, I think. Giorgio Bassoli, all involved. And then later, Alessio Bertinola, I think also Dan Stell. And also, yeah, there's so many drivers there. More than half the grid, I think, that's come to a stop on that one. And here it is again. Thankfully, I can report, I think they're all okay. And this happened in the back of our shot here. This was about the mid-pack onwards. And just as they go in, you can just see, yeah, one or two. One goes sideways. I think it was actually Emilian Denner or David Trefilov, the first one to actually go sideways. And, of course, he was right up in that order. And the pile-up ensues. It does happen in karting. So much happening in that one. Yeah, it was. It was Trefilov. He's just been pitted at that point, unfortunately. And you can just see how the front of the field's managed to break away. Now, obviously, with that first lap red flag, that is a full race restart. And that also means a repair window. This means we're going to be waiting at least 15, 20 minutes or so before this race is restarted. Of course, if anyone has picked up a nose cone penalty in that first few moments, they get reset as well. It's like that first lap did not even happen. A lot of work now has to happen. I can see the marshals, they've cleared the circuit now. There's a bit of debris out there at turn number 2 and 3. But the crucial thing is that all those drivers involved over there at turns 2 and 3 can get restarted in this race.
if they've got the equipment ready to do
If
so,
they've
of
got the
course,
equipment.
because there are a couple of carts in the infield just beyond turn 2 now. What are we having a look at here?
Well,
a
what
bit
a
of
way
a bump
to
start.
help get your bump started. Look at that. Did it work? No, though. That's a big shame there.
So it was Matteo Vigano having a bit of help from Alessandro Bertaiola there. But as I say, just trying to work. I think Bertaiola's cart might be one of the ones stuck down there. This is just off the exit of turn number 2. We'll await for the instructions. Well, that's exactly what we're talking about. So it's the number 11 of Moritz Ebner, the Emma Racing team, that at the moment is completely missing a front fender. That's disappeared off into the into Lombardy somewhere. Ebner is getting the cart back on the circuit. But, well, those fresh tyres aren't going to be fresh out the box anymore as well, having gone into the grass. The field will fully reset. You're absolutely right, Anthony. It'll be a complete restart for the whole grid. I mean, it was a pretty obvious call to make. The track was completely blocked at one of the fastest parts of the circuit. A penny for the thoughts of Matteo Spergel. He has not had a lot of good luck so far this week with race starts. That's the 3rd time that Spergel has had a form of problem on the first couple of corners. The 46 of David Lewinsky was in trouble there as well, just being pushed back onto the track. Lewinsky didn't even get off the grid properly in the Super Heat earlier on this morning. So, yeah, a very dramatic start to the KZ Final. Will hopefully go again very soon.
Yeah, indeed. And as you can see now, those carts are all being put back into position. The technical team will be out there. They'll be checking over the carts. They'll be making a call of which ones will need repairing. That is probably one that does need a new front fairing on this one. And there you can see that was the cart that was originally trying to be restarted earlier on. Matteo Vigano there. Getting his cart taken back to what will be a designated repair area, of course. And like you say, for the category on this one, there'll be that 15-minute repair window by the regulations. And yeah, they'll bring a bit of a wait for this one. There, Victor Gustafsson, that front fairing off as well. And yeah, thankfully for him, he can get that reattached and be back in this race. But that rear axle looks a bit bent on this one, doesn't it?
That's my bigger concern here, Anthony. Front fairings can be replaced very straightforwardly, but because it was such a domino effect from so high up the grid as well, there'll have been a lot of shunting into the rear of carts. I can only imagine the level of damage that that could have caused to a number of competitors along that rear axle. That's where all the powertrain is. That's where all the important bits that make the cart go are situated. And yes, they can be fixed, but it's nowhere near as simple as fairing off, fairing on for that kind of repair. They will have the repair window. A 15-minute timer has just popped up on our screens here in the box. If that starts ticking down, normally that indicates that we have got a 15-minute to go repair window. That's not ticking down at the moment, just to be absolutely clear.
Yes, indeed. There, Stan Pex just looking over his cart. His cart, I believe, is fine. I don't think he was involved in that moment there. He was able to avoid all the turmoil there that unfolded at turn number 2 and 3. But I think they're going to be starting that 15-minute window just now. We're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick recap, and we'll let you know what's going to be happening in a few moments' time.
It makes life a lot easier out the track, so you don't have to worry about school and on-track performance and grades and all that sort of stuff.
The school understands exactly what I'm doing. They understand, how important it is for me, and the schedule that they, cater for me is really well balanced, and I really enjoy it.
It's a very fine balance between his sporting career and also his studies. He doesn't have to compromise on either. I'm very happy that Meneva has supported us through this journey.
The communication is great, and yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think MVA would help a lot of other races. A lot of people come into the track and asking about it. What do you do for homeschool? Like, how does it work? And I always say, Minerva, you need to contact them and get going with them, because it's made my life so much easier.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to live coverage of the Champions of the Future round 2 here at Franciacorta. We are currently under red flag conditions, and a 12-minute timer is currently counted down from the 15-minute repair window that has been provided for the drivers after a red flag in the opening lap of the KZ Final. Can report that all drivers are okay, but some of the machinery has not fared too well down there. We have got Andrew Mather. He is currently down there. We will be chatting, I'm sure, to 1 or 2 more drivers, or getting a bit of an insight of some of the karts that are being repaired down there. But as you can see, that 12-minute timer just counting down. So while we wait for Andrew Mather down there on the grid, we will keep you with these live pictures. But we are under that repair window for the time moment. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the live coverage here of the Champions of the Future Shifters Round 2 here at the Franciacorta karting circuit. As you can see, we are still under the repair window, and as you can see, there are still a lot of mechanics working very hard out there to make sure all the karts are operating and running ready for this race. Quite a few drivers were involved in that incident. Quite a few karts have had to be repaired, including the likes of David Trefilov, Victor Gustafsson, Alessio Piccini, Matteo Vagano, Moritz Ebner, Enzo La Cruz, just to name a few out there that have had moments out there. Another one is Daniel Stell as well, also involved in a moment. And we did see a Birrell mechanic running there with what looked to be either track rods or a steering column or something elongated for a steering show through. But yeah, he's going to be pushing his way to try and get that one restarted. But the repair window is nearly ending. At the end of that repair window, drivers suited, booted in the karts. The race goes not long after that.
Yeah, and it's a full restart, as if that first start did happen, but it's completely consigned to the history books. In fact, it's scratched out the history books of having never happened. Good to see David Trefilov. That was one of my worries. You know, that list of names have been in the repair area, but as we came back to our live pictures here, the number 34 was missing. It's now back. You can just see Trefilov there in the red and yellow helmet standing to one side of the kart. Will be getting back in. Victor Gustafsson, you mentioned, was in the repair area, but not for a long time. So I think it was just minor damage for the number 9, for the 9th place kart, the number 25, to get that back out on circuit. Drivers in that mid-pack, it's noticeable that you've got drivers from the 8th, 10th, 11th and 12th rows that have all been in for damage. You can just see it now. You're right in the middle of the pack. Something's happened 3, 4, 5 rows ahead of you. So you've had the first initial impact into it, and then everybody else behind has got nowhere to go. So hopefully we'll see those drivers. It's particularly down the anti-pole side of the grid that I think most of the damage was. I think if you were on the inside, kind of just were able to hook to drivers right and skirt through all of that without any major consequences.
But it was the inside line that had the initial spin, and it was pushed out into that opposite line of traffic that as they all try to take that long way around the corner, there was just nowhere to go. Repair window is over. That time has been and gone. Anyone who has still got a kart that is unfinished or heavily damaged and not able to race, that is it. They are out. They cannot get it started for this race. Drivers now are seated, ready to go for this one, as there you can see the drivers for the KZ2 Final watching from the mechanics stand, which I can imagine will be flooded with said mechanics in just a few moments once they've pushed these karts off the line. But yeah, as you're mentioning there, that one is literally strike from the record. That start didn't happen. There was no nose cones. It's literally like we're going back to square one, except we're not back to square one. We are now somewhat 40 minutes after this race really due to get going. And in fact, we've only got 15 minutes till the next race is due to start. So we've got a full final to go here. There, some of the marshals taking a well-earned extra rest ahead of this race, priming themselves ready. We couldn't thank the Orange Army enough for their hard work and dedication for motorsports all around the world. Right, engines have fired back up once more. The field head out onto the circuit and will quickly fire, will rush fire through this grid on this one. Palomba, Van Wallstein, Hilbrand, Nombler on the front 2 rows, Trefilov and Albanese on the 3rd row, Travazanuto and Vasily on row 4, Gustafsson and Radadin on row 5, Spagel going from that position as well on row number 6. He'll have Emilian Denner for company alongside, Christian Matuka and Lorenzo Camplese going from row number 7, Alessio Lorandi and Alessio Piccini round out row number 8. They'll have Matteo Lamena and Pietro Fioravanti on row number 9, and they round out the first half of your field.
Second half of the field, this is where many of those who've had problems from that first start have started this second time round. Tom Luye and Matteo Vigano both out there on row 10. Olin Galli and Moritz Ebner on row 11. Looks like it's only Karol Pasovic on row 12. Enzo Lacruz is not showing as circulating around the circuit. That is one of the drivers that was in the repair area, so I fear we're not going to see the number 24 in this race. David Lewinsky is back out there alongside Giorgio Basoli on row 13, Marin Krimers and Francesco Cialenta as well on row 14. Stan Pax and Darius Babiuana, they start inside the top 30 on row 15. It's then Henry Johnston and another one of the drivers who's been in the repair area, Daniel Stell, on row 16. Alessandro Bertaiola and Paolo Ippolito go from row 17, and as mentioned at the top of this part of the programme, just Matthias Torrigiani on the 18th row of the grid. AJ Myers does not take the start, unfortunately has been withdrawn from the event effectively due to minor injury. Hopefully we will see Myers back next week.
Yes, indeed. Right then, take 2 for the KZ category here. Now minus a second driver. And now the viewing areas are filled up even more because they've seen what's happened in that first initial drama, and they're thinking what could happen this time around. Well, I think the drivers will have learnt their lesson in that mid-pack here. They don't want a repeat of that one. Of course, these race starts are pretty fierce in the KZ category. Probably about 120 gear changes in the matter of 2 corners between every single one of the drivers collectively as they push their way through. There you can see on the gantry Martin Bean, Dan Ashton, Chris Lambret watching alongside there. Pasquale Lupoli, Clark of the course this weekend, ready to start the field at the back of the grid. There is the number 28 that's left a big gap. That's Toranjani who's left a big gap there at the back. But let's see how this one unfolds as the lights go out in KZ once more. It's the restart, and Palombo once again gets the lightning start. Van Walstein slots into second place around the outside. Look at this from Hiltbrand. Pedro Hiltbrand takes the lead through turn number 4.
History, absolutely heroic move there from Pedro Hiltbrand to go round the outside of not one, but 2 rivals through the first couple of corners. We'll look forward to seeing that one on a replay. Better start for Trefilov this time as well. No repeat to the spin. Oh no, there's problems out of turn 8, and drivers are going to be ruled out of this one, and is that Spurgel in the middle of it all? Yes, it is. For the 4th time this weekend, the European champion has had an incident on a first lap attempt, and this time it means he's out of this final. Hiltbrand leads, has gone off like a cannon, 6/10 clear of Palombo. Van Walstein there in 3rd place. Trevelov 4th. Noblo's had a decent start, has held in 5th place, but it looks like he's lost that now to Lorenzo Travisanuti. In fact, Nomblo's fallen way back. I think he's behind Vasile now as well. Yes, Vasile through into P6. Nomblo P7 ahead of Albanese, Renadan and Batuka.
He certainly has, but eyes on this one though, because it's not over just yet. We've got a long way to go in this race. And yes, Hiltbrand has got into the lead and he's opened up a 3/10 gap. But the question is, can he maintain it? Because Van Walstein's on the charge. Down the inside, he's through. There is that Emilian Denner. It's Paolo Ippolito, I think, is out of this race. He's going no further. Emilian Denner, sorry, is in the Formula K. But there, yeah, it is Paolo Ippolito, the number 9 machine, out at the hairpin. Van Walstein, though, is up into P2. The gap now up to 4/5 of a second. But Van Walstein is the fastest out there. I suspect that half a second will disappear very quickly.
I have to say, Van Walstein had to make that move. It was critical for him to get past Palombo. We've seen Palombo be quick in the early stages and over the first couple of laps, but then when we get into the meat of the race, he just starts to lose half a tenth here, a tenth there. If he didn't make that move, on Palombo, he could have seen Hiltbrand disappearing up the road. End of lap number 3. Hiltbrand leads from Van Walstein. Palombo still there in 3rd place. Then it's Trefilov, Travisanuto, Vasile ahead of Nomblo now. Albanese and Gustafsson started to come up back through the field. Also moving up through the field, Anthony, up 11 spots. Francesco Cialenta, Stan Peck's up 11 spots as well. A lot of these are, of course, because of retirements in this race, but nonetheless, Stan Peck's on the move, has now got past Cialenta into 7th place. Daniel Stell as well, from the repair area, is now up into the top 20.
No, he certainly is. It's been a great start for him now as they're pushing their way through that top section of the field, but still at this front, it's starting to just eke in ever closer now as we go on to lap number 5 of this race. Hiltbrand leads from Van Wallstein, Palomba 3rd, Trefilov is still there in P4, he's wanting to close in here. Traversanuto has had a brilliant start, but look at this now for Van Wallstein, fastest lap of the race. He's on the charge, he's on the move, but he cannot get that position just yet. Hiltbrand, I'm sure, will fight this one to the bitter end after the disappointment he had last time out when we saw the KZs racing in Germany, but this time out here in Franciacorta, Hiltbrand will fight this one to the bitter end. Out of the final corner, they complete lap number 5, on to lap 6. The game is still very much on between these two drivers.
It is indeed. I've got to say, I think Van Wallstein's going to make this move pretty quickly because Hiltbrand's pace right now is not the best. Palomba and Trefilov are coming through, and there it is. There's the move. Van Wallstein takes the race lead. Hiltbrand holds on to 2nd place. Palomba still there in 3rd for a moment. Thought he was going to draw alongside the Birol ART and get back up to 2nd place. David Trefilov is the fastest driver out on track, and Lorenzo Traversanuto is all out of the race. It's one of the Birols. It looks to be Daniel Stell in the number 37 who is gone from this one. Daniel Stell, who had got up into the top 20, is there no more. Palomba fighting with Hiltbrand now for 2nd place. This is a big moment for Van Wallstein. Can he pull away? Hiltbrand, for whatever reason, doesn't have the pace. It's down the inside goes Palomba. Palomba takes 2nd. Oh, there's a touch there between Trefilov and Hiltbrand. Here comes Traversanuto now down the inside. Trefilov gives him room on the inside. That's great defensive driving from the German.
That's nicely done from him now, but again, they've got to think long distance in this race. It's only lap number 7 of 24 here, and their chances of being on a podium is still very much in front of them. But they need to think, what can these Lecontais do for the remainder of this race? They do not want to push them too hard too soon. But Van Wallstein here, clear now by half a second, but now Palomba's got the clean air. Could we expect him now closing in on the Dutchman, who has broken away by now 0.6 of a second, and on that last lap, utilises that clean air and has set a new fastest lap of the race. Adrian Renardin has had drama. He is out of the race. There he is. He's going no further. A big shame for the pilot of the number 44 machine. But there's the confirmation of Van Wallstein's fastest lap. He is extending that lead now to over 0.6 of a second, pushing more like 0.7 here, as the battle's still raging all the way down the field. And even though we've seen those turmoils, we're still seeing here Tom Louye battling away with Stan Pex, who Pex was up quite far up in that order, has dropped back to 20th place, but is still on a 9-place gain in this race. So don't rule anyone out. The same for Francesco Cialenta is there. P15 on a big send. Ooh. There is the moment for Stan Pex, and very lucky there that he managed to keep that one going. He's lost his side pod. Stan Pex, I was saying he's on a good charge, don't rule him out. You're going to have to now. Down the inside, Daniel Vasile on the charge.
Yeah, good move there from Vasile through past Traversanuto for P5. We need to keep an eye on Danilo Albanese, though, in the second half of this race, Anthony, because you can see there on your screen, 45.125. Danilo Albanese has just set the fastest lap of the race and has gone purple again through sector number 1. So the Italian, who had that spin from the front row of the grid yesterday, as Stan Pex unsurprisingly receives the technical flag out there. Albanese has good speed. We saw that at the start of the race weekend on those fresher tyres, through time qualifying, through the first heat. He's starting to refine that form now, but has got work to do to get past these other drivers. The other key for me, and in fact I've just seen the answer to it, Palomba needs speed in that second sector, this part of the circuit, where it's corner after corner after corner. You look across the track, you can see the track crossing back and forth 5 or 6 times. It's a very busy part of the course, but it sets you up for this run down towards turn 13. Now, Palombo is, that's not so good that time around. He's needing to match Van Waalstein. Van Waalstein is really, really good through that second sector. He's just extending his lead, meaning that he doesn't have to worry about being overtaken in this part of the circuit. The fast stuff through turn 1, on the brakes into 2 and 3. Hildebrand still there. Hildebrand just body language-wise, Anthony, started to look more like he did in the latter stage of the third heat and the super heat this morning. We know that Hildebrand's got longevity, but first of all, he's got to get past Palombo.
He does need to get that initial overtake, but like you say, he is doing what he needs to do best, and that is keep this car in a good position. Remember, back to those qualifying heats, you know, we'd be on the last lap now, and we'd be seeing a checker flag at this point. There was that drama at the start. Drama for Spagel right at the beginning of that one. Out of the race, we saw multiple retirements once again on that opening lap, as there you can see drivers trying to get it out of the deep stuff. That I think is Alessio Lorandi that also lost out at the start of that race. Torangiani, Polito, La Cruz, Vigano, Complese, Spagel, Basoli, Stel, Renardin and Luye are all retirements in this race. A big shame for them. Like we're saying, you know, for Senna Van Waalstein, you're saying, yes, he's looking strong, he's breaking away, he's doing this. Can he keep that up for another 12 laps? That's the question. You can push on this early stage and open up that battle buffer between yourself and anyone else. But the question is, can you maintain that fight? And as we see here, if they start scrapping, which something tells me they will, David Trefilov here certainly not wanting to stick behind us. Senna Van Waalstein, the number 2, a 5-second time penalty has been applied to Senna Van Waalstein, the number 2 machine, who is clear by only 1.4 seconds, is now going to have to keep pushing to the very end to see how much he can limit the damage that's going to be caused that will jump him down to 10th place.
Well, I was about to say, Anthony, that this was Senna Van Waalstein's race to lose. Right now, he's losing it by 3.4 seconds. This is a dramatic moment, a turning of the tide, perhaps. You are sure that Palombo and Hildebrand will see this now. They will know their deal, that they must not fight. They must keep line astern now for probably the next 9 or 10 laps, and then have a good old fight towards the end of this one. As long as they stay within 5 seconds on the road at Senna Van Waalstein, this is now a battle for the lead of the race. But Senna Van Waalstein knows now if he wants to win this one, he's got to pull out that gap. There's a fight for 5th place. Basilea has got back ahead of Travis Sanuto in that squabble that's got Albanese in there, Nomblo in there as well. This race is suddenly wide open, Anthony. Senna Van Waalstein is throwing caution to the wind. He was 1/4 of a second quicker than Palombo on that last lap. In fact, it was more like 3/10 quicker than Palombo on that last lap. So he's got enough time in hand to extend this gap. It's now nearly 2 seconds. At that kind of rate, this is going to be really, really close to being the 5 seconds that, as you can see on your screen, has been given to him. But down the inside goes Hildebrand. Brilliant attack. Brilliant attack from the Spaniard. Pedro Hildebrand knows the situation. He is now your net race leader.
He has been loving that move down the inside at turn number 5. So has Senna Van Waalstein, but he's thinking about something else now. For this is your technical race lead right now. This is 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Hildebrand, Palombo and Trefilov, and they know that now with these 3 so close. And for those 4 just behind as well in the form of Daniel Vasile, Travis Sanuto, Albanese, Nomblot, they're now thinking, right, maybe we stop fighting now and maybe we push up, because that's technically the podium right in front of us.
It's indeed, as down towards turn 5 go the effective race leaders once again. The gap did go out again on that last tour of the circuit. It's now up to 2.25 seconds or thereabouts. Pedro Hildebrand has just set a personal best through sector number 1 though. Was he being bottled up a little bit there? Behind Giuseppe Palombo, what's the pace like through sector number 2? It's matching Van Waalstein. Hildebrand is doing what he needs to do right now to win this race once that penalty has been applied. Out of turn 13 once again. There is your leader on the road. It's a 45.0 for Van Waalstein. It's a 45.18 for Hildebrand. So yes, again, the lead goes out to 2.35 seconds. But that was a new PB from Pedro Hildebrand. And I'll say it again, We've seen him finish races strongly so far this race week. This is all right for Pedro Hilbrand. He can afford to keep losing a tenth and a bit, and he'll still win this race, Anthony.
No, 100%, and this is absolutely superb here in KZ for their final. But this one has just been an absolute roller coaster of a race with that drama right at the start, the huge stop with half the grid involved in that incident at turn number 2, to this here now. And of course a championship at stake with this one. Van Walstein, well, I mean, at this moment with a 5 second, it would drop him down to around about 8th place. What would that do in a championship situation?
I think it would lose him about 30 points, and the gap is now 31. So Senna Van Walstein, if he wants to win the 2-round championship, has got to get up the road versus the likes of Nomblo, Vasile, Albanese. So yeah, you're absolutely right there. There's 2 races to lose here today at Franciacorta. We're on lap number 18. 6 more to go after this one. The lead is now 2.5 seconds on the road for Van Walstein, so he's halved the penalty at the moment.
He has, but I'm just casting my mind. I trust your maths very well, but does that involve Palomba now moving up to 2nd in the race and taking the 2nd place points away?
Point, yeah.
Because he's there in P2 in the championship.
Yeah, so add on another 6 points in that regard for you're absolutely right, Anthony, that yeah, Giuseppe Palomba would move from a score of 38 championship points to 44. So 144 points is what Senna Van Walstein would need to beat to win the championship. Meanwhile, good scrap going on here between Daniel Vasile and Jean Nomblo. I fear I may have put the curse of the commentator on Nomblo today. We're not seeing a charge through the field from Nomblo like we have in previous KZ races in 2025, but it's still a good scrap, an entertaining one there for 7th place.
It certainly is. The gap, the update for Senna Van Walstein, he's 2.8 seconds clear from Hilbrand and Palomba, who continue to rage on, but Hilbrand's broken away from Palomba now. Trefilov is closing in on Palomba, but where is the gap now for Senna? Well, this would only put him down to now P4 in the race. A 5-second gap is P4. That updates not only his result for this final, it also could keep him on the podium at this rate, but where would that mean him for the championship? That's another story. It might just be enough.
Yeah, it might be. It's going to be a tense one. It's going to be provisional with a capital P at the end of this race. On to lap number 21. 3 seconds now the gap. This is your fight for 3rd place on the road. Trefilov, what a turnaround this has been after that red flagged start. Trefilov was one of the drivers in the repair bay for the longest amount of time. Right now he's looking at a podium and has just set his fastest lap of the race here, Anthony. 45.188. We've been saying it about Palomba throughout the course of this weekend. Qualifying, fantastic, but sometimes that race pace just missing half a tenth a lap.
No, exactly that. Down the back straight they go then. This, though, David Trefilov is closing in under braking. That's an incredible lunge there to try and close that gap. But he's not got to move down the inside just yet. This is effectively your fight for 2nd place on the track. The Van Walstein, the gap now, it still would be dropping him to 4th place. These 3 drivers are still too close to him at this moment. All 3 of these drivers would leapfrog Van Walstein with that 5-second time penalty, but Trefilov is getting dangerously close now to losing out on a podium here, because he's only 4 seconds away. 4.1 now. Van Walstein in these last 2 laps only needs to find 9/10 of a second to put him 3rd on the podium.
And I think he's doing enough at the moment to win the championship once that penalty's been applied. If Palomba moves to 144, which is a big if right now, Van Walstein needs 5th. 5th place, 30 points would move him clear of Palomba's 144. Right now, Travis Anuto in 5th place is 5.6 seconds behind Senna Van Walstein, so it's looking good for the championship, but still on for Hilbrand in terms of this race victory at Franciacorta.
The gap's 4.3 to Van Walstein and David Trefilov. 7/10 of a second is all Van Walstein needs, as we'll be going on to the last lap of this race. this time around. Van Wolstein will see that last lap board first as he crosses the line to start that final lap. Hiltbrand is there in second place. This is technically P2 and P3, but will it stay like that? It's 4.6 seconds. 4.6 seconds is the gap between Van Wolstein and Trefilov. And you can see Van Wolstein is pushing as hard as he can. He's broken into the 44s. This is absolutely astonishing. Senna Van Wolstein just needs to find 0.2 of a second. Where are they when they come through? There's Karts retiring from the race. Senna Van Wolstein, though, is heading into the final couple of corners here. He's going to see the checker flag in the lead, and he's done it. It's over 5 seconds. It's 5.093 across the line. Van Wolstein wins the race, but where's he going to finish? Hiltbrand, Palomba, Trefilov, it's 5.7. Oh, and it's disaster for Giuseppe Palomba. We didn't see it on the camera, but Palomba has tumbled away down to 11th place. Van Wolstein will take P2 here, and that is how you do it. It's enough for him to become the 2025 KZ champion of the future. Senna Van Wolstein, despite the warning flag, despite that black and white flag with the 5-second time penalty, he did enough there to stand P2 on the podium. Hiltbrand will be elected to the race lead. This was it. Trefilov under braking. Palomba, oh dear, he hit the brakes and is spat out on the exit. He'll not be happy with that one. This podium will be provisional with a capital P. I can tell you that for free. And I didn't even mean to rhyme that one, but there we go. This is what a final for the KZ. What a final indeed that sees Pedro Hiltbrand, Senna Van Wolstein, David Trefilov, 1, 2, 3. That 5 seconds was just applied. Hiltbrand will take the win, but it'll be Van Wolstein who will take the title, still clear by a huge chunk of points. Jean Nomblo is promoted to second in the championships from Giuseppe Palomba after that moment at the hairpin. There's the rest of the results on the screen. Trefilov finishes third out of Travis Zanuto, but of course that's provisional, of course. From that incident, Daniel Albanese and Daniel Vasile, Jean Nomblo from Victor Gustafsson, Christian Batuca from Alessio Pacini, Giuseppe Palomba from Pietro Fioravanti. He pushes himself up nicely through the order. Francesco Salenta, one of the biggest movers out there, 14 places gained, just behind Olin Galli, who finishes in 13th place. Moritz Ebner from Karol Pasovic, Matteo Lamena, and David Nowitzki, Mine Kremers from Darius Babaninoa, Henry Johnson and Alessandro Bertanola as well, 22nd place. Here is the highlights from that one, and what a couple of races that was. The initial start here, drama for the field. This caused the red flag to come out, and you can even see it there from the reaction of the marshals. They couldn't even believe what they saw. Disbelief from the sidelines here in that first attempt of the final, which saw half the grid eliminated in the first opening lap. And that, of course, brought out the red flag, the 15-minute repair window, and then, of course, the next restart of the race. There it is again, and my goodness me, a completely blocked circuit. Only gave the marshals 40-odd seconds to get that cleared, which just wasn't enough time. And unfortunately, they would go round again. The restarts after that red flag, and look at this one for Pedro Hiltbrand. Didn't initially get the best launch off the line, but watch him round the outside here. Not one, not two, but what he gets to, and then takes that race lead straight away. An incredible start to his race. Palomba tried to hold off the attack. Jean Nomblo trying to push his way up in those early stages. Here you can see Van Wolstein round the outside. Few cars stripping over each other through the exit of turn number 5. But it was then when we got up to the likes of turns 9 and 10. Here, this is where it went wrong for Mateusz Bagel. once again, the pilot of the number 32 machine getting caught out, and later more drama there as the other of the CPPs, Alessio Lorandi, out of the race there. Paolo Ippolito was another one of the retirements from the final. Not what you want to see at all. But the racing continued. This was Stan Peck's an incredible charge through the field in the early stages. Then you had this moment here, Van Wallstein able to get the power out of turn number 5 through past Pedro Hiltbrand, but a 5-second time penalty would go to Senna Van Wallstein, and I'm guessing for that move, because there was no other moves from that point onwards for Van Wallstein. This was Palomba setting it down the inside of Pedro Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand doing a brilliant effort there to keep that car in a straight line. This was it again, just as David Trefilov trying to get his nose down the inside, just clips that rear quarter. Sends him sideways, but keeps him in the race. Travis Anuto with that push as well. Might be a driver who could be on that top spot later on. There was the spin, the unfortunate moment. Stan Peck's out of the race, unfortunately. Tom Luyer caught up in that incident as well. Big moves from Daniel Vasile as well, past the likes of Bratuka earlier on in the race. He was able to get that move done and dusted, pushing him up the order pretty nicely. Travazanuto would later fight back as well. He would get through it. Then, of course, the warning flag came out. Then we had the fight for, effectively, first place. This moment here on that last lap, Trefilov, unfortunately, hitting the back of Giuseppe Palomba. The checker flag going out to Senna Van Wallstein, but a 5-second time penalty would put him down to second place, promoting Pedro Hiltbrand to the final winner here down in Franciacorta. We are ready, though, to hear from some of these drivers who I'm sure Andrew Mather is ready down there. What an explosive final that was, Andrew.
Wow, what a final indeed. Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan, here with your third place driver, David Trefilov. David, really tough race, but let's just talk first of all about that red flag. How was that from your perspective, that you looked right to be in the middle of it?
Yeah, that was crazy. I thought I'm gonna die. Like the bumper of the CRG was like very close to my head, but luckily we get a second chance and we used it, and we'll see.
An amazing piece of work by your team, only 15 minutes to turn the kart around. How proud are you of them for their efforts here today?
Well, I knew they will make it. I was never doubting in them. They do an amazing job all through the year, and I was just very confident that they will make it happen for me to restart.
And you had the pace in the second part of the race, especially the second half. You were hitting purple sectors. Talk me through that battle with Giuseppe Palomba that you, of course, eventually won and got your spot here on the podium.
Yeah, the speed was good. The chassis worked perfectly. And yes.
David, congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a moment. Let's pass through to Senna Van Wallstein. What a drive from Senna here today. Senna, what can we say? Tell me the early stages of that race. The pace was amazing. On the road, you won by, I think, around 4 seconds, but that 5-second penalty is the thing that decided it today.
Yeah, honestly, in the end, you don't really care. So when they give me a penalty, I don't even know why I get a penalty, honestly. But no, in the end, chassis was great, engine was great, team worked great all week. And yeah, we showed it with the pace we had on track. So yeah, I'm happy, I'm confident for next week. In the end, you know, it's a different week, different race. But let's see. I think we put everyone a bit sharp now.
And you win a championship title as well. I say the points over the 2 rounds, you take that, just shows the consistency that you, the Sodi Kart team, the CPB Sports organisation have had this year, and it puts you in a good position for next week.
Yeah, of course. No, the championship is always good to have, but in the end you see everyone, KZ2, KZ1, everyone does a great job in our team, so it shows how strong we are. And yeah, let's see what next week brings on.
Senna, thank you very much for your time. Thank you so much for all of the entertainment you provided with us today. Let's go to our winner, though. Pedro, that was hard work. What were your thoughts when, well, first of all, the view on those starts, the one that got red flagged and then the second one, what were they like from your seat?
Yeah, every time that we get red flagged and have a restart is always different, but in this case it was even better than before. Then, yeah, the fight we were expecting, I think it's going to be like that also next week. But I think for everyone who is watching, I love this sport. It's nice to see some battles, so still missing a little bit of pace, but we think for next week we can try something.
Your decision-making has been absolutely spot on this weekend. When you saw number 2 warning flag come up on the digital display over there, what was in your mind? How were you thinking about how to get past Palomba?
If I'm really honest with you, I seen the flag, but I think I was just focused on try to do my best. I forgot that it was the 5 seconds penalty, to be honest. Just try to make the best I can, the best rhythm, best piece as I can, and it's what it is.
And this circuit as well, it's evolved a lot across the course of the weekend. More rubber's gone down, more marbles offline. How difficult was it in that final to keep your concentration?
Well, it's always difficult, really long final. Also, when you miss a little bit, and you know it's going to be difficult to catch him, but I try to just be focused, do my best, 100% of the chassis, whatever we have. We need to find something for next week, but at least we've been really fast, so let's see the best for us.
Pedro, congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a few minutes' time, and I do believe we can now head to that podium. Over to you, Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Indeed, a very explosive final there for the KZ category, but we are now ready to announce the top 3 and the team for the championship and for, of course, the final here. We'll do the championship later, though. We'll start with 3rd position after a very intense final. Please welcome for the Formula K SRP factory team for Germany, it's David Trefilov. Well done to David, a fabulous race at the end there, finishing it in P3. In 2nd position after a very intense fight all the way to the end for the CPB Sony team for the Netherlands, it's Senna van Walstein. And your race winner in the final, please give it up for Birolot Racing from Spain, Pedro Hilbrand. And finally, please welcome onto the podium for the Birolot team, Ricardo Longi. We will now listen to the national anthem of Spain. Give a huge round of applause for your top 3 finalists in KZ. We would now like to welcome onto the podium Bruna Viapiano, the sport councillor of the Castello City, to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to David Trefilov. Well, a good race there all the way to the end for the drivers. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium Raffaella Giacomini, manager of the Franciacorta karting track, to present the 2nd place trophy, heading to Senna van Walstein. Once again, please welcome Bruna Viapiano to present now the winner's trophy, heading to Spain's Pedro Hiltbrand. Fabulous end for Pedro at the end of that one. And of course, finally, please welcome once more Raffaella Giacomini to present the team's trophy, heading to Birilat and to Riccardo Longhi. Yeah. Well, brilliant end for the KZ's drivers. Lift those trophies as high up as you can for me, please. Nice big smiles for the photographers out there after a very hectic weekend. That red flag restart as well. Certainly a very busy one for the KZ categories. And then we'll get everyone on the top step of the podium as well. Raffaella and Bruna, you can join as well. Come on, join in. We'll get everyone on the top step. So, yeah, Riccardo, you jump up there. Senna, you jump up there as well. Go on, all squeeze in. David, yeah, you squeeze in as well. All jump up. Perfect stuff. There we are. Nice big smiles for everyone as for the first time this weekend, we will get ready to present the bottles of non-alcoholic champagne to the drivers. Perfect stuff. Right, anyone in nice clothing, you can duck and cover. Anyone with a race suit, you can stick around because we'll present the bottles of champagne to the drivers here. So, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? Cover those helmets up. 3, 2, 1. Champagne. There we go. It's a nice end to their racing. What a final that is for KZ. A cool, calm and collected one for the KZ category. But 2 more finals to go. KZ2, they are coming up next.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan. Great scenes down there on the podium for Pedro Hiltbrand, Senna van Waalstein, and David Trevelov, your top 3 in KZ here today. Let's turn our attention then to KZ2. 24 laps for them as well, and a wide open championship picture as well for the top seedings within this 2-round series. 24 laps, as we say, for the drivers. They're heading out onto track at this very moment ahead of this final. They'll be getting their final thoughts together of how they're going to tackle this one over the next half an hour or so. Really competitive grid. 119 drivers started the race week with us. We took those down to 72 earlier on this morning for the start of the Super Heats, and then through 2 Super Heats, halved that amount again to get the final 36 for this this last race in KZ2 at Franciacorta for this particular week. It's been an up and down picture as well for many of the drivers, none more so than our pole sitter Maxim Orlov. More on that later. Here is your category, 15 years of age, of course, a senior category in gearbox shifter racing. 119 drivers, as mentioned, from 28 nations around the world have joined us here this week. Let's have a further look at KZ2 and the particulars within this category. Engines, 125cc, 6-speed gearboxes, 2-stroke engines, outputting around 50 horsepower, minimum weight 175 kilograms. A lot of energy, a lot of momentum in these machines. That's the bit on the engines. Let's have a look at some more information in regards to the class. Here are the tyres. It's been dry tyres all the way this week for KZ2. The Lecon LPMs have delivered really good performance across the weekend. No need for the wets here. 1.5 sets on a full set all the way through the qualifying heats. A full set here for the final. As I say, those wets have not been required here this week. It's good conditions for the drivers, not too hot. I think they'll once again enjoy these conditions for the next 24 laps. Well, the drivers at the front of the field have had their carts placed down onto the track. There is Max Orlov. We'll say it again. Every single time Max Orlov has got through lap 1, he has gone on to win the race. There's only one race where that hasn't happened. That was an incident down at turn 1 during the 4th round of heat. He is definitely the man to beat. He is the championship leader as well, heading into this one. 129 points on the board. The advantage doing the quick maths is 33 over Max Schleimer. So Max Orlov doesn't need to win this race to take the Champions of the Future KZ2 Series winners title, but he would still like to, just to keep the momentum going across the course of this time in the season. There's Marcus Kayak. Kayak was top of the intermediate classification last night. Really good consistency across the course of the 2 days of racing that we've had here at Franciacorta. Well, 3 days of racing for the KZ2s. They, of course, started their heats back on Thursday afternoon. There is your top 10 in the championship. As mentioned, Orlov, 33 points is the advantage for him, so 29 plus 4. Maximilian Schleimer there, the second of the CPBs. CPB Sports, of course, have had a tremendous season here in KZ2. Kasper Shermans has moved teams, of course. He was with CPB Sport, he was in a Soda, he's now in a Birrell ART. He's third in the championship on 89. Jaden Teen is the threat as well, can't win the championship, just a little bit too far back from Orlov, but could still be in the top 3. Let's head down, though, to the grid. I do believe, Anthony Jordan, you're ready for us.
Thank you very much. Andrew Mather there in the box. What an explosive final that was for KZ. I'm sure we're going to see something just as exciting in KZ2. We've got the main man, Maxim Orlov. We've got Marcus Kayak on the front row of the grid. What can they do for here? We'll jump over. We have to have a quick chat with you. Maxim Orlov, you've been an untouchable figure this weekend. You've been absolutely flying. Now you've got a brand new set of boots, a clear run into turn 1. As soon as you get there, you break away. Is that the same case in this final?
Yeah, we will try to do the same as the pre-final. Just take a good start and try to drive away.
Yeah, that's going to be the main plan, isn't it? But, I mean, this weekend, you've been dialed in. The setup's been there. Tell us, how's that car been feeling for you? It looks like it's been on rails.
Yeah, for sure. The chassis and the engine, like, together is amazing. Yeah, so we have a lot of grip. So, yeah, that's why we're fast, I think.
Excellent. Well, best of luck, safe drive. We'll see you at the end of this final. Maxim Orlov starting there. Marcus Kayak just taking his seat, locked in there. He's got his deck of cards on the back of his helmet. He likes the aces on this one. I'll quickly jump in on this side, see if I can have a quick chat with him. Marcus, I know you're seated, ready to go. I won't touch the carts because it's all race ready. But Marcus, front row, you're alongside Maxim. This is going to be quite the fight. Tell us, are you ready for this one?
Yeah, of course, always ready. But we will see how the race will go, and yeah.
You know how to win titles. You've done it before in Estonia. You reckon you could come away and win this final here?
I really hope so. It will be difficult, but I will try my best.
Excellent. Well, best of luck, safe drive. We'll let you focus and get yourself ready for this one, because it's all about those race starts in KZ2. These carts, you can see the rubber that's gone down on the circuit as well over the course of the weekend in their grid slots. You can see the darker parts of the tarmac primed and ready to go. Here as well, you've got Maddox Skrivan. He's primed and ready as well. Another one of the IPKs, the Praga chassis here, primed and ready. Simon Reckenmacher as well, the Door Motorsport team on that Kart Republic, the highest ranked Kart Republic here on this grid. He's got the Parallel, he's got the Soda. You've got such a mixture of chassis and manufacturers in this top section of the grid. It's hard to point out who could really come away with one of these top runs. They're all primed and ready to go. This is KZ2, the final. It's coming up. Andrew, tell us who is starting where.
Well, we'll run through the grid in a moment. A good point there on the array of chassis. I count 6 different chassis manufacturers in the top 8. Let's go through this grid then for the 36 qualifiers. Maxim Orlov starts on pole position. Marcus Kayak alongside on the front row. Simon Reckenmacher and Marek Skrivan, they start on row number 2. Jaden Teen, second of the CPBs, alongside the ever-impressive Kimi Tani there on row number 3. Row 4, Michael Adair, stunning overtake to win one of the heats yesterday. Starts on the inside of row number 4. Menihert Krozer is there 8th on the grid. Simon Bellman's had a fairly quiet week so far this week, but starts on row 5 alongside Michael Paparo. Timo Youngling and Albin Sturis in row 6. Ellie Goldstein and Noah Wolf row 7. Wolf, really, it's either gone brilliantly or disastrously so far for him this weekend. Max Schleimer and Thomas Stoltramanis, they go from row 8. It's Janis Stivico and Daniel Massier on row 9. Lewis Speck and Artur Poulan go from row 10. Alvar Simasvara and Mate Prush go from row 11. Kasper Sherman starts down on row 12 alongside Artur Lehook. Dion van Veren and Ethan Frigomoska go from row 13. It's then Corentin Russo and Dom Simek going from row 14. Nico Lemberg and Jay Irwin complete the first 30 positions in this race. Row 16, Matheus Morgado, what can he do from the back of the grid? Emmanuel Quintieri is alongside on that 16th row of the grid. William Lanzani, Zoe Florescu there on row 17. The 36-strong field is completed by Samuele Leopardi and Paavo Tonteri. The drivers begin their formation lap. Got to get that heat into those tyres, into the brakes as well. That run down to turn 1 and 2 and 3. It's not the longest run in international karting, but it is a fast run, a wide entry into that first corner. And as we've seen already this afternoon in these finals, that first start in KZ, an incident that led to a red flag. It can get very tight very quickly, and we have seen fireworks so far this week through the heats in KZ2. There's a look inside race control. In the foreground, David Manchester, head of race control this week, ably assisted by Sam Fisher in the background. They've got a huge bank, a huge array of cameras over this 1.3 kilometre circuit, being a big part of the officiating here at the circuit. Anthony Jordan rejoins me in the box. Temperature's gone up a little bit, Anthony.
Yeah.
It feels like it's a bit more humid out there as well.
Yeah, I think humidity has gone up just that fraction. It's very common for this part of Italy, the farmlands, the flatlands around here. You can get that low-lying air, and it gets really dense air quality here. But certainly, it is feeling a little bit tense out there for the drivers. But you saw very briefly there that the cheers on for their pilots out there, the CPB Sport team. You saw them out there with some of their mechanics. Florent Bazalion was there alongside his fellow team compatriots ahead of this race. And of course, for all of them watching alongside on this one, for Maxim Orlov, this is just, well, effectively for him, he's just going to try and take this as another race and just see what he can do in this one. He's been that dominant figure. Yes, he had that drama earlier on in the qualifying heats in the third one where the start wasn't quite there. He was swamped and then spat out at turn number 2. But like we've already said, that was then. This is now as Martin Bean and Daniel Ashton get ready to start the race on this one. Again, the crowd's looming wherever they can to find a spot to watch this race. 36 of the world's finest KZ2 gearbox racers about to go to work here. And like we say, so many of those names who had those great middle parts of this one just finding themselves into this one. Great to see we've got Morgado in this race. You know, he had those dramas all the way throughout, and that Super Heat just put him into this final. Keep an eye on that Brazilian from the back of the grid, because certainly could be one to watch in this race.
Absolutely, had 3 DNFs along the way, did Morgado. You just see him there pulling into the tram lines. For me, Kayak has to be aggressive off this start. That's the only way he's going to be able to get ahead of Max Orlov here when the lights go out and we go to green. The last few karts are in position. Pasquale Lupoli waves the green flag at the back of the field. It'll be over to Dan Ashton and Martin Bean to get us started here. The KZ2 Final at Franciacorta is go. It's a great start for Orlov. Kayak is not going to be able to challenge through the first couple of corners. Scrivans immediately up to P3. Recamacher holding fourth. One of the Maranellos is in serious trouble there. Even before they get to turn number 1, I think that was Emmanuel Quintieri in the 266. Orlov has the lead, but is Kayak going for it there through turn 6, through turn 7? No, not able to take it from Orlov. That's a good start from the CPB Sport driver.
It certainly is, and it's at this stage usually where he dials in and breaks away, but everyone's on the same kettle of fish here. That is Quinteri out of this race. The Maranello goes no further. Yeah, the 266 goes no further in this one. I think there's been a drama for Savico in this race as, whoa, here we go. Here we go. The Formula K's on it. Marcus Kayak trying to get a nose down the inside there in that final sector, but stays there in second place. Grivan still there as well in P3. Reckenmacher and Tani up there as that was the closest moment you'd like to see. That might be it for Orlov. He might be able to break away after that.
Well, this is, I wonder if part of the tactics for Orlov, that he knows he's got good race pace as we've been talking about this week on used tyres, he doesn't want to take too much out of this new set of Licon tyres too early in the race, but with that warning sign from Kayak, he might be forced to up the pace a little bit here. Kimi Tani's moving as well, up to P5, had a go at Reichenmacher around the outside of the exit of turn number 5. This is where Kayak looks particularly quick. Orlov pumps himself up for another run onto lap number 3. Kayak not close enough this time, but he's keeping strong through these first 4 corners. Downhill now into turn 5. Surely he's too far back to have a go there, but Orlov still defends a little bit, maybe just to cover things off. Scrivan running in 3rd. Reichenmacher still 4th. The top 5 are starting to break away here, Anthony. Jaden Teen there in 6th. Timo Youngling's had a good start after that disastrous super heat. The Briton is up 4 places to P7, and keep an eye on Crozer as well. P8 and new fastest lap of the race.
Also, Noah Wolf's had a great start. Also, 4 places gained. He's up there inside that top 10. There's drama. Has there been drama for Shawmans there and Zoe Florescu? The 2 Birilarts have, I think, maybe come together out there. They've both tumbled down the order. Eyes on this one, though. Orlov has not broken away. It's Kayak still there wanting to attack, and you can see that tighter entry line there from Orlov. He turns in so much earlier than that Formula K SRP factory car just behind him of Marcus Kayak, but again, it's just showcasing the front end on these Sodi carts is looking absolutely dialed in.
It really, really is. A bit further down the order, ladies and gentlemen, he's on the charge. Mateus Morgato is already up into the top 20 from pretty much the back of the field. Has gained 13 places so far in this race. Is your biggest mover forward. End of another lap. On to lap number 5. Orlov, Kayak, Scrivan. Scrivan under pressure here from Reichenmacher in the 250 and Tani there in the 213. Tani's been a pleasant surprise in terms of performance so far this week. Reichenmacher has a look. Scrivan has it covered off. Tani might have a go now through turns 8 and 9. This is the part of the circuit we've said all week is tricky. It's getting even tricky now. Look at how much rubber has gone down there. You can see the different shade on the track off the racing line. Fair amount of marbles there. You don't want to be in that region of the circuit if you can avoid it. Top 2 starting to break away now. So Orlov's picking the pace up. There was a 45.9 last time around as Jay Irwins received the warning flag. That'll be a 5-second penalty post-race. Tani having a go at Reichenmacher for P4. The key for me, though, right now, Anthony, Orlov, yes, picking up the pace, but Kayak seemingly able to go with him.
Yeah, indeed. And this is the beautiful side of this sport. When you get to a final, you're all on those brand new tyres as well. You can all push your way forward. However, now that the tyres are getting into play a little bit more now, we're starting to see a slight gap here now between Orlov and Kayak. It's open to 0.3 of a second. It's not closing between Kayak and Scrivan because Scrivan's on the defensive posture right now. He's got Simon Reichenmacher all over his tail end. The fight for 3rd place most certainly on. Look at that train that is forming. This is those early moments there in the background. This is those overtakes. Jaden Teen losing out to his teammate Timo Youngling back on that charge.
Youngling seems really fired up for this race, and that's understandable after what happened to him earlier. This was Quintieri on lap number 1. We're not quite sure how that damage occurred. I wonder if it was in relation to, let's say, we also lost Arthur Poulin and Yanis Civico in the early stages of this race. Well, there is the 225 with a lot of damage as well. In the early stages of this race. That's Mathieu Prutu still circulating out there. So, yeah, that's maybe that rear bumper has popped itself back into position. And that's clearly there was some form of incident in the middle of the field initially off the start.
Yeah, indeed. And shame for them, but still the eyes focus on this sharp end here. Simon Reichenmacher has done a brilliant job here, I think, this weekend for the Door Motorsport team. Not a factory team. In this own right, of course, you've not got many of them up there. Of course, CBP, they're a technically satellite team. They're with the Sodi outfit. They're a big Sodi team as well. They kind of match the factory outfit, but a big job from them over the course of this one. But you have got the Formula K, you've got the IPKs there as well, battling away as Reichenmacher now continuing that fight. Has got the clean air now from Tani behind it, and it's going to go for the lunge down the inside. I could sense something was coming there from Simon Reichenmacher. And I was certainly right as he gets onto that podium spot. And that's caused a chain reaction behind Youngling, Krozer, Tani, all fighting for position. Noah Wolf's in that fray. He's gone round the outside. He's got through past the Sony. Scrivan's going slow. He must have missed a gear. And that is disaster. Tani's gone through. Tyne's gone through. Scrivan's gone through. Youngling and Wolf have all gone through. This is disaster for him there. They're still just there in the background, but they've all closed in here. And Marek Scrivan from fighting on that front end, as I think Reckenmacher's lost out, as he has. Yeah, Tani's up to third place now.
It was an absolutely brilliant move from Kimi Tani off of turn number 5. I wonder if Reckenmacher and Scrivan just got a little bit tangled through turn 5. Once again, Kimi Tani taking it to the bigger names, perhaps. My goodness me, Jaden T, and that was a send and a half down the inside to take another position away from Scrivan. Teen's not done.
I think that was Youngling.
Oh, sorry, yes, it was Timo Youngling. Timo Youngling through then and into 6th place. We said he was fired up for this one. Technical flag has gone out for Matej Proust. So yeah, I think the officials have deemed that they're not happy with that rear bumper, and Proust has now gone. No, he's gone through sector number 1, so he's still circulating out there. But yeah, I've been really impressed with Kimi Tani this week. You know, taking it to more experienced drivers perhaps, but proving his worth here. Meanwhile, at the front, Orlov has kicked quite literally into another gear. A purple sector number 1, a new fastest lap of the race, 5-second penalty in it for Jaden Teen for causing a collision. In balance, I think Orlov, well, again, we'll see what happens. I nearly said it about Senna van Waalstein during the KZ race, but I think Orlov, it's his race to lose now. 1.2 seconds is the advantage over Kayak. Kayak similarly has a good gap over this scrap for third place. Of course, this would be giving the series win to Orlov as well over the 2 rounds. And this is why I thought Kayak had to get ahead in the early stages, because it's these laps here when Orlov knows, yeah, we've got the first phase of the race out of the way. He is so good at just being able to find a 10th here, a 10th there. You add it up over all of the sectors, and all of a sudden, he's 4/10ths quicker over the whole lap.
Yeah, indeed. And, you know, I said this about Senna in that first race. You know, we're at that point where the checker flag would have gone out now and the race would have been finished in the qualifying heats phase, but they've got another 12 laps of this to go. That momentum can be kept throughout it, but the question is that for the first time this weekend, are we going to see that dominant progression and a huge gap opened up from Maxim Orlov for the remainder of this race? Because it's only been for those 12, 16 laps. He checks over the shoulder there, can see the big gap, and now I think he'll think calming down, slow it down, but in turn, as he slows it down, he then goes fastest overall again.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing the lap times, 45.396 on that last tour for Orlov. Kayak's pace not bad, but half a second off. Half a second off what Orlov is doing. That is testament to the European champion and how well he is driving that 2:59 machine. The gap between first and second now over 2 seconds at the latest update. 1.89 seconds on the last full lap, but 2 seconds now through the first 2 sectors. Kimi Tani starting to edge away from Simon Reckenmacher as well here. I think for Teen, Youngling, Scrivan, Wolf, if they want to be on the podium today, they've got to get on with things very quickly. Reckenmacher is a little bit off the pace, 45.6 in comparison to a 45.4 from Tani. As I say, Jaden Teen wants to get through, wants to help his teammate as well, Timo Youngling. Of course, he's clear. He doesn't have a 5-second penalty. They've got to get past Reckenmacher pretty quickly.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, he's doing a great job here, though, still holding on to 4th place. But Teen starting to pile on that pressure. As soon as he does, you've got to imagine Youngling's going to fight with him, as you've been mentioning. So, you know, he's got to do that. And in that turn, Scrivan might be able to fight back. Wolf might be able to fight back as well. And you know what? Despite all the dramas that he's had, the ups and downs, Wolf coming back on a 6th place gain right now, and inside that top 10 is still very much impressing me at this stage.
A lot of spirit, a lot of hope, I think, for Noah Wolf ahead of next week, because a lot of challenges have been thrown that young man's way over the last 3 days, both on and off track. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Anthony, to see him there, P8, one of the fastest drivers on circuit at the moment. He just went purple through sector number 2 on the last tour of the circuit. Yeah, I mean, sure, he would love to be up on the podium. We know Noah very well throughout his whole racing career. But no, he can hold his head high if he can get home in this top 10 result. We're on lap number 15, 9 laps to go. There we go, Maxim Orlov over the line.
Such a great drive.
What is this kind of gap? 3.1 seconds now for Orlov over Kayak. As I say, it's his race to lose.
It certainly is. So the rest of the field pushing through. Some of the big movers out there. We mentioned him earlier on. Matthias Morgado still on that charge. He's now broken into the top 15 now on a 16-place gain. I think the attack may have slightly stalled now. There's only so far a driver can get, and at this elite level of racing, no matter the experience that you've got out there, yes, you can find yourself stalling at one point. Here, though, is the Team Youngling battle. Now, the question is, does Youngling go for the attack on Team before Team goes for the attack on Reckenmacher?
I would lean towards Team, but at the same time, Team doesn't really seem to be making much impression on the rear bumper of Reckenmacher. Meanwhile, Tani very much making an impression on Kayak here and going for second place down into turn 5. Well, that looked easy enough for Kimi Tani. Where is Marcus Kayak's pace gone? Marcus Kayak's pace has dropped off a cliff, it would seem here. He's down into the 46ers, whilst everybody else in the top 10 pretty much is in the 45s. I hope Marcus Kayak hasn't got some kind of developing problem. You can visually see it out of the corners. I think he's got an issue.
He has. He's put his hand up. It's drama for Marcus Kayak. He's got Reckenmacher all over his tail end. Is he going to peel off in this race, or is he going to try and keep it going? Well, he's still technically third, so he's got his own right to keep it going, but it's not going to happen. Down the inside, Reckenmacher goes through. Jaden Teen goes through. Youngling doesn't quite squeeze past, but he's just got, as you mentioned, it's got no go out of the corner. Wolf with a big lunge down the inside has just got it through past Skrivan. The next attack is on Kayak. He's just seen 3 carts go through. He'll think, I'll be number 4.
Yeah, you've got to really feel for Marcus Kayak here, but this is why KZ Racing can be so unpredictable at sometimes. The mechanical nature of the sport is biting Marcus Kayak here. There's nothing he can do.
No.
There's absolutely nothing he can do as Noah Wolf goes down the inside. Clean overtake there from the young Briton. Goes up to P6. Kayak was in control of a podium position. Well, he's still holding in there. Bravely holds it round the outside of Skrivan. Kroza got in there as well to nip past the Praga livery machine. A podium was pretty much there for Marcus Kayak, but at the moment he's going to do well just to finish in the top 10.
Yeah, indeed. Stolshamanis also tumbling down, but not only that in the podium, it's also affected his championship as well. Marcus Kayak has tumbled back down to 6th. He was up there 3rd. Now he's back down to 6th. He's going to lose out not only on a final trophy, but a championship one too.
That's a real blow, but he can take pride from the speed that he's had this week. End of lap number 19, 5 more to go, 4.7 seconds now the lead for Maxim Orlov. Kimi Tani and Simon Reckenmacher looking at a podium. Simon Reckenmacher, though, has got to hold on. If you can find the speed, I think would be a good position to get through and then potentially help Timo Youngling. If you can do a bit of a team roll here, because remember, Team does have a 5-second penalty. But if you can get Reckenmacher off the racing line and open the door for Youngling, Youngling could recover after his problems in the Super Heat earlier on, Anthony.
Yeah, indeed. Well, let's keep a close eye on this one, though, because, well, Tani broken away beautifully. Fight, as you mentioned, for P3 is on. Simon Reckenmacher, Jaden Teen, Timo Youngling right there. Could CPB Sport end up with 2 drivers on the podium here? Well, they're going to make it incredibly difficult here, I'm sure, for them. But is the Door Motorsport team. Simon Reckenmacher right now is holding firm. There's your championship at the moment. Teen now up to 3rd in the points. A few more places could get him past Schleimer here.
Yeah, it could do, but unfortunately, I think that 5-second penalty will then undo all of that work. Reckenmacher's got really good speed out of the medium speed corners. Light 11 and 12 there just means that when they get to a big stopper, when they get to a braking zone like 13, he's not really under attack. Or Jaden Teen's not able to go for a big one. Kayak is out of the race completely now. He dropped outside of the top 10. What a shame for the Estonian. He goes no further than the end of lap number 21. Kimi Tani continuing to circulate in sector number 2 and pushing on here, matching pace at the moment with the race leader.
Yep, certainly is. And there is Simon Reckenmacher. And as you were mentioning, yep, Teen can only do what he can do at this point to limit the damage that will be applied after this race. But there you can see what's happening. There is Trefilov, and there he is, just, well, deflated and out for Marcus Kayak. And, yeah, no further in this race.
Body language said it all.
Yeah.
He knows that he's lost a good result here today through no fault of his own. But it's motorsport. You win as a team, you lose as a team. Meanwhile, the team that's looking on for a very good result here today, CPB Sport, currently 3 drivers in the top 5. We're on to lap number 23 now. Maxim Orlov is just bringing this one home. There's Noah Wolf now to P6 in this race, a gain of 8 positions in this one. But we've seen Wolf on his way to 3 heat victories so far this weekend, and I think back to that second heat where a little bit of the racing god's luck fell into his path. He's not completely out of it for a podium here today.
I can see yellow flags out there. Simon Billman and Thomas Stoshamanis are out of this race. They've collided at turn number 10 and will go no further on this final lap, where Maxim Orlov continues to break away by an impressive 5 seconds from the rest of the field. Wait for second place to come through. Wait for it. They weren't even in the shot. Kimi Tani didn't even make the shot there. That's how far he is up the road. Maxim Orlov, we saw this in the qualifying heats. We saw it in the Super Heats. We didn't expect such a dominant performance though in the final, but we got it. Maxim Orlov, CPB Sport wins. The champions of the future here in Franciacorta, and with that takes the 2025 KZ2 Champion of the Future title. What a drive. Kimi Tani takes second ahead of Simon Reckenmacher. An incredible drive for the Finn and the German to put them on that podium. Jaden Teen, he finishes 4th. However, that warning flag will chuck him down the order quite considerably. Unfortunately, that would promote Timo Jungling just off the podium into P4. But there for Maxim Orlov, you can't quite believe it. That dominant force from not only the pilot himself, but for the team as well. You've got 3 of the CPB Sport drivers up inside the top 5 in this final. You've still got another 3 further down in the top 15. An incredible drive for the field on this one. And for Orlov, Tani and Reckenmacher, they come away with an astonishing podium. Jaden Teen in P4 ahead of Timo Jungling, Noah Wolf from Minihat Krusner, Maddox Klivan from Michael Adair, Max Schleimer from Matthias Morgato did jump up to 11th place. 20 places gained for the Brazilian. Astonishing performance there ahead of Daniel Massier. Albert Tibertuana from Dean Van Verven, big gains for those 2 as well, ahead of Dominic Simic and Ethan Frigamoska. Samuel Leopardi, 18 places gained, finishes in P17 ahead of Goldstein. Speck from Lemberg, Lanzeni from Tontieri, Florescu rounds out the 23 karts that finished the race. And there, Max Orlov, there he goes, job done for the young man for CPB Sport. Here's how it all transpired then, the highlights, and it was from the word go here. Straight away, the lightning start for Orlov, that was vital. held on to that lead from the word go. Did not have to worry about Marcus Kayak straight away. Later didn't even need to worry about him at all, unfortunately, for the Estonian. That kart developing a problem in the second half of the race, and then the kart just falling off the track and retiring to Parc Ferme. But the early stages certainly looked like a strong contender in this one, especially with that moment there, that clip of the inside curb, just to try and get that nose down the inside of Maxim Orlov. Not going to happen. Quinteri had dramas. Amano Quinteri for the Maranello team. A broken bent rear axle, and that was him out of the race early doors. Theirs was that moment again, a bit of tyre smoke there off the front to rear wheel contact between the two of them. Very lucky not to pop the bead at that point. Gotta say, Kimi Tani, what a race for the Finn, the LA Motorsport driver, pushing his way through. There was the rear bumper, unfortunately for Mattis Bruch, that took him out of the race. But a great race for Kimi Tani. The 4 places gained, step by step, stepping it through the field as everyone fought for position in those early stages, albeit close quarter throughout all of it. Dion van Verven there battling away with the Cali kart there of Nico Lemberg, I believe, possibly actually Daniel Messier, who was fighting away with at that point. But these moments here, Simon Reckenmacher as well, good run for him. Maddox Scrivan, that was the moment. I think that missed gear put him out of play. Then this one for the LA Motorsport driver down the inside. Kimi Tani up into second place and went on to take P2 by a staggering 1.6 seconds clear from Simon Reckenmacher. Was 4.9 seconds behind Maxim Orlov, who comes away with the fastest lap of the race as well to boot. Then you saw the charge from Jaden Teen and Timo Jungling. Noah Wolf getting his nose down the inside. All them were pushing through after their dramas earlier on. Matthias Morgato in the background as well. He was also pushing through. His 20 place gain. The same for Dominic Simek's 13, Van Verven's 11, Frigamosa's 10, and Leopardi's 18 places gained in that race. This was a bold move down the inside for Mihai Kruzna, the Hungarian, pushing through in the early stages. There was the retirement, unfortunately, for Marcus Kayak from the front row to Parc Ferme. There on your screen, pole to flag, Maxim Orlov. What a drive for that young man. CPB Sport, Sodikart, have a man on the top step of the podium and a title to boot as well. Well, that is KZ2 done and dusted. There are your driver championship standings. Orlov confirmed with 180 points, is your 2025 KZ2 champion of the future, ahead of Maximilian Schleimer, Jaden Teen from Casper Schurman's, Kimi Tani, 5th out of Maddox Scrivan, and Simon Reckenmacher, Noah Wolf rounding out the top 8. There it is, smiles on his face. Now that race is done, he can now relax until, of course, a week's time. We'll be back out on that track. Will he be able to compete at that sharp end again in that one? But we look forward to seeing what this young man can do. And we'll be hearing from some of our drivers down there, of course. Orlov, Tani, Reckenmacher, all standing on that podium. For Tani and Reckenmacher, the first time we will see these two on the podium in the Champions of the Future in 2025. An incredible appearance for them, for the LA Motorsport team and the Dürr Motorsport team as well from Germany. That Kart Republic equipment, but superb for them. It's not over yet, though. One more race to go. The Masters will be coming up very, very soon. They'll be coming up after the podium, of course, for the KZ2s. And, of course, the post-race interviews you will be hearing from Andrew Mather in a few moments' time. But once again, track has been sorted and organised, ready for that next race. And once more, a brilliant job from the marshalling team out there on the circuit as they head back to their staging points, ready for what will be an incredible final race, I'm sure, for the KZ2 Masters, that will see some titans fighting for that top spot, and including and not forgetting Angelo Lombardo, Anthony Abbas, Davide Fore, Riccardo Nallon, and many, many more to boot as well. They'll be out there in that race. But a superb drive from the KZ2s. They can be delighted with that one as their 2025 Champions of the Future season comes to an end here in Franciacorta. Let's head down, though, to Parc Ferme and over to Andrew Mather, who I'm sure will be chatting to a very elated top 3 drivers.
I am indeed, Anthony. Thank you very much here with Simon Reckenmacher. 3rd place today, Simon, a great result.
Yeah, of course. This has been a great weekend overall. We worked really hard for this result, and yeah, finally it paid off.
What's the biggest thing that you've learnt this week?
We learned a lot of things about the new chassis and everything for next week, and I think we are well prepared for the World Championship.
Best of luck, Simon. We'll see you on the podium in a moment. Let's get Kimi Tani in over here. Kimi, you were absolutely delighted. Really emotional scenes there with your mechanic.
Yeah, it was amazing starting from B6. I didn't really think I could make P2, maybe P3, but at the end of the race we got the speed to catch kayak and manage it.
You were very defensive in the first few rounds of the heats, but something clicked yesterday. What made the difference for you to go on the attack today?
The tires.
Good stuff, Kimi. We'll see you on the podium in a moment, but let's have a talk once again to Max Orlov. Max, I asked you yesterday how you rated your day. You said 10 out of 10. Is that like a 12 out of 10 today?
100 for sure, of 10.
And the start, really, really important that you kept kayak back. Where did that rank in terms of your starts here today?
9 of 10.
9 out of 10. Anything that surprised you across the course of that one? Also, when did you decide it was the time to kick?
Actually, I don't know. You know, I win the start and try to defend my first place because, like, a bit difficult was in the beginning, sliding a lot, but then the tires is like burn a bit, and then I try to push and yeah, pulling away.
And winning the championship as well, you pretty much dominated the whole thing. How proud of you again of the team that you and your whole team have done here today?
Yeah, for sure. I'm proud of my team. It's my family. You know, we did an amazing job. Yeah, like we're rating 10 of 10, like always.
Max, we'll see you on the podium in a moment. Let's have a chat with some of the team members. Another great result for CPB today, and 3 drivers in the top 5 as well.
Yeah, amazing results from all the team. Everyone make an amazing job. It's a good preparation for the World Cup next week. We was KZ1, KZ2 Master. We have the good pace. We work really well. So now we will see next week. But
Florian, we had a chat with some of your drivers in the KZ category. You've had this great 18 months, but ahead of a World Championship, a World Cup next week, it does feel like some of those other manufacturers are snapping at your heels. Is that a bit more of extra pressure for you and the team?
yes, it is, but it's a good pressure, you know, because it's a big one. Everyone gonna make the maximum to win this one. So, no, it's a good pressure. We like this, you know. We are here to win, so we're gonna make the maximum to win, and we're gonna do it.
Florent, congratulations once again. We'll see your drivers on the podium. In a few moments' time, Anthony Jordan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Yes, indeed, another very close final result there for the top 3, but of course the dominant performance once again from our top driver. But it starts with 3rd place. Please welcome onto the podium, representing Germany and the Duo Motorsport team, it's Simon Reckenmacher. In 2nd position, for Finland and the LA Motorsport team, give it up for Kimi Tani. And your race winner for CPB Sport, give it up for the dominant Maxim Orlov. And please welcome for the CPB Sport team, Florent Bizalion onto the podium. A fabulous end for the team then, which sees Orlov, Tani and Reckenmacher take 1, 2, 3. We'd now like to welcome on to the podium to present the winner's trophy, starting with Bruno Viapiano, the sport councillor of the Castellazzato City, to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to Simon Reckenmacher. Fabulous job for Simon. Great run throughout this weekend to see him finish on that podium. Please welcome now Emanuela Clarici, front office here for the Franciacorta karting track to present the second place trophy heading to Kimi Tani. Fabulous job for Kimi as well. A great run in that final, a 4-place game to see him on the podium. And please welcome once more Bruna Viapiano to present the winner's trophy heading to Maxim Orlov. A fabulous result for Maxim. The dominant performance has been continued throughout this weekend. And finally, please welcome one more time Emanuela Clarici onto the podium to present the team's trophy heading to CPB Sport and to Florent Bizalion. Well, a superb end to the racing here. Drivers, lift those trophies up nice and high in the air for me, please. Nice big smiles. A brilliant end to your racing here in Franciacorta with the sun hiding away behind the clouds, but the temperature's still nice. And finally, we'd like to get you all on the top step of that podium as well. Florent, you join as well, and we'll get R2 as well onto the podium. Thank you very much there to Bruna and Emanuela. You take nice big smiles there with all the photographers. Brilliant end to their racing here in Franciacorta in Italy. Well, for the second time and penultimate time of today, we will start them with the bottles of champagne. So, drivers, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there you have it for Maxim Orlov, Kimi Tani and Simon Reckenmacher. They can celebrate here in Franciacorta as the work is done in KZ2. But don't fear, there'll be one more race to go. It is Masters coming up next.
Thank you very much, Anthony Jordan. Great once again down there on the podium. KZ2 Master, the final race of the weekend here at Franciacorta. And this is set up to be another really intriguing battle over 24 laps here in Italy. So far this weekend, it's all been Angelo Lombardo. He is undefeated so far in his races, but Davide Fore has been building in speed across the course of the weekend so far and matched the pace of Lombardo in the second Super Heat earlier on this morning. As we say, the final will be 24 laps for these drivers, all aged 35 years or older. Here it's a really, really strong circuit for many a competitor. There are your competitors heading out onto the grid ahead of this final. We started the race week with 48 drivers in total for this category. We have cut them down to 36 across the course of timed qualifying, 3 rounds of heats, and then the Super Heats earlier on this morning. The track has continued to evolve as well. It is at its most rubbered in state now after those 2 previous finals with fresh tyres. There are your competitors walking out onto circuit. As we say, KZ2 Master, all drivers 35 years or older, plenty of experience, many a championship title over the years in the hands of drivers on this grid. 48 of them started the race weekend from 18 nations around the world. We're here with our final 36 for this last race of the weekend. Let's talk through what's powering them along and around this 1.3 kilometre Franciacorta circuit. 125cc, 6-speed, 2-stroke engines, outputting around 50 horsepower. The minimum weight in this category slightly higher than the standard KZ2 category, 180 kilograms, the minimum weight, including driver. The tyres, really good performance this weekend from the dry Lecon tyres. They have been used for 1.5 sets through the qualifying heats and timed qualifying. A full set for this final. No need for those 2 wet sets across the course of this weekend. Few clouds over the sky, a bit overcast here at Franciacorta, but still very good conditions. Hope that these conditions hold. Not just for this race, but into next week, of course, as well. The drivers will be getting ready then. We're only a few moments away from passing down there onto the grid. There in the foreground, just behind the RGMMC flag, you see Angelo Lombardo. not only the best beard in the KZ2 business, but the best driver throughout the course of the heats so far. As we say, he's been unbeaten. Was fastest in TQ yesterday, but we talked to Davide Fore just there on the Praga liveried machine after the second Super Heat, and he pointed out that in terms of all the free practice sessions, he's been the man to beat, and if it hadn't been for a little mistake he made in time qualifying back on Thursday, this could be a very different looking grid. This effectively is a one-off race. All of the intermediate points they're put into the logbook. They only set the grid for this final. 24 laps will be discussed to see who will emerge out on top. And don't count out the driver. You can just see on the right-hand side of your screen there, getting suited and booted, Anthony Abbas, the 2024 International Super Cup winner, of course. He's been in good form so far this week as well. We'll start from the outside of row number 1. Other drivers to keep an eye on in this race. How about Ricardo Nallon in the 436? Last year's European champion. He starts P4. There on your screens is Valdir Balezario starting in the middle of the pack, the Brazilian on row 10. But this is a circuit that you can overtake around. Drivers getting themselves geared up, energized, ready. There's Julien Guéon getting into his CRG. Looking to have a good run here from the 9th row of the grid, starting 17th ahead of this final. And you never know. Obviously, we've talked about our top 4. This could be the kind of race where someone comes from a little bit further back. Maybe someone like an Andrea Spagni starting row 5. Looked good in the early stages of the heats on the fresher when the tyres were a little bit fresher. Luciano Medeghini was quick this morning as well in the Super Heat. Starts on row number 6. Antonio Piccioni back on row 8 as well, the reigning European event winner. He won that back at Sarno. Let's head down there onto the grid. Anthony Jordan, over to you.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. And as the camera can see, 2 gaps in the back of the field there. Well, there's actually 3 gaps in the back of the field. Some drama has already struck the KZ2 Masters Final with Alessandro Cavina missing the gate. The driver who is due to start this one on the 8th row of the grid in P15 is not there as well. You've got drama for Tankevicius as well. He's had mechanical problems with his kart. His kart's missing. He's currently in the repair area right now. He is expected to start the race, but from the back of the grid. And then the biggest drama coming from this one, Ricardo Villa was going to miss his flight. So he's gone home. So that's fair enough, but there we go. So he's not on the grid from the back of it either. But the drivers who are on the grid, you've got the incredible talents of Angelo Lombardo, Anthony Abbas priming himself ready to go there. The Italian and the Frenchman are primed and ready here. But of course, for Ricardo Nallon, he is primed, he is ready to go. Great work from these drivers over the course of this weekend. And of course, Davide Fore, we caught up with him earlier on. Incredible win in that Super Heat. But a little further back, you've got the likes of Brave from the Australia. He's primed and ready. Alessio Lamartina, who, you give me a wink and a thumbs up. You seem friendly, Alessio. Let's come on over and have a quick chat. Alessio, are you ready for this final?
Very happy now. Sono molto concentrato per fare un'ottima finale, ok?
Perfect. Grazie mille. Grazie mille. Whistle has blown. 3-minute board is up. The drivers are primed and ready. One's gone home. One's got a mechanical problem. One missed the gate. Bit of a shame, but we've still got a packed field of KZ2 Masters going. Andrew, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Good to hear there from Alessio Lamartina, who's really looking forward to this race, looking to have the optimum performance across the course of these 24 laps. So we're just a few moments away from the instructions from the race officials to get us going for this one. There, once again, is Guéon on your screens in the 442. Well, he'll have a little clean bit of road ahead of him now with no Alessandro Cavina out in this race. Could that be a factor for those driving from the middle of the pack, just to get a bit of momentum going before they get down to turn number 1? Other drivers just getting themselves set. There's Luca Oliva on 29th on the grid. Let's actually take you through the full grid, give you all the runners and riders in this one for the KZ2 Masters Final. Angelo Lombardo starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row is Anthony Abbas. Davide Fore, very much in form now, got the rhythm going, starts on the inside of row 2, is joined by Ricardo Nallon. Daniel Bray and Alessio Lamartina go from row 3. It's Manuel Casalio and Christian Habulin going from the 4th row of the grid. Andrea Spagni and Rasmus Haugaard complete the top 10. Luciano Medeghini and Nicola Kugata go from 6. Petra Shekar-Sheehin starts alongside Jeroen Boss on row 7. No Cavina on row 8, so just Antonio Pacini there, 16th on the grid. Julian Gaon and Gregory Leder are next on row 9. Valdir Belizario and Daryl Henderson complete the top 20 on row 10. We're hearing that Martinez Tankevicius will start from pit lane, so it's just Andrea Tonoli out there on track on row 11. Sebastian Leder and Kristaps Gasparubic starts on row 12. Andre Souza, Paulo Villamia starts on row 13. Ragnar Ebrahim and Patrick Lloyd will go from 14. Luca Oliva and Jeremy Leblay go from row 15. Victor Jimenez Cervantes and Ail Chat Ibrahimov start on row 16. No Ricardo Avila on row 17, so just Andre Nicastro, who does make the final after his crash on lap 1 of the Super Heat. And then the last row of the grid, Christian Creati and Luca Fiorin just get inside before that top 36 cutoff, just to confirm no Cavina, no Tankevicius out on track at the moment, and no Ricardo Avila as well. So Ricardo Avila does not take the start of this race, has timed out. He's got to get his plane home.
I mean, valid excuse, especially got extra leg room. I wouldn't. Yeah, I'd have done that straight away. No, but a definite shame to see 2 drivers missing from the field. Of course, the third with Tankevicius, but he will be starting this race just from the repair area, from the pit lane. He will be starting from the back of the grid, so a lot of work ahead of this one, and actually might be a little bit of a saving grace for him a little bit at the start of these races. Look at that lovely stuff, a homemade flag. Trying to think what that's got on it. That's quite nice. That's a nice flag there. Looks like that's been spent hours on there. I'm quite impressed by that.
It's been one of the great things about this this category. Great turnout here at Franciacorta, and I know a lot of the drivers' children are here today, cheering their parents on. So I imagine that is a young child cheering their dad on out there. So 24 laps for this one once again, just over 31 kilometres in race length. This formation lap really, really key for the drivers. Air temperature still holding around 17 degrees, dry out there. But that humidity has continued to go upwards here at the circuit. The drivers have got to get that release agent off of their brand new Lecan tyres ahead of this race. Launch down to turn 1 could be a deciding factor. Won't necessarily be a deciding factor because, as I say, you can overtake round here. There is Dan Ashton on the bridge. He will, I assume, have the job of getting this race started, as he's been doing throughout all of the KZ2 Master races so far this weekend. Anthony, I'm looking forward to this one. This should be an entertaining way to finish the weekend. 100%,
100%. I do love a Masters final. They may be the most experienced out there, but they certainly know how to pack a punch, give a show, show us how it's done. And certainly looking forward to seeing them do that right now here at the Franciacorta circuit. The crowd know it too as they line the edging of the circuit. That is the run out of turn number 1. Drama for the 448 of Jeremy Leblay on that Sony kart. He's got it going now. Thankfully, that's happened while they're heading to the grid, but now he will be starting directly at the back. He would have been starting P30. He'll be starting just that little further down now.
He will indeed. The drivers heading into their grid slots for this one. I'm just needing to concentrate and make sure that they get the right slot here before the start of this race. It's easy to just get a little bit overexcited at this stage of proceedings. Waiting for the last kart to come around the corner, which will be Leblay. After that problem on the formation lap, the drivers at the front of the field, Lombardo and Abbas, they have a little bit of a longer wait. There's a Birrell just joining the back of the field as well. That's not the kart that we saw in trouble, but I think we are ready to go. Pasquale Lupoli waves the green flag in the air. Over to those lights. They will come on one by one for this KZ2 Master Final at Franciacorta. 1 light, 2 lights, 3, 4, pause. Away we go for the final here, and what a start for Anthony Abbas. Straight into the lead of this race. Magnificent start from the Frenchman. He will lead down to turn 5 for the first time here. Lombardo has held second place. I think Faure was delayed a little bit off the start as well, has dropped to 4th. But how about that, Anthony? An absolute flyer from Anthony Abbas off the start.
It was indeed. It was so good. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not wrong, that he looked over at his mechanic and said, yeah, look at that. Because he was so off the line there. That was brilliant. Drama in the background, though. That's a nose cone that's come off. I think that might be from Victor Jimenez, who's not going around anymore. The Mexican is out of this race. But yeah, that was a bang-on start from Anthony Abbas. But can he hold on to it? Because Lombardo is right there alongside him into the braking zone, but he can't quite do it. He goes backwards, and he's still there in second place, but now he's got Daniel Bray closing in. He's got the IPK of Davide Faure there as well. Riccardo Nallon. Oh, no one's broken away here.
Martinis Tankevicius, technical flag. So the final is well and truly over then for the Lithuanian. Yeah, apologies. Daniel Bray's actually up to third place, not Riccardo Nallon. Nallon's there in fifth place with the blue-topped helmet, but another good start from Daniel Bray. Has been quietly getting on with things so far this week. Down into turn 13, Nallon trying to get round the outside of Faure there, can't do it. Faure holds on to 4th place. There was a good scrap as well between Haugaard as Lombardo goes down the inside. Wow. Lombardo takes the race lead away from Abbas.
Absolutely superb. Again, I winced a little bit, but no, I was all right with that one. Absolutely sublime there. For Lombardo taking the lead of this fight. Anthony Abbas now will need to think what he wants to do. So will Daniel Bray, because Davide Faure is all over the rear bumper. Has actually got a little bit squirrely there. Now has Riccardo Nallon just been clipping the back of him there through turns 9 and 10. But if they have done, they've settled down now. And no harm done there for the drivers as Faure looked to the inside, but Bray covered off that inside line. But now you can see Lombardo in the lead has started to break away.
He has indeed. We've unfortunately got some more retirements from this race. Polo Villamil is out of this race. Valdir Belisario also gone. I think Nicola Cogato, there's all a few laps to go, have left the racing scene as Faure looks down the inside of Bray. Bray has to open the line there through turn number 5. Holds on to the position, but Davide Faure clearly very keen to get on with things here. Christian Habelin has set the fastest lap of the race so far. Where is the bright green machine? There it is, just at the back of this group in 9th place. So keep an eye on the man from Croatia. Has had some good results so far this season in the KZ2 Master categories, and is there in the 4.59 looking pretty quick.
Yeah, certainly so. And that concertina effect up into that top corner. Right, watch this start. Watch Anthony Abbas, the right-hand side. Lightning start. Looks at his opponent, looks at his mechanic. Yeah! Look at that start.
That's brilliant.
That. I love that so much.
And that was a 10 out of 10 launch. If you want a visual description, that's, now this is what happened to the likes of Jimenez, Villamil, Belisario. This is all in the middle of the pack. Oh, there's a big hit for Jimenez. Oh, and there's going to be a second touch as well into the barriers there.
Tankevicius' nose cone was the cut that came off, and great reactions by the marshals there, and that's taken Tankevicius, Perez, Jimenez, out, Belisario, Cogato, and Fiorin all out of the race. Eyes on this though. Anthony Abbas's electric start has put him though under pressure though here in second place. Daniel Bray has closed in. Davide Faure as well. Here we go. No, not this time around. Daniel Bray looked to the inside, sussing it out, having a look, but not going for the move. And each time he does that, it allows Davide Faure to also assess the situation of what he plans on doing in this race.
Does indeed. Just a little bit of housekeeping. Valdir Belisario under investigation, but he's out of the race, so that's fairly inconsequential. Ilshad Ibrahimov is also under investigation. Daniel Bray trying to get down the inside of Abbas. I think he got caught in two minds there, and that nearly played into the hands of Davide Faure. Oh, it's out of the race. Who is that walking back? It might be Antonio. No, it's not going to be Piccioni, but Piccioni stopped as well out there. Luca Fiorin is out, so yeah, I think we saw Luca Fiorin there out of the race, but the recent European Event Championship winner, Antonio Piccioni, back at Sarno, he is out of this race. It's been a bit of a quiet and disappointing week for the Italian. He'll hope to bounce back in less than 7 days' time. We're down to 27 runners out there, Anthony, still with Lombardo in the lead of this race and starting to kick away, well, more than starting to kick away from Anthony Abbas. Anthony Abbas doesn't seem to have the ultimate race pace right now.
No, it doesn't look like that at the moment, but the fight for second place is on, though, as Daniel Bray tempting fate here in every single heavy braking zone. He is looking down the inside, and so is Davide Foray. A little bit of contact between the two of them. They continue to go wheel to wheel, but Daniel Bray holds on to it. Ricardo Nallon goes through as well. Davide Foray, it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
But you can understand why Foray went for that, because Bray's been having a lot of 40-60 looks at Anthony Abbas. That will have frustrated the former world champion into a move to say, come on, if you're going to make the move, you're going to have to go for it. Right, well, I'll try it one down into turn 5. It didn't work out for him. Daniel Bray is perfectly within his own rights to fight for his position. Great reading of that whole situation, though, Anthony, by Ricardo Nallon. Nallon knows how to win a big race, of course. Won at Valdebrata in the FIA European Championships last year. As here goes Foray back down the inside for the response. They touch, out wide goes Nallon. Up to 4th place goes Foray. In comes Cosaglio as well. Ricardo Nallon, I don't think will be too pleased about that one. He kept it just about on the road, but it's fallen down to 6th.
Yeah, that is a shame for Nallon. A great start from him. Again, these overtakes, they are firm from these Masters drivers. They don't like to waste any time. Here it is again, down the inside. Well, he's got alongside. They've gone front to rear, front to front, rear to rear on that one, but it's just been squeezed out wide. But again, great stuff there from Manuel Cosaglio as well, pushing his way through. There's another angle of it there. Very lucky there for Nallon not to get grabbed by that curb. I know that curb there can grab you and just pull you off the circuit.
Well, there's a little ridge just on the far side of it where the dirt starts to drop away. If you get into that territory, you can be in very, very big trouble indeed. But thankfully for Ricardo Nallon, still in this race, and it's not affected his pace. He's just gone purple through sector number 1. A little bit further back, bit of news. Andrea Spagni's through, past Julien Rayon for 11th place. Good drives as well from Darrell Henderson, up 5 spots into the top 15. Sebastian Leder up 6 spots, as is Andre Souza. Patrick Lloydel as well up 8. All 3 of those drivers up into the top 20.
Indeed, as the fight still rages on, though. The battles here, 4th, 5th and 6th, still very, very close. But you can see how your top 3 now have broken away from the rest of the field. Lombardo is in control here, 1 second clear. There he is at the front, but as you can see by those times, he's not the fastest. No. Everyone else behind him has gone personal best. They're all faster than him behind him, including and the likes of Ricardo Nallon. Despite that drama, has just gone fast to the race.
It's where I think Abbas is probably the key driver for those 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, because yes, he's slightly quicker than Lombardo, but not significantly quicker. He's almost acting as a bit of a backstop at the moment for the Italian driver. Daniel Bray's got to find a way through. That's more like it. No, it's not. The touch through turn 2. Abbas holds on to 2nd place, but again, Bray not quite able to get the job done. That'll have been a warning sign, though, to Anthony Abbas that if he's got any more pace, he's got to use it now. Lombardo again. Lombardo gained 4/10 out of that exchange through the first sector. Foray's back there in 4th place. Fear this is going to come to blows, Anthony.
It certainly might, and you've got to think at some point now, the halfway point of this race, frustration kicks in for the drivers behind. They can see that the race leader's breaking away. You know, the pace is there. This is it again, just down into someone.
Lost the back end.
Yeah, he did lose the back end there. It wasn't fully in control under the braking as he went into the corner. But look at the speeds there. You've got to remember they're braking for 140 kilometers an hour there into that corner, and a slight touch. It was a bit rushed, but again, I think just no harm, no foul there, and already I can see some warning flags coming out, but it's not referring to the drivers up at this top section.
No, none of the under investigations are critical ones for this battle. The 423 Andre Nicastro has got a warning flag, but as you say, Anthony, down in 25th place at the moment is the Brazilian driver. We're on lap 13. We're into the second half of this race. 1.5 seconds is the gap for Lombardo back to Abbas. Abbas, got to say, that was a tremendous piece of karts control to keep the Sodi pointing in the right direction. That was a new personal best from Anthony Abbas. It was a 46.1, but again, we're talking about a tenth, at most a tenth and a half per lap quicker than Lombardo. Really, it needs to be 2 tenths. Here goes Faure down the inside. That could be a critical move. That could be a big one for Davide Faure. He's cleared through past Daniel Bray. Now he needs to find a way through past Abbas. That's clearly not been easy for other drivers in this race. Davide Faure on lap 14 hasn't given up chances of a win here today.
No, certainly not. And I was liking this one as they head in towards turn 13 again. That Constantine effect comes in, but it's still in the bottled pressure. The cork hasn't popped of Anthony Abbas. He still holds on to P2, but the pressure is building behind him here now with drivers pushing, and now he's got Davide Faure just behind him as well now. Faure will be always delighted with a podium, but the higher he gets up on that podium, the happier he'll be, of course, as Daniel Bray, with all that work he's done in that early stage now, is off the podium and has Casaglio just behind him now. And of course, Riccardo Nallon fighting back is at the back of this train. Then you have Haublin and Alessia Lamattina. They are all there as well, trying to close in. As here we go, Casaglio under braking. Daniel Bray's outbraked himself massively. Bray goes backwards, loses 2 places. Daniel Bray is down to P6 now. Casaglio and Nallon both get through.
I'll tell you what, Davide Faure will be very pleased that he doesn't have eyes in the back of his head, because they would have been wide open as Daniel Bray nearly clattered into the back of the 404 there. News for Lombardo, he's picked up his pace as well, so he's into the 46.1s. I wonder if there's been a little communication from the sidelines to say, right, there's been a change, not immediately behind you, but one that could be a threat later on in this race. Now is the time to push. Now is the time to use that tyre a little bit more, having conserved it through the second quarter of this race. So at the moment, the pace across the top 3 is pretty much the same to a tenth of a second. Yet another 46.1 from Lombardo, a 46.1 from Abbas, but a 46.0 from Faure. Faure, if he wants to win this race, I think he's got to get past Abbas in the next few moments. Down into turn number 5, he's too far back on this occasion to have a go here on lap number 17. Round into sector 2, number 401 goes again with Anthony Abbas leading this train out. Casaglio's not out of the fight for a podium yet today as well. There he is on the Birrell ART, the red and white machine, up 3 positions in this race. And Casaglio has just gone purple, fastest of anyone through sector number 2. Down towards turn 13 once again. Lombardo holding his pace. Those are the trophies that the drivers are looking to pick up here this afternoon. 7 laps to go. Lombardo's lead 1.4 seconds.
Indeed, it's a nice lead, but it is just ever so slightly closing in from these drivers now. But Davide Faure here looking a bit more comfortable than Anthony Abbas at this stage. Remember, this is 2nd, 3rd and 4th currently on your screens, and you can't put anything from them. Oh, there, Davide Faure looking to the inside again.
But it's the same thing for Abbas that we said in the Super Heats this morning. That Sodi setup is really, really good through sector number 2, particularly through the sweepers, through 9 and 10. He just pulls out a gap ahead of Faure, which means that Faure cannot use turn 13 as a chance to overtake. At the moment, Faure's only chance is really getting close through turn 4 and down into turn 5. He's not close enough. He's not close enough down the hill here. In fact, Faure's going to have to think about defence against Casaglio to hold on to 3rd place. once again, Anthony Abbas not winning this race, but doing a tremendous job there to manage this battle for second.
He certainly is, and every time you feel like there's going to be an attack on him, they all start then attacking behind. It's like it feels a bit counterintuitive from the drivers behind here. If they think that Davide Fore's got the pace to go for the move, let him do it, and then you can close in and do that themselves. These drivers know that, but there you see under braking, it just seems to be Fore's a little bit slower right on the... He slows down too much for the corner, then tries to get on the power, slows down on that apex too much, so he's backing the drivers up behind, but he's not now able to attack Anthony Abbas, who is now some 2-3 tenths of a second further up the road.
And Ricardo Nallon fishing around as well there, just in 5th place at the moment, behind Casalio. Has had a good weekend. He'll want more, of course, next weekend. And, these drivers compete once more. We've got 4 laps after this one to go. Lombardo still keeps hitting in those 46.1s. So whilst he's not extending his lead, 1.5 seconds is still something that I think if you'd offered Angelo Lombardo that about half an hour ago, he would have snapped your hand off for that one. 4 laps to go then. Lombardo puts in another 46.1. I fear now that even if Davide Fore was to find a way through past Anthony Abbas, there's simply not enough laps left for him to catch up to Lombardo. This is going to be a fight for second place here today.
Oh, yes,
and it's on, and he's through. Davide Fore through into second place. That was through turn 5. Well, I say he's not got enough time on his hands. If he can put a big lap in here, it could still be on. Angelo Lombardo has got to stay focused at the front of the field, Anthony.
He certainly does, but for Davide Fore now, look at the gap he's already opening up here. Right, the actual gap now between Fore and Lombardo is 1.8 seconds. It will probably go up just that little bit more to 1.9 across the line while they've just had that move taken. It, well, yeah, kind of stays the same at 1.8.5. But yes, if he can focus now, he can push forward. But Abbas and Casaglio, they're still fighting for the Italian now behind the Frenchman. Casaglio hits him, and Anthony Abbas and Casaglio are off. Ricardo Nallon gets up into 3rd place, but we said about the cork in the bottle, the pressure was building, and there it popped.
And that's why we've been saying all week, you can't go for a sub 50% move into turn 5. You can't stick your nose down the inside. It's such an early apex. It's quite possible that Abbas won't have seen him coming. This was the move that Fore pulled. Now that's more than a 40-60 move. That's how you get through turn 5. Draw alongside, block pass at the early apex. This is another view of the move that Fore pulled on Abbas for second place. Meanwhile, this is the problem. Actually, no, he was a good amount alongside. I think Casalio's tried to pull out of that one. He's tried to pull out, get on the brakes, and it's caught him in a really awkward spot as opposed to running into the corner fully alongside. He was more alongside Abbas than initially thought. Either way, both of them out of the race, no podium for them.
Yeah, and of course, more drama has happened. Is that Daryl Henderson, the driver from the UK, out of the race? That Intrepid kart going no further as we are on the last lap of this race. Lombardo in the front is clear now by 2 seconds from Davide Fore. Ricardo Nallon, they're back in 3rd place, is gifted that one with the drama that has happened to the likes of Casaglio and Anthony Abbas, who is still in this race as Abbas. Casaglio is out of it. Anthony Abbas has gone down to 10th place in this one right now. But here is 2nd, there is 3rd, there is 4th. Daniel Bray still just off a podium mark here, and actually could be close enough for a lunge into this final hairpin, but no one's close enough to this man here. Angelo Lombardo, it's an Italian here in Italy, wins the Champions of the Future KZ2 Masters Final in fine form, clear by 2 seconds ahead of Davide Fore and Ricardo Nallon, making it an all-Italian podium here in Franciacorta. What a drive there as the pickup begins to get these karts above their weight. The marbles at the side of the circuit provide ample opportunity for the drivers to get the weight up. Lombardo wins from Fore, Nallon 3rd, Bray in 4th place from Halblin, Lamartina from Halgard, Spagni in 8th. 9th place going to Julian Guénot and Anthony Abbas at the end of that race. Tumbles to P10. A huge shame for Anthony Abbas, who was starting this one on the front row of the grid. Looked like a second place was in the bag, but unfortunate drama there, taking him out at turn number 5. Casaglio there, looks to me like he was braking into the corner, and with that heavy braking, couldn't turn the steering, of course. You've got the front brakes on that one. If you're braking really hard, you could try and trail brake, but at that sort of heavy braking zone, it's not going to happen. And I think as he's tried to back out of it with those brakes, he couldn't make the corner, and unfortunately those two have collided. There's your full classification at the end of that race. Only 25 karts finishing that race. In 11th place was Jorian Boss. Sheiko Chien as well, finishing in a good spot. Medaghini with a good position. Then you had the two Ledars, Sebastian and Gregory. Ledar finishing 14th and 15th out there. Souza from Donoli. Then it is Nicastro from Lloydal, Gasparovic from Oliver, Bragimov from Crietti, Ibrahim from Leblay, who rounds out the 25 finishers. Multiple retirements in that one. Henderson, Casaglio, Piccioni, Florian, Cogato, Blazario, Tankavicius, Perez, Jimenez, and the non-starters, Cavina and Avila, unfortunately not seeing the start of that race. Well, there it is. Racing action done for this weekend. A huge thanks to the amazing marshals and medical teams out on the circuit. Great work from them this weekend. Great work from the officials as well, and of course all the teams, mechanics and family, who have done a brilliant job over the course of this weekend as well. But they'll be heading to Parc Ferme, I'm sure, very, very soon to collect those very trophies you see there, ready at the podium area. But that does bring a conclusion to the Champions of the Future round here in Franciacorta. But of course, we still have the podiums for the KZ2 Masters Final, and then of course the championship podiums for KZ and KZ2 as well. Make sure you don't miss those, as we'll be heading down to Parc Ferme very, very soon to speak over to Andrew Mather, who will be sorting things out there with our drivers. I'm sure some very happy drivers out there in the form of Riccardo Nallon, Davide Fore and Angelo Lombardo. There is Angelo Lombardo, and that is an incredible drive from him, the Masters driver for the Maranello team. Certainly providing an excellent package, and unfortunately he's gone quite slow on his in-lap, which means he's quite far down in that order. Let's have a look at the highlights from that race. Anthony Abbas at the start was, a good start that. He was happy with that, and he nods to his mechanic in applause as drama did unfold in the background. Jimenez, Perez and Tankevicius getting caught up in that moment. Just into the kink here through turn 4 down the hill. This shot should give a good indication of what happened there just in the background. Turmoil for those drivers that saw them out of the race right at the start. The rest of the racing went on in those early stages. You can see there some of the TK cars pushing their way forward later to retire. Antonio Picciani out of the race. There was that moment at the start, and good reactions from the marshals there, not to get hit by his cooler there in his marshal post, but certainly a very tricky start for the field. There was that change in the lead. Angelo Lombardo, the one overtake he needed down the inside, turn 1. Thank you very much, says the Italian, stepping up that Maranello kart into P1. This is Piccioni in his fight through the field in the early stages later to retire the 452 machine out of the race. There you can see the concertina effect in the early stages. Daniel Bray trying to hold on to that position. You can see this first attempt from Davide Fore to get alongside. Bray certainly holding on to that position. and allowed the likes of Ricardo Nallon to squeeze his way through. Bray later on would finish down in P4 after that train behind once again managed to close in. As you say, a long old race on this one by that time. Davide Fori managing to collect himself again this moment here. Robust move down the inside of Ricardo Nallon. Brought Casaglio into play. Casaglio wouldn't know at that point he would have a much bigger role to play in this race within that top three, as Nallon would recover back to the podium. This moment here, the first attempt from Daniel Bray on Anthony Abbas, the fastest part of the circuit there, braking from 140 kilometers an hour into turns 2 and 3. Just try to put his nose down the inside, but the door closed and the slight contact made between the two of them. This move here, Davide Fori to get up into third place, takes that one away. There, the smiles on the live feed for Angelo Lombardo. A brilliant drive there, but those battling going through. That was the moment for Daniel Bray, slightly up-braking himself there into the hairpin. That unfortunately lost him out on a couple of positions. Then the overtake for second place. Davide Fori down the inside, turn 5, fully committed there was the multiple champion, and he pushed himself up into P2. Another angle of that here as they were climbing up the hill. A great run as then Casaglio would start to close in at this point, and then here the fabled move to the inside. The track rod breaks for Casaglio. Abbas drops to 10th, and it looked like, well, as Andrew said, it looked like he was trying to brake to back out of it, but his braking at that point then started to make him understeer into the corner. He was then not going to make it. You can see how it wasn't even trying to turn the wheel at that point, because of course he knew that it was just going to understeer and go off. Oh, there for Darrell Henderson. Oh, that is a tense moment there for Darrell Henderson. But across the line, Angelo Lombardo, the Maranello driver from Italy, wins in Franciacorta in KZ2 Masters. Well, we'll be down to the podium in a few moments' time. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gents. We'll be hearing from our drivers. I can imagine are very happy. Angelo Lombardo, Davide Fori and Ricardo Nallon. I'm sure Nallon will have a lot to say after that race. He'll be happy still with that third place. But a brilliant run for him there. Andrea Spagni having a quick chat there after this race, and I can imagine he's got some feelings to show on this one. A good race for him, a position gain, but could only best a P8 at the end of that run, which is still inside that top 10 there. Angelo Lombardo, congratulations all around. Happy as you like, and there you can see all the Italians primed and ready to go on this one. A great showing for them after this weekend. But the Masters, the KZ2 and the KZ classes are all done for track action today. We will see them back out on the circuit, of course, next week in this very circuit. But it looks like we're ready to go and chat to some of our drivers. So we'll head over to Andrew Mather, who is with them now.
We are indeed. Thank you very much, Anthony. You're here with three very happy drivers. Ricardo Nallon, start with yourself. P3, a good result here today.
Sei contento, hai fatto un terzo posto oggi, sei contento, soddisfatto?
Sì, diciamo che la vittoria è sempre più bella, però insomma dai, in preparazione al campionato del mondo è una bella soddisfazione, dai, aver fatto terzo.
David, do you mind translating for us?
Yes, it's a very good result. Of course, for the preparation race, it's very important. Of course, it was better to win, but for the like a pre-race, it was very important to see the material was very good and it's fast. So.
Ricardo, thank you very much. Grazie for your time. Davide, to yourself, second place. Did you just need a few more laps there to catch up to this man?
I don't know. I don't have a good start. Then was very criticized at the beginning behind the groups. After, honestly, maybe we missed something in the final. I need to recognize in the I believe maybe all the week, all the Super Heat, maybe I was a bit faster than in the final. We tried something different also maybe to analyze a bit the material. I think the race was the more important test to do, because when you do the test alone is always different. So I believe honestly today I need to say he deserved the victory. I did very good race, I think. I make very good overtake. I have used all my experience to get the second place, but I believe maybe we miss a bit in the final, honestly, today. So.
Davide, congratulations. Thank you so much for your time. Let's pass to Angelo. Angelo, a perfect weekend. Pole position, 3 heat wins, super heat, and the victory here today as well. You were unstoppable today.
Abbiamo fatto un bel weekend, tutto, abbiamo vinto tutto quello che c'era da vincere. Rimaniamo ora concentrati per la prossima settimana, che è quella più importante.
How proud are you of the team effort as well? That you've had some pressure. You've had some pressure from this man, from Davide, from Anthony Abbas as well. But you've always rised above the challenges. You must be very proud of your team.
Cerchiamo sempre di rimanere ad un buon livello, che anche loro sono ad un altissimo livello.
How will you get ready for next week?
Bye.
Very good, Angelo. Thank you very much for your time. And I think we are now ready. Let's head over to Anthony Jordan, who will be your MC for the podium.
Thank you very much, Andrew Mather. Indeed, an incredible end to the KZ2 Masters that saw quite a dramatic end to some of the drivers' finals. But we do have our top 3 at the end, and we'd like to start by welcoming third place onto the podium after an incredible drive, an up and down final. But for Italy, it's Riccardo Nallon. In second position, he can add another podium to his tally. Please welcome, for Italy, Davide Fore. And your race winner at the end of an incredible weekend for Maranello and for Italy, it's Angelo Lombardo. And please welcome onto the podium to represent Maranello. Give it up for Luca Iacone. We will now listen to the national anthem of Italy. Huge round of applause for your top 3 in KZ2 Masters. We'd now like to welcome onto the podium once more Bruna Viapiano to present the third place trophy, heading to Riccardo Nallon. Fabulous job for Riccardo. The up and down final sees him on the podium. Please welcome Raffaella Giacomini to present the second place trophy to Davide Fore. Beautiful drive for Davide, seeing him push through into second place. And once more, please welcome Bruna Virpiano onto the podium to present the winner's trophy, heading to Angelo Lombardo. Big smile on Angelo's face there, and a well-deserved win after a frantic final and weekend. And finally, once more, please welcome Raffaella Giacomini to present the team's trophy, heading to Marinello and to Luca Iagone. Well, a brilliant job for the drivers there. And drivers, lift those trophies high up as for me in the air as you can. Lift those above your head so I don't know in Italian what it is. There it is. Davide knows it. There we go. There it is. Don't drop them, though, Angelo. Brilliant stuff for you. And we'll get everyone on the top step of the podium as well. We can bring in a lovely Dittriches as well. A fabulous end to the racing here. And I know you can join up as well. Yeah, don't be afraid. Yeah, get up there, get up there. You've got a team trophy. Join them as well. Fabulous end to the racing here in Franciacorta, which I've got to say, it's getting rather chilly in the air here. But we'll get those nice big smiles for all of the photographers out here for the champions of the future. Well done, drivers. And would like to now start presenting those beautiful bottles of champagne to the drivers. Hopefully, they'll show us how it's done. They've had years of experience. Ready, drivers? In 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, there you have it for KZ2 Masters. They've done the job they've needed to do for Angelo Lombardo, Davide Fore, and Riccardo Nallon. The job is done here in Franciacorta as they can celebrate. Ladies and gentlemen, one big more round of applause for KZ2 Masters. Yes. Well, we'll now turn our attention over to the championship results at the end of this weekend, and believe we will start with the KZ or KZ2. But let's see what will happen for this one. For the championship, it was an absolutely fabulous result all the way throughout the drivers, but the field will be starting with the KZ2 category. As we're primed and ready for this one. I need to make sure we've got our drivers around for that one, which I believe we do. Lovely. Perfect. So we will start with the KZ2 classes on this one, as the last of the trophies are just brought up to the drivers. And we'd like to start with them, and we'll bring a big round of applause to all of these drivers as and when we can. I know that a bit of damage control after that KZ2 Masters podium there for one of our cameras may have got a bit of a dousing, but I think we are primed and ready to go. Right then, with KZ2 first for the field. Please welcome onto the podium, finishing the season in 3rd position, the driver of the number 23 or 258 machine. It's Kasper Schurmans. In 2nd position in the championship, the pilot of the 262 machine. Give it up for Schleimer! What a drive for him over the course of this season. A fabulous run for the German to put it in P1. And finally, your champion after winning with 180 points, the pilot of the 259, it's Maximolo! Fabulous run for them over the course of this weekend. And please welcome onto the podium now to present the championship trophies. We'll be starting with, once more, Bruna Virpiano to present the 3rd place trophy, heading to the likes of Kasper Schurmans. Fabulous run for Casper at the end of this season and bringing away that beautiful third place trophy at the end of this weekend. Please welcome now onto the podium Emanuela Clarici, the front of office here at Franciacorta karting track, to present the second place trophy, heading to Max Schleimer. Fabulous end for Max as well. Nice big smiles lifting that incredible P2 trophy. And once more, please welcome onto the podium Bruna Virpiano to present the winner's trophy, heading to Maxim Orlov. The 2025 title heads to the man for CPB Sport. A fabulous end to his season. Well, drivers, if you can, I know Max has just demonstrated that, lift those trophies up as high as you can for us. Nice big smiles at the end of the season. A beautiful end to it here in Franciacorta. And finally, we'll like to welcome all the drivers on the top step of that podium, and we can get our dignitaries in as well. They can come in for a nice photo also. Squeeze in nice and close. I know those trophies are big, guys, but try and squeeze in. Perfect stuff. Nice big smiles at the end of the season here for the champions of the future in Franciacorta. Well, for their last time for KZ2 this weekend, we will once more present them with the bottles of bubbly. Careful, Maxim, nearly. You've got another race weekend to go. Please don't do that again. Right, are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! KZ2 Championship and Final done and dusted here, and CPB Sport can celebrate. And there we go. That's probably not the shower Maxim Orlov was hoping for at the end of his racing here this weekend. But still, it's a fabulous end to fabulous way to end the championship. And for Maxim, yes, an incredible drive on that one. Well, delighted to see from him. But we caught up with him earlier on. Well, once again, ladies and gentlemen, one big round of applause for KZ2. Well, lovely. We'll bring on the KZs in a few moments' time. We'd probably like to help these drivers out. There are big trophies there. Noelia, don't be shy. Clear away some of these bottles very quickly. I know for some of these drivers. Well done, boys. Great end to your racing. These were full at one point. Not anymore. Right. We'll turn our attention over to the KZ category now. Another fabulous end to their racing. But once more, it starts with an incredibly close end that saw these results go up and down just that little bit. But please welcome in third position for the title in KZ, the number 23, it's Giuseppe Palomba. Is he here? Excellent. Giuseppe is not here. Perfect. We'll turn our attention over to... Oh, he's coming, apparently. I think he's running. What? Florin, is he coming? Is he? No? Yeah? No? Okay, he's coming. Okay, well, we'll start with second. There we go. We'll move over to second place. So the pilot of the number 31 machine. Please give it up for Jean Nomlo. Thankfully, Jean is here, and he will take a stand on that second spot. And finally, I now understand what Florin was talking to me about, because his last driver has just appeared out of nowhere. Please give it up for your 2025 champion of the future. It's Senna van Walstein. We will now hear the national anthem of the Netherlands. Well, a big well done to the KZ champions at the end of this weekend. I have been told Giuseppe Palomba is still here and he's on his way, but I don't know where he is. So we will start with second position. Oh no, Jean's there on the podium. He's there, but Giuseppe Palomba on his way. Right, we'll start with second position. Please welcome on to the podium Melena from the front office assistant here at Franciacorta to present the second place trophy to Jean Nomblo. Fabulous end to his racing, and once more we'd like to welcome onto the podium Bruna Viapiano to present the Champions Trophy, heading to Senna van Walstein. What a superb end there. Well, drivers, lift those trophies as high up as you can for the trophies above your head. Come on, lift it up. I know they're heavy, but I know you've had a long day. Come on, you can do it. There it is. Brilliant stuff. Nice big smiles for the photographers there as we'll bring the champagne. Someone's just appeared to the podium. Right. We'll get you on there. We'll announce you again. Are you ready? Please welcome third place in the championship standings. It's Giuseppe Palomba. He's not got his race suit on, but that's all right. Well done to him. And once more, we'd like to welcome here Bruna Viapiano to present the third place trophy, heading to Giuseppe Palomba. Well, brilliant end. Right, Senna, sorry, but lift that trophy above your head again for me, please. We need the group photo. 3, 2, 1, above those heads for me, please, drivers. Excellent end to the racing. I know they're heavy. Fabulous end to the racing here. And then we'll get you all three of you on the top step of the podium, and we'll get our dignitaries in as well. Fabulous end to the racing. And you can jump up as well, Giuseppe. You can squeeze in there, squeeze in nice and close. There you go, don't be shy. Nice big smiles for everyone out there, and fabulous end. That's all turned out well in the Champions of the Future KZ Champions podium here. Superb. Well then, for the last time this weekend, Giuseppe, well, you're not in your race suit now, so boys, take advantage of this. Douse him if you can. Are we ready? Are we steady? 3, 2, 1, champagne! Well, Giuseppe, reap what you sow on that one. You are going to get chased by Jean Nomblo, who has run away from the scene of the crime. But there it is, a fabulous end to the racing here for the Champions of the Future, which crowns multiple champions once again as... Senna, that could have been very risky on that one. But brilliant end to your racing. But we're all done and dusted here for the Champions of the Future. But of course, it's been a fabulous end to the season. For KZ, KZ2 and KZ2 Masters, the job is done. We will see you again in 2026.